The AC in the cafe was freezing, but that black card sitting on the table felt even colder. There's 5 million here. Stay away from my daughter. You two aren't a match. The elegant woman sitting across from me lifted her chin. Her skin was porcelain white, and she carried herself like she was about to poke a hole through the ceiling. As she spoke, the contempt in her eyes was so thick it could practically drip. I blinked. Huh. My name is Lenny Chen, 18 years old, student council president at whose city number 1 high school. And I was pretty sure that, up until this exact moment, I had never dated anyone in my entire life. Ma'am, I said carefully, your daughter is? Lung Qingning. She picked up her coffee, took a sip, her tone as casual as a weather report. Lung Qingning. The name was unfamiliar, yet it rang a faint bell. I dug around in my memory for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped my thigh. Oh, I remember now. The transfer student who just showed up at our school yesterday. The woman's face immediately shifted to an "I knew it" expression, and her voice dropped a few degrees. Humph. I knew it. The second Qingming sets foot in a little backwater like this, she gets eyed by cocky little toads like you who don't know their place. Let me make myself crystal clear. You're not good enough for my daughter. Be smart about it, and keep your distance. Otherwise, I was completely lost. As the student council president, keeping tabs on transfer student information was just part of the job, wasn't it? How did that turn into me having some kind of hidden agenda in her mind? Ma'am, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I kept my voice as level as I could. Qingming and I, we haven't even exchanged a single word. I've looked into you, she said, setting her cup down. Lenny Chen, the most gifted student at whose city number 1 high school. Too bad you can only throw your weight around in a small town like this. A rank 4 martial artist at 18. That kind of talent? In Long City, they're a dime a dozen. Her gaze was like a blade. But since you're the best this place has to offer, you'll cross paths with my daughter sooner or later. She's beautiful, and there's no telling what kind of ideas you might start getting. So I'm here today to nip the whole thing in the bud. My mind raced. What is this? A delusional mom with way too much confidence? Kind of a turnoff. But then my eyes drifted back to that gleaming black card on the table. 5 million, free for the taking. Only a fool would say no. I nodded earnestly. Understood. I promise I'll stay far, far away from Qingning. At least you've got some self-awareness. She stood up, satisfied. There's no pin on the card. The coffee's on me. Her heels clicked against the floor, tap, 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 and she strode off, brisk and decisive, just like she'd come. I carefully tucked the black card into my pocket, picked up the now cold coffee, and downed it in one gulp. Ugh, so bitter. Some prices. You only know if it's worth it after you've tasted it. And some bargains. You only find out what's hidden underneath after you've already taken the bait. I pushed the door open and walked out of the cafe. The sunlight was just right, warm against my face. That's when a crisp voice rang out in my head. Ding! A girl's voice, sickeningly sweet, exploded right in my ear. Ding! Congratulations, dog host, on successfully getting your heart broken. The activation quest has been triggered. Dog host, would you like to activate the clever, adorable, universally beloved Path Guardian system? I snapped to attention instantly. 2.5 years ago, I'd bound to this system. But back then, it told me I had to complete a hidden quest before it could be activated. For 2.5 years, I'd been so stressed I nearly ripped my hair out. I tried every method under the sun, even went off to study incantations and the occult, got scammed so badly I almost lost the shirt off my back. The system still didn't budge an inch. And now, today, out of nowhere, it activated? Except, once I heard that word, heartbroken, I wasn't having it. Dog system, when did I ever get my heart broken? I don't even have a girlfriend. This is slander. Are you slandering me? Ding. A romance that never started still counts as romance. Don't think this system doesn't know. That transfer student yesterday, the one named Lung Qingning. You stared at her for a solid 2 seconds. You caught feelings just because she's pretty. Dog host, you're pathetic. Tui. My face went dark. That was clearly just the first time I'd ever met someone my age stronger than me, and I took a couple extra looks out of curiosity. That's all. But this dog system just had to invent a whole romance out of it. Whatever. This heartbreak earned me a free 5 million and activated the system. I wasn't losing out. I couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. I waved my hand. Think whatever you want. Now hurry up and activate it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the Path Guardian system after 2.5 years. You've been awarded one beginner's gift pack. Please check your inventory. Quick, open it. Let's see what's inside. Ding. Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Eye of Illusion, the Emperor Tier's spiritual sense technique, the Heart Sutra of all origins, 9 growable psychic force weapons, the Dark Blades, which adapt to the host's power on their own. Given that the host's strength is pathetically weak, here's a bonus reward. 1 7th rank Psychic Force Realm card. My breath caught. My talent as a psychic mind cultivator was something I'd always kept buried deep, holding it as my trump card. The people who knew about it could be counted on one hand. Right now, I'd already cultivated to the late 2nd rank, converted into a warrior's scale that's roughly an 8th level warrior. But my true combat power was far more than that. Psychic mind cultivators are, by nature, beings that dominate ordinary warriors. I could follow the flow of blood and chi through an opponent's body to predict their next move. And at critical moments, I could even use my psychic power to disrupt his chi and blood, throw him into chaos. I could go toe-to-toe with a mid-stage warrior master and not come out on the losing end. With a little luck, I could even turn the tables and kill them. And now, the system was offering me 7th rank right off the bat. That's the equivalent of the Martial King realm among warriors. Wasn't that basically invincible? I was so pumped I nearly jumped up. For a second I forgot I was still standing in the middle of the street, and the words just burst out of me. System, you're the best. You're like my own sister. Quick, use the realm card. Ding. Please proceed to a quiet location before using the realm card. Host. That snapped me back to reality. The whole street was staring at me. I gritted my teeth and bolted for home. Warrior realms. Martial apprentice, warrior, warrior master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial venerable, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign. Spirit mind cultivators range from 1st to 10th rank, corresponding to the warrior realms. Weapon grades. Sovereign Saint E Emperor, King Venerable Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow Mortal. I grew up in an orphanage and moved out once I started high school, living alone in an apartment. I pushed the door open and headed straight for the bedroom, summoning the system. Use the realm card. Ding. Now using the 7th rank Spirit Mind Cultivator realm card. Ding. Successfully used. Before the words even faded, the power inside me began skyrocketing like crazy. 3rd rank, early stage. 3rd rank, mid-stage. 4th rank, mid-stage. 5th rank. On and on it climbed, not slowing down until it reached early 7th rank. Thank God the system reigned in the aura of my breakthrough for me. Otherwise, the sheer force leaking out would have been enough to reduce my whole building to dust, leaving me a homeless wretch on the spot. That incredible power was surging through my body. In that moment, I felt a little high, like I was some god up in the heavens, already invincible. Of course, it was just an illusion from breaking through dozens of realms in such a short time. But even after I tried to calm down for a good while, I just couldn't shake it. The system couldn't stand watching anymore and yanked me straight into the system space. The scene around me changed in an instant. Before I could even process it, a fist the size of a sandbag came smashing toward my face. Ow! One punch, and half my face swelled up like a panda's. But it clearly wasn't done yet. The fist rained down on me like a downpour. Through the pain, all that swelling arrogance of mine vanished in an instant, and I straightened right up. Luckily, the system wasn't just beating me senseless. It left a breather between each round so I could adjust to my surging power. I don't know how long it went on, but through scream after scream, I finally managed to control the power inside me perfectly. Summoning all 9 hidden blades, combining them with the Eye of Illusion, and going all out, I could actually hold my own against the system's fists, dead even. As for how much it was really holding back, I didn't dare think about it. Ding. You mangy host, have you learned your lesson yet? I rubbed my bruised eye socket and forced an awkward grin. I'll behave. I'll behave. The instant I exited the system space, every wound on my body vanished, and in the blink of an eye, I turned back into that sunny, cheerful young man. The Eye of Illusory Sight and the 9 hidden blades. I'd gotten completely comfortable with both in that live combat. just now. And those 9 hidden blades, riding the surge of my cultivation realm, had leveled up all at once into 9 king-grade weapons. In the gift pack, only that manual remained unclaimed. System, learn Heart Sutra of all laws origin. Ding. Now instilling technique experience. Ding. Installation complete. In an instant, countless words and the cultivation insights of predecessors flooded into my mind. Even though it was only a moment, I felt as if I'd already practiced this Emperor-grade sutra for countless days and nights. I slowly opened my eyes, my pupils shimmering with a faint purple glow. My realm hadn't changed, but my strength had multiplied several times over. Only now could I truly be called invincible at the king level. Unless my opponent cultivated an Emperor-tier technique, even a powerhouse at the Martial Emperor realm might not be a match for me. Thinking about it, I started to get cocky again. And right on cue, the system hit me with another round of tough love. Cradling my face, I pulled up the system panel. Host, Lenny Chen. Gender, depends on this system's mood. Talent, superior grade. Realm, level 4 martial artist, 7th rank mind master, early stage, is almost equal to early martial king. Techniques, Emperor Sutra Heart Sutra of all laws origin, mystic grade blazing sun art, earth grade shadow illusion heart sutra. Combat skills, eye of illusory sight, perfected. Basic fist technique, perfected. Basic sword technique, perfected. Mystic grade 7 orifices sword art, great success. Yellow grade rainbow piercing the sun, perfected. Yellow grade through the back fist, perfected. Weapons, 9 mind force king grade weapons, hidden blades. Mystic tier longsword, Tong Ming sword. Wealth, 6,487,620. System evaluation, a cocky little rookie, a dog of a host who shatters at the slightest touch. Looking at this deluxe panel, rich overnight, I nodded in satisfaction. Then I saw that last line of evaluation, and I couldn't help letting out a curse. The morning sun slanted into the room. I stretched hard enough to snap my spine in half. Last night, the system and I had traded insults until the early hours before finally going to sleep. But even though I'd barely slept a few hours, I didn't feel the least bit drowsy. If anything, I was refreshed and clear-headed. Today was my day off. I lazily burrowed back under the covers, planning to catch a little more sleep. Unfortunately, that just wasn't in the cards. Ding. In light of the dog host's excessive slacking, this system has decided. Issue a mission. Still half asleep, I mumbled, knock it off. A jolt of electricity shot through my whole body, and I sprang up like I had springs attached. System brand product, 1 bolt of electricity. Leaves you dazed, but no brain damage. Back to sleep. It was completely gone. I sighed in resignation. Fine. What's the mission? Ding. Although no pathguarding target has been bound yet, in order to ensure the safety of your future pathguarding target, the host is requested to head to the Forest of Annihilation immediately and eliminate a Martial King tier beast that has slipped into its depths. It's gravely wounded and fled here for refuge. Mission success reward, special combat skill concealment. Mission failure penalty, none. My gaze sharpened. Well, a Martial King tier beast? In the Forest of Annihilation? I understood both terms just fine on their own, but put together, they carried an absurdity I couldn't quite put into words. Every city had one, sometimes several, secret realms just outside its borders, reserved for warriors to train in. Anyone below warrior rank was strictly forbidden from entering, and the Forest of Annihilation was the only secret realm belonging to Lake City. To this day, the strongest known entity within it was nothing more than a late-stage Grandmaster Annihilation Thunder Eagle. And now the system was telling me a Martial King tier beast had broken into the forest? Even injured, this was way over the top. If I really let it run loose and attack Lake City, then even with reinforcements rushing in from other provinces, this city would probably suffer countless casualties. At that thought, I shot to my feet, my figure vanishing into thin air. As a 7th rank mind master, I'd long been capable of teleportation. Moments later, I was standing at the entrance to the Forest of Annihilation. People came and went all around me, yet it was as if no one could see me. Not a single person even glanced my way. I walked straight through the gate of the secret realm and stepped inside. One of the guards stationed behind the gate rubbed his eyes, and turned to his companion. Hey, old who? That gate just now, did it flicker for a second? Huh? Don't think so. Old who chuckled lazily. Nobody went in just now, so why would the gate light up? You overdid it last night, didn't you? Seeing things today. Screw you. My body's in perfect shape. I could go at it for 3 days and 3 nights straight. No problem. The guard flushed red as he shot back, then scratched his head, staring at the perfectly ordinary gate of the secret realm and muttering to himself. Could it be? I really did just imagine it. The moment I stepped into the forest of annihilation, that familiar dense woodland rushed up to greet me. Didn't expect to be back in here so soon. This wasn't my first time. As a leading figure of Lake City's high school generation, I'd occasionally come to the forest to train. But the previous times, I'd only dabbled around the outermost edges, never daring to venture deep. This time, though, my destination was the very heart of the forest. I didn't linger. My figure vanished from the spot once more. The forest of annihilation, its deepest reaches. Inside a pitch-black cave, an enormous gray eagle dumped a dozen or so human warriors, all bound hand and foot, onto the ground. Then it flattened itself submissively against the floor, facing the one seated cross-legged deep within the cave. A figure appeared, speaking with reverence. Master, this is everything I caught today. In the eyes of those dozen or so warriors, eyes that had already given in to despair, a flicker of disbelief now flashed. Because this groveling hawk was none other than the overlord of the forest of extinction, the Extinction Thunder Eagle, a grandmaster-level being of its stature, bowing and scraping before some mysterious figure, even calling it master. Just how powerful was this master? If a being like that ever attacked Lake City, everyone was thinking the same thing. This time, what filled them with despair wasn't their own impending deaths. It was the fate of the entire city. Good work. The figure in the depths of the cave slowly lifted its head. But it's not enough. I need more food. At last, the dozen or so of them saw its true form. Skin black as ink, a pair of blood-red eyes, and a row of vicious horns crowning its head. It looked like a demon that had crawled straight out of hell. The Extinction Thunder Eagle immediately prostrated itself. Yes, master. It's just that the humans seem to have caught on to something lately. Their defenses grow tighter by the day, and there are far fewer warriors around. If this keeps up, I'm afraid it'll draw the attention of the humans' great grandmaster. And then, the demon fixed its blood-red eyes on it, cold and unblinking. A suffocating pressure instantly engulfed the entire cave. That's your problem to worry about, it said, its voice raspy and grating. Not mine. The Extinction Thunder Eagle's massive body trembled, and it hurriedly answered, Yes, master, just as it thought it would be sent away empty-handed once again. That hellish voice rang out anew. Fine. You may be useless, but you're a handy enough tool. Come forward. Consider it a reward for these past few days. The Extinction Thunder Eagle was overjoyed, scrambling over to the demon and dropping into a bow. A mass of pitch-black energy rose from the demon's palm, and it thrust the energy into the eagle's body. Once it was done, a trace of weakness flickered through its blood-red eyes, but in an instant, it composed itself again, as if nothing had happened. And as that black energy surged into its body, the Extinction Thunder Eagle's aura erupted skyward. Peak Grandmaster, Early Great Grandmaster, Mid Great Grandmaster. 3 ranks broken in a row, and in one leap, it had crossed the impassable chasm between Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster. Feeling the power inside it, now more than a cut above what it had been before, the Extinction Thunder Eagle felt terrifyingly strong. But when it raised its head and met the demon's cold, sinister gaze, it flinched in fear and hurriedly buried its enormous head again. This little eagle thanks Master for the reward. I offended Master just now. Please punish me as you see fit. The demon waved a hand impatiently. Get lost. And remember, bring more food next time. The stronger, the better. Yes, Master. The Annihilation Thunder Eagle answered and retreated toward the cave mouth. Watching its departing figure, a flash of vicious cruelty crossed the demon's eyes. It then turned its gaze to the dozen or so warriors who had long since fainted from terror. It raised a hand and beckoned, and an invisible force dragged every one of them before it. Gazing at this fresh food, the demon slowly opened its mouth, revealing rows upon rows of densely packed fangs. Just as it bent down, at the very instant it was about to bite. Boom! The Annihilation Thunder Eagle, which should have already left, was somehow blasted away by some force, sent crashing backward. Seeing it about to slam into itself, the demon finally reacted, and with an irritated flick of its hand, swatted the massive body aside. Puff, cough, cough, cough. My master, be careful. Outside, there's a human powerhouse. The Annihilation Thunder Eagle spat out these few words with its dying breath. Then its head lolled to the side as it passed out. The demon whipped its head toward the cave mouth, its expression growing heavier by the second. Its sixth sense was screaming. Beyond that door was an aura strong enough to end its life. It didn't have much time to prepare. Two streaks of light shot out from the cave mouth, so fast they tore through the air. Fixing its eyes on them, they turned out to be two exquisite throwing knives. They were nothing but two tiny throwing knives, yet the demon felt a lethal threat. Mo move. Move. To its despair, it found that it couldn't move at all. Some fears can freeze even the mightiest beast into a stone statue. The demon summoned every ounce of strength in its body, nearly wringing out every last trace of power within it. Finally, its pinky finger twitched, just slightly. And then, there was no and then. The two throwing knives pierced clean through its vital points, and the life in its blood-red eyes drained away with astonishing speed. Only in its final moment did it get a clear look at the one who killed it. A bright, clean, sunny face. It was me, the one who had headed straight for the depths the moment I entered the forest. 3 minutes earlier, though it was my first time reaching these deepest depths, as a 7th-grade spirit mind master, nothing within 100 miles could escape my divine sense. I quickly locked onto the demon's location. When I appeared at the cave mouth, the Annihilation Thunder Eagle happened to be backing out from inside. Still immersed in the joy of its breakthrough, it spotted me at a glance. Looking at my absurdly youthful face, it froze for a moment, then broke into ecstasy. To be able to set foot in the depths of the forest at such a young age, this person had to be a genius of the human race. If it offered such a prodigy to its master as food, it would surely earn another handsome reward. By then, forget Grand Master, Martial Venerable, or even Martial King wouldn't be beyond its reach. It grinned foolishly, practically drooling. And I, watching this idiotic display, my heart. Here's the English translation. There was only one thing I couldn't wrap my head around. This is the overlord of the Forest of Annihilation? This sorry excuse? Even if you fixed it up, it'd probably just drool and act like an idiot. Just as I was puzzling over this, the Annihilation Thunder Eagle finally snapped out of it. It stared at me, greed practically dripping from its eyes. Oh man. It only got one word out before a force that plunged it into utter despair blasted it flying. I'd always believed the most dangerous thing was never the one standing in front of you, baring its fangs. It was whatever stood behind it, the thing that even it had to kneel before. One strike, and the Annihilation Thunder Eagle was brain dead on the spot. Wait, hold up. Am I really this strong? A dignified War King tier demon, a being that could unleash carnage in the outside world, and I'd cut it down with a single move. It didn't even get the chance to struggle. I walked into the cave and looked down at the thing my two shadow blades had run through, now sprawled lifeless on the ground. I frowned. So ugly. Hey, junk system, what species is this? Ding. This is a demon, a member of the demon race. The one on the ground is a high-tier demon. That got my attention. Oh, high-tier? So how do they rank these things? Ding. The host's thirst for knowledge is commendable, but please complete the mission first, then we can chat. I paused. Mission? Isn't this thing already? I stopped mid-sentence. My spiritual sense swept the area and locked onto an aura that was identical to this one. A body double? Ding. Correct. This demon carried a substitution doll, which can block one fatal blow and randomly teleport it within a 10-mile radius. I got it now. Still too naive. I didn't understand the tricks these old veterans had up their sleeves. If the system hadn't reminded me, I never would have realized my opponent had used that thing to claw back a second chance at life. Whatever. Now that I knew, I'd just kill it again. A single thought, and a shadow blade tore through the air, nailing the barely breathing Thunder Eagle down for good. I casually grabbed its beast core and swept the corpse into my system space along with it. The surrounding area had been picked clean by that wounded demon, not a single resource left. I shook my head. As for the dozen or so captured warriors who'd been dragged here, I left them alone. In my spiritual sense, 3 Grandmaster tier auras were closing in fast, most likely coming for the rescue. My figure flickered, and I vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the demon that thought it had escaped death. Huff, huff. Thank the gods the demon lord gave me that substitution doll. How could a place like this have a human that strong? And so young, too. No, a prodigy of this caliber has to be reported to the clan. Otherwise, once he matures, no one will be able to stop him. Remembering how it had been annihilated without any power to resist, its whole body trembled. The sheer force it had felt, it could already rival. It had stood shoulder to shoulder with the invincible demon lord in its heart. Ignoring its wounds, it scrambled up and fled toward the demon realm at full speed. It flew for who knows how long, yet dense forests still surrounded it on every side. Doubt began to creep in. Is this godforsaken forest really this big? Why can't I get out? At a war king's speed, circling the forest of annihilation twice would take barely half a minute. For someone like me, who can teleport through space, 2 breaths would be plenty. The fact that it couldn't escape was, naturally, my doing. Right now I was sitting in a tree not far from it, purple light swirling in my eyes. The eye of illusion had long since dragged it into a dreamscape. In the dream it was running itself ragged, while its real body stood rooted to the spot, eyes blank and lifeless. System, what's the difference between draining its power first and then killing it, versus just killing it now? Before coming here, I'd planned to pull the same old trick. 1 press of telekinesis, 1 sweep of my hidden blade, quick and clean. But the system said to drain its power first and then kill it, because there'd be something good in it for me. Ding. Every demon has a demon core inside its body. The power within the core is chaotic and extremely hard to purge. It's best to wait until the target is out of strength before extracting it. Then you'll obtain an empty demon core. An empty demon core can hold any kind of power. Once filled, activated, and thrown, it reacts with residual demonic energy and explodes with enough force to blast a powerful enemy to pieces. Then why was there no core in that corpse back in the cave? When I'd harvested the beast core, I'd checked specifically, completely empty. I'd even cursed under my breath about how stingy it was. Ding. After a substitution doll is used, the demon core transfers along with the real body. That corpse was nothing but an empty shell. I nodded. By your logic, this core is basically just a beefed-up grenade? If I stuff my power into it, what level of enemy could it blow up? Ding. A war emperor who's touched by it will be crippled, if not killed. It's useless against a war saint. A war saint has already grasped the power of the rules, so this little party trick poses no threat. Unless you can shove the core into his mouth and set it off, you might manage to give him a scratch. The corner of my mouth twitched. Then I remembered the matter at hand. You still haven't told me. How are demons ranked? Ding. Low-tier demons, from martial apprentice to martial warrior, have white horns. Mid-tier, from martial master to grand master, have blue horns. High-tier, from martial venerable to war king, have purple horns. Top-tier are mostly at the war emperor realm and carry the title demon lord with black horns. As for those at the war saint or war god realm, they're not called high-tier or top-tier. They're collectively known as heaven demons, and within the race they're revered as demon ancestors. They have no horns, and aside from their golden pupils, they look no different from humans. Curiosity satisfied. Looking at that purple-horned demon, I suddenly felt it wasn't all that impressive after all. While we chatted, its power had been squeezed dry. Only a few minutes had passed in the outside world, but in the dreamscape it had flown for who knows how many hours. After all, there'd been an 80-meter cleaver-wielding version of me chasing it the whole time. The instant its last thread of demonic power ran out, I ended it with a single strike. As for what it came here to do, I'll let the authorities lose sleep over that. With my slacker mindset, minding too much business is a surefire way to fry my brain. Blast him to bits. Besides, everyone who's ever seen me is dead. Nobody could ever trace it back to me. What's more, there's still a demon corpse lying in that cave. Once those 3 grandmasters find it, They'll probably call in even stronger warriors to investigate. And by then, the truth will be right there in the palm of my hand. As the demon in front of me collapsed, there was no fear in its eyes, only a trace of relief. I let out a sigh. Tisk, just look at this. Look what they've driven this kid to. Still griping, I deftly extracted a white demon core from its body, a drained, empty core. Filled with demonic energy, it would be black as ink. I tried channeling my power into it. In moments, the core was full, shifting from white to purple. Phew, such a tiny little thing, and it just ate up a full 20% of my spiritual power. Mind you, killing this war king twice combined hadn't cost me even 10%, and before I could even feel the drain, the Myriad Law's Origin Heart Sutra would top me back up within a few breaths. I recovered faster than I spent. But filling this single core burned through a whole fifth of it. No wonder they say it's the thing that leaves even a war emperor crippled, if not dead. I weighed the exquisite little core in my hand as it glowed with a faint purple light. System, can this little thing really threaten a war emperor? Ding. The power depends entirely on the host's strength. Dog host should have a little faith in himself. Don't believe me? Go ahead, toss one right now and see. I chuckled awkwardly and tucked it away. Never mind. What a waste to use it now. Down the road. Whichever war emperor rubs me the wrong way, I'll just blast him first and talk later. Now hand over the reward. It's actually dead for good this time, right? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, the special combat technique, Void Concealment. Use it immediately. Use it. Right now. A flood of unfamiliar knowledge surged into my mind. With my powerful spiritual force, I mastered it in no time. Once I understood the ability, even I was a little stunned. Void Concealment. Slip into the void and conceal your form, rendering you undetectable even to those a full realm above you. Simply put, it's a conceptual tier invisibility. The stronger you are, the more completely you vanish. If a martial disciple uses it, anyone at martial warrior rank or below can't see you, though a martial master still can. But once you reach martial saint, even standing right in front of a martial emperor, they wouldn't sense a thing. That's the terrifying nature of a conceptual tier skill. Good, 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 system, my dear sweet sister, you really do come through. When you've got good stuff, you actually deliver. Ding. Humph. Dog host. Landing yourself a system as smart, adorable, and universally beloved as me. You should just count your blessings in secret. I smiled but didn't take the bait. Mission accomplished. I was just about to leave. Ding. A Path Guardian-bound target has been detected 52 miles from the host. Please proceed to bind immediately. I froze. Only then did I remember that what I'd bound to was, in fact, a Path Guardian system. My very first ward. Just who could it be? I set off in the direction the system pointed. She said it was a journey, over 50 li, yet she'd cover it in a single step. Swish, swish, swish. In the forest, a girl of near-perfect beauty, ethereal, as if untouched by the mortal world, swung her longsword 3 times and cleanly cut down a moonshadow leopard, a beast on par with a 4th-tier warrior. With practiced ease, she carved out the valuable parts of the leopard and stuffed them into the pack on her back. That fairy-like face paired with the brutal efficiency of butchering a beast made for a jarring contrast. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and muttered, "Phew, just a little more. I'm so close to breaking through. Looks like I'll need to find one more." Roar. As if in answer to her thought, a tiger's roar erupted from the woods. A one-eyed white tiger slowly stepped into view. The girl's face turned grave in an instant, and cold sweat beaded in her palms. Damn it, a raised-eye white tiger? By the looks of it, this thing's got 1 foot into the warrior master rank. A beast this powerful, why would it wander all the way out to the outer edge? The tiger caught sight of the moonshadow leopard's mangled corpse on the ground, and its bloodlust thickened. Roar. It lunged at her. The girl didn't dare take it lightly. She channeled all her strength, barely dodging out of the way, then slashed out with her sword. The tiger merely raised a paw and swatted at the sword's light. Boom. The girl was sent flying backward, only stopping when she slammed into a thick tree. Puffed. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her right hand trembled, and a visible crack split down the yellow-grade longsword she'd paid a fortune for. The gap in strength is too much. But the tiger wasn't unscathed either. A sword mark had been left on its paw, blood slowly seeping out. Rather than slowing it down, the minor wound only fueled its ferocity. The girl, however, wasn't in despair. Instead, a faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. It's hurt, so there's a chance. A fall into a pit, a gain in wit. She stopped fighting head-on and shifted to a war of attrition with the tiger. A pale green glow radiated around her, and she moved like a woodland sprite, one strike after another, carving bloody gashes into that massive body. Boom, boom, boom. Every counterattack the tiger threw was dodged. It couldn't even graze the hem of her clothes. Sensing it was being worn down to death, it tried to flee. But the girl, now fully in the zone, had far outpaced it. Her blade clung to it like a shadow, never leaving its side for an instant. Swish, swish, swish. She lost track of how long she'd been cutting, but the tiger's entire body was riddled with wounds. The final strike drove her blade straight through its enormous skull. The massive body crashed to the ground with a thud, all life gone from it. Ha. The girl let the green glow around her fade, panting heavily as she staggered over to the tree and sank down beside it. Watching her from not far off, utterly drained after that brutal battle, I felt a bit of surprise. Sushiriwa, I haven't seen her in just a month, and this girl's gotten this strong? The wind intent. It's only in its infancy, but that's something only Grandmaster-level fighters can comprehend. And here she is, a third-tier warrior, already touching that threshold. TSK, don't tell me it's got something to do with me. Just leveled up like a cheat too. Ding. Binding target detected. Please move within 1 meter of the target to initiate binding. I walked toward her by the tree. The gap in our power was massive, and on top of that, I was a spirit mind master. With just a slight suppression of my aura, she wouldn't notice me even without using stealth. Soon, I was within 1 meter. Ding. All binding conditions met. Binding in progress. Ding. Binding successful. The host may view the target's status on the panel. Please attend to her body and mind at all times. In light of the successful binding, a special reward is granted. Spirit Mind Master Close Combat Technique. Use it. That piqued my interest. A Spirit Mind Master, doing hand-to-hand combat? Those two words together felt completely off. Use it. Knowledge flooded into my mind. I quickly grasped its brilliance. Through a special method, I could wrap spiritual power around my body or weapon and fight up close like a martial artist. Even better, as long as my chi and blood were strong enough, others would think I was fighting with chi and blood, never suspecting I was a mind master, even though I was actually burning spiritual power. Not bad at all. System, open the panel. A panel materialized before my eyes. Host, Linny Chen. Talent, superior grade. Realm, level 4 martial artist. Early 7th rank mind master, early martial king. Techniques, Emperor Scripture, Myriad Laws Root Heart Sutra. Mystic rank, Blazing Sun Art. Earth rank Heart Sutra, Shadow Illusion Heart Sutra. Combat skills, Eye of Illusion, perfected. Stealth, perfected. Spirit Mind Master Close Combat Technique, perfected. Basic Fist/Sword Techniques, perfected. Mystic rank Sword Art, 7 Orifices Sword Formula, great accomplishment. Yellow rank Sword Art, Rainbow, Piercing the Sun, perfected. Yellow rank Fist Art, Through the Back Fist, perfected. Weapons, 9 Mind Force King Artifacts, Dark Blade. Mystic rank Long Sword, Clarity Sword. Wealth, 6,487,620. 1 Martial King, Grade Demon Core, 1 Grand Master Beast Core. System assessment, a mentally ill guy with some real skills. Protected target, Su Shiriwa. Current status, strength overdrawn, in a weakened state. Looking at her status on the panel, then at the girl slumped against the tree as if passed out, I had to admit, this viewing feature was pretty smart. I gathered a thread of spiritual power, crouched down, and gently pressed it against her smooth, fair forehead. In an instant, the color rushed back into her pale face. As her injuries healed, her realm broke through 2 levels at once, rising straight to level 5 martial artist. The breakthrough was probably triggered by the pressure of battle. My little thread of power had only healed her wounds. But she'd need a while longer before she woke up. Watching her lie there like Sleeping Beauty, I smiled. Looks like my throne as the #1 genius of Lake City is about to change hands. The Sushiriwe in my memory was a nobody. Her martial talent was mediocre, the type who'd have a hard time ever amounting to anything. Her face looked much like it did now, except for a large birthmark that was quite the eyesore. That birthmark made her withdrawn. I'd be happy to translate this for you. Here's the English version. More than once, I caught other girls bullying her, and every time I dealt with it harshly, the worst offender was expelled from the school on the spot. Over time, no one dared to mess with her anymore. But that habit of hers, dropping her head whenever she saw someone, too afraid to open her mouth, never changed. Then, a month ago, she approached me on her own for the first time. All she wanted was for me to help her get a leave of absence. Her homeroom teacher wouldn't approve it if she went alone. The college entrance exam was right around the corner, so asking for leave at a moment like that was downright reckless. I almost turned her down, but in those timid eyes of hers, there was a hidden streak of stubbornness. Somehow, I ended up helping her anyway. I still remember the vow she made in the office, standing before me and her homeroom teacher. She swore she'd shine brilliantly on the exam. Back then, we just smiled and said, "Good luck," not really taking it to heart. After all, her talent was what it was. The exam was almost here, and she was still stuck at level 5 martial apprentice, barely scraping past the threshold for the worst martial arts university out there. But now, the girl standing before me in combat gear, her birthmark gone, transformed from an ugly duckling into an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal world, was a level 5 martial warrior. She'd grasped the Grandmaster level wind domain, and she'd just slain a half-step martial master white tiger with hanging brows. That kind of power, even the me from before I activated the system would have had to admit I couldn't measure up. A thought suddenly came to me. What people fear most in life is never a low starting point, but never daring to believe they can rise higher. She placed her bet, and she won. Truly worthy of being the guardianship target chosen by the system. With that thought, I rose to my feet, my gaze sharpening as I swept it across the surroundings. Back when she'd been locked in combat with the white tiger, several unfamiliar presences had already emerged from all sides, each one fixated on the girl and the tiger, waiting to swoop in and reap the spoils. Had I not been here, her fate today would have been nothing short of tragic. A single flick of intent, and a hidden blade shot out at a speed nearly impossible to track with the naked eye, beginning to harvest those scavengers with their sinister intentions. For people like this, I, having survived in the forest of extinction, never showed mercy. Their hands, to one degree or another, were all stained with blood. I deliberately left the strongest one alive. But even the strongest was no more than a level 9 martial warrior. The leader watched, helpless, as his teammates dropped one after another for no apparent reason. A bone-deep chill instantly swallowed his entire body. Every one of his men was a skilled fighter. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thrown their weight around for this long and lived to tell about it. And yet now, they were dying without any explanation. Right up until the last one drew his final breath, the leader still couldn't figure it out. How, exactly, had they died? That eerie scene scared the leader out of his wits. He tried to leap up and run, but his legs betrayed him, forcing themselves stubbornly in the opposite direction. His face drained white as a sheet in an instant. I stood a short distance away, my sword raised at an angle, quietly watching him draw closer step by step. He lifted his eyes. The moment he saw me clearly, he nearly collapsed on the spot. I pressed a single sentence into his mind. "Beat the young man in front of you, and you'll live." Those words were like a last lifeline. He begged over and over. I can do it. As long as you spare me. Senior, I'll do anything you ask." As his voice faded, I released my control over his body. The instant that force withdrew, his traitor limbs snapped back under his own command. The next moment, he snatched up his broadsword, madness blazing in his eyes, and charged straight at me. To him, I was nothing but a 4th-tier warrior. He was 9th tier. The odds were entirely in his favor. I smiled. I'd let him live for one reason only: to test the close combat techniques of a newly minted psychic mind master. Since the prey had walked right up to my door, why waste it? To keep from losing all feel for the fight, I channeled only enough spiritual power onto my blade to match a 4th-tier warrior. Watching him lunge, I unleashed rainbow piercing the sun. My whole body turned into a streak of crimson light. Without the slightest pause, my sword ran clean through his throat. His head and that black-grayed longsword snapped apart together, shooting skyward. In the eyes of the severed head, that same living madness was still frozen in place. I frowned. A ninth-tier warrior, this was it? An opponent 5 tiers above me, cut down without any effort in a single stroke. The power of that flash of sword light just now had brushed faintly against the threshold of a true martial master. Yet I'd only used a 4th-tier warrior's worth of spiritual power. This had to be the blessing of the Emperor's scripture. After cultivating it, the strength of my mental force had been utterly reborn. Otherwise, I'd never have been able to fight beyond my rank at the Martial King realm. I nodded, satisfied. The power of these close combat techniques exceeded my expectations. From now on, that fatal weakness, low in martial cultivation, shatters at a touch, was gone for good. I used my mental force to draw in the storage pouches of the fallen, all at once, and flipped through them. Nothing but useless junk. I tossed it all into the system space. At least it could be swapped for a bit of money. In the distance, the unconscious Su Shuriwe was waking up. I swept my spiritual sense across the area, confirmed there were no more threats, then left a trace of mental force on her body and vanished from where I stood. That trace could shield her automatically for a while if she ran into danger, long enough for me to sense it and rush back. Unless some martial saint or martial emperor was shameless enough to crush her with a single palm. And if it came to that, my rushing over would just be adding another dish to their plate, a little something to pick at between their teeth. What happened afterward, Su Shuriwe told me herself. She opened her eyes and scanned her surroundings warily. Only when she saw that not a soul was around did she let out a breath of relief. She looked down and froze. The blood and vital energy that had been drained dry were now brimming to the fullest. Her internal injuries completely healed, and her cultivation had actually risen to that of a 5th-tier warrior. She raised a hand and touched her fair forehead. A familiar wisp of aura still lingered there. Who saved me? In her mind, the first thought to leap into her mind was me. She flushed instantly, shaking her head to fling the idea away. Yet the corners of her mouth curled up on their own, and she burst into a soft giggle. That single smile could put a field of blooming flowers to shame. Catching herself, she patted her burning cheeks, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and only then let out a long breath. If anyone ever caught her looking this love-struck, she'd probably consider relocating to another planet. Once she'd composed herself, she walked over to the slit-eyed white tiger lying dead in a pool of blood and cleanly dug out its beast core. The pelt was worth good money too, but it had been hacked to shreds, so she let it go. Then something occurred to her. Her gaze drifted slowly toward the tiger's nether region, and with a swift stroke of her blade, with her backpack stuffed to bursting, she headed for the exit of the Forest of Annihilation. The warm morning sun spilled across her stunning face, so beautiful it looked like a painting, almost too perfect to be real. Meanwhile, deep within the Forest of Annihilation, the mood was nowhere near this relaxed. 3 Grand Masters had tracked down the lair of the Annihilation Thunder Eagle and stormed straight in. In their eyes, the Annihilation Thunder Eagle was merely a master-tier beast, nothing to fear. The only reason 3 of them had come was to guard against the possibility that something bigger stood behind it. This eagle had once been famous for playing by the rules. Yes, it killed warriors, but only those who trespassed on its territory. It never once crossed the line itself. Over the past 3 days, however, it had repeatedly ventured beyond its domain, snatching anyone it saw and carrying off nearly 100 people. When something acts this out of character, there's always a catch. To be safe, 3 Grand Masters had come. The moment they entered the cave, a thick stench of blood hit them, making all 3 frown. Soon they spotted the dozen or so captured warriors. Checking for breath, they found the victims still alive and relaxed a little. Then a pitch-black demon corpse crashed into view. Hiss! All 3 sucked in a sharp breath at once. Demons, they knew them all too well. The word was a synonym for pure evil, creatures that regarded life as worthless as weeds. Once one got loose, it could drown an entire city in blood within moments, leaving nothing alive. But what truly drained the color from their faces was the streak of purple light hovering above the corpse's head. Purple meant a high-tier demon, one that had been at least a martial venerable in life. If it were still alive, the 3 Grand Masters combined wouldn't have been enough to fill a gap in its teeth. They'd have been reduced to ash the instant they set foot in the cave. The 3 exchanged a glance, lingering dread in their eyes. One of them said in a low voice, "This is beyond anything we can touch now." Reported immediately. A martial venerable, tier demon dying here means there's an even stronger existence hiding behind it. Let's pray it's on our side, our human faction. Otherwise, Lake City is in for a catastrophe. The other 2 nodded silently. They lifted the dozen or so unconscious warriors and hauled them away, along with the high-tier demon's corpse. As for the Annihilation Thunder Eagle, the very target of their mission, they ignored it entirely. Most likely, it got eaten by a demon. To a demon, a massive beast like that is prime rations. Meanwhile, the culprit who killed that demon was, at this very moment, lying comfortably in his own bed. I was tallying up the gains from this trip in my head. Less than an hour out the door, and I'd already picked up 2 practical skills, found a protection target, and watched my net worth shoot through the roof. Pure profit. In the days that followed, all I did was eat and cultivate. With the system, I could have slacked off, but cultivation had long since become a habit. Skip a day, and I'd feel off all over. My psychic power was already immense, yet I hadn't set aside martial arts. A psychic's cultivation level determines your ceiling. Martial arts cultivation determines your body strength. The 2 complement each other. Only together can you grow stronger. Maybe it was because my psychic realm was so high, but cultivating martial arts went surprisingly smoothly. In just a single day, I broke through to rank 5 martial artist, and even pushed halfway past that level. You have to understand, ever since I first stepped onto the martial path, every single breakthrough had cost me over a month. Even focusing entirely on martial arts, one level took half a month, and it only got slower the further you went. Now I was clearing a level and a half in a day. So this is what it feels like to have a cheat. Night had already swallowed the world outside my window. I ended my session. At my current psychic level, I no longer needed sleep to recover. But sleeping was a habit. Extra training? Not happening. Not in this lifetime. Right before bed, I pulled up the system panel and caught a glimpse of Su Shiyue, still in cultivation mode. I couldn't help but sigh. This girl's really putting in the work. The system chimed in out of nowhere. Host, look how hard she's working. Then take a look at yourself. You're so young. How can you even sleep? Only through relentless cultivation can you forge an indestructible body, and only then can you win the heart of some rich, gorgeous girl. I was speechless. Get out of here. You dumb system. What do you even know? Where'd you pick up this nonsense? I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me, or I'll get so worked up I'll even beat myself. The quiet night slipped away in the system's stunned silence. Ahring, ahring, ahring. As the first light of dawn broke, the alarm went off. Groggy and irritated like always, I raised my hand to hit snooze, but I didn't rein in the force. My psychic power surged, and the alarm clock went flying, slamming hard into the wall. Fragments and parts scattered everywhere. My old alarm clock, my companion of many years, had just met its end. I stared blankly at the wreckage on the floor for a moment, then used my psychic power to gather up the pieces one by one and toss them into the trash. The little mishap didn't hold me up from getting to school. Shaolin here so early? I'd just reached the gate of Husher No. 1 High School when Grandpa Zhao, the security guard, called out to me. I smiled and nodded. Morning, Grandpa Zhao. Have you eaten? If not, I've got some baozi here. I held up the bag in my hand. Already ate. Keep it for yourself. I said goodbye and headed toward the classroom. Morning, Lin. Good morning, President. Along the way, students I knew greeted me one after another, and I responded to each with a smile. Not far behind me, a figure bundled up from head to toe kept following along. Watching me surrounded by the crowd, still as gentle as ever, the love in those eyes practically overflowed. As if scorched by that burning gaze, I suddenly turned around. The sudden move sent that person into a flustered panic. I froze for a second, then recognized her. It was Su Shiyue, the girl I'd met in the Forest of Annihilation yesterday. Seeing how flustered she looked, I couldn't help but laugh. She thought I was laughing at her, so she immediately stopped fidgeting, puffed out her cheeks, and, face flushing red, walked up to me step by step under the curious stares of everyone around. Mustering all her courage, her voice trembling. She said, Linny-chin, gee, good morning. I deliberately played dumb. Good morning. And you are? Panicking, she quickly pulled down her hood and mask, revealing that stunningly beautiful face. It's me. Even seeing this near-perfect face for the second time, I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Some people are just blessed by the heavens. Oh, it's you. I smiled. Good morning, Sushiriwa. You've changed so much compared to a month ago. I almost didn't recognize you. Her face turned red as she asked nervously. So do I look good? I just loved teasing her, so I paused for a moment on purpose before answering. Very pretty. Thank you. Getting the compliment. Her whole face flushed crimson, but she was clearly relieved. After thanking me, she hurried off. I watched her fleeing figure and smiled. This little thing. She wasn't as withdrawn as she used to be. It was a good start. I felt an oddly satisfying sense of watching a kid I'd raised grow up. Compared to how calm I was, the students around me couldn't hold it together. Mom, I'm in love. Who was that girl just now? I want all her info in 3 minutes. An angel. She's way too gorgeous. Does anyone know her? That's enough out of you guys. Didn't you see how bashful she got talking to Lin? And you actually think you stand a chance? The moment those words landed, the crowd that had just been drunk on her beauty instantly wilted like defeated roosters. Boo-hoo, I've been dumped. I can't beat my rival. I won't accept it. Just as everyone was wallowing in their heartbreak, someone suddenly asked, Wait, did you guys hear what President Lin called her? I think it was Sushiriwa. Sushiriwa. Everyone wore the same look of disbelief. Someone blurted out, How could it be that ugly girl Sushiriwa? He cut himself off mid-sentence, slamming on the brakes and shooting a cautious glance my way. Everyone at Lakeside Number 1 High knew Sushiriwa was under my protection. I was easygoing most of the time, but anyone who crossed the line never came out of it well. Talking trash about her right in front of me? That was practically begging for a death wish. He looked up and met my faintly icy stare, then quickly dropped his head and stammered an apology. The people around us edged away, as if afraid the blood might splatter on them. I just shook my head. People's mouths belonged to them. I couldn't police everyone. Besides, given how Sushiriwa looked now, the gossip around school was about to make a complete 180. I let it go and walked into the classroom. The moment I reached the door, I saw a cluster of girls chattering around Sushiriwa. Sushiriwa, where'd you disappear to this past month? How'd you get so pretty? The birthmark's gone, the acne's gone, and your skin's so smooth now. I'm so jealous. Faced with the rapid-fire questions, Sushiriwa showed none of the shyness she'd had with me earlier. She just sat there, expressionless, not saying a word. It might have looked rude, but it wasn't. She wanted to respond. She just didn't know where to start. For years, her life had run along a single straight line, school and home. She never talked to anyone, and she didn't know how. That was one of the roots of her withdrawn nature. When the world has never been gentle with you, it's hard to learn how to open up to it. Seeing her flustered, I knocked on the doorframe. Ahem, everyone back to your seats. Morning study hall's about to start. The crowd scattered, though their eyes kept drifting back to that heavenly face of hers. She had everyone, guys and girls alike, hooked. I walked over and sat down beside her. To look after my withdrawn desk mate, I'd switched seats to be next to her a while ago. Did you eat breakfast? I asked with a smile. She jerked her head up, caught my gaze, and immediately looked back down, babbling. Huh? No. Yeah, I ate. Introversion doesn't change overnight, I thought. We'd take it slow. Her little face and lips looked a bit pale. She clearly hadn't eaten. I pulled out a big steamed bun and pressed it into her hands. Eat. Otherwise your cultivation won't go well later. You don't want something this small to set back your training, do you? Okay. Blushing, she took it and started nibbling in tiny bites, a quiet, happy smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Satisfied to see her eating like a good girl, I nodded and turned back to my prep work. The college entrance exam wasn't just a martial trial. There was a written test, too. The written portion counted for only 10% of the score, but at the critical moment, it was often that very 10% that pushed someone into the martial arts university of their dreams. For me, it didn't mean much. As a 5th-level martial artist, I'd already cleared the threshold for all 4 major martial arts universities. Although, it's just the minimum cutoff. There's still a month until the college entrance exam, and by then, breaking through to martial master is a sure thing. When that happens, I'll have my pick of any martial arts university in the country. Studying isn't strictly necessary, but a little extra never hurts. Before long, the whole classroom was filled with nothing but the rustle of turning pages. With the exam so close, nobody was willing to waste a single second. "Lin, my man, someone's outside looking for you." I don't know how much time had passed when a boy by the window called out, his face practically dripping with curiosity. I turned around and saw a strikingly beautiful, tall girl standing outside the window, waving at me. I didn't know her, but I got up and walked out anyway. Su Shuriwe, who'd been sneaking glances at me the whole time, suddenly tensed up when she saw a pretty girl come looking for me. The fingers gripping her pen went slightly pale, and her heart seemed to drift out of the classroom right along with me. I looked at the lovely girl in front of me and asked, puzzled, "Hi, can I help you with something?" Without a word, she gave me a deep bow, which startled me enough that I stepped half a pace to the side. "Hello, President Lin. My name is Lung Qingning. I'm not sure if you remember me." It hit me instantly. How could I not? Her mom had paid me way too much. Impossible to forget even if I tried. "Oh, it's you." "Yeah, I remember. What's up?" As I spoke, I casually took another step back. Once you've taken someone's money, you keep as much distance as you can. A man's gotta have professional ethics. Lung Qingning didn't seem to notice. Her face full of apology, she said, "It's nothing, really. I just wanted to apologize for what my mother did the other day. She was just too worried about me. She didn't mean any harm." I blinked, then waved it off with a smile. "Hey, don't even worry about it. I didn't take it to heart." Lung Qingning seemed to relax and said with a smile, "Then I won't keep you from your studies, Lin. If you ever need anything at all, just come find me. I'll do everything I can to help." I stared into her eyes. Beneath that smile was a trace of eagerness to please. Buried deep, but I saw right through it. My heart skipped a beat. Had I been exposed? No. With my current level of cultivation, even a martial emperor standing right in front of me couldn't see through me one bit. I gave a composed nod. Take care." As if sensing my gaze, her steps down the stairs suddenly froze, and a cold sweat instantly broke out across her back. Then she hurried off without looking back. I immediately summoned the system in my mind. "System, something's off about this Lung Qingning." Ding. "Rest easy, host. A great era is about to dawn. It's entirely possible that reincarnated powerhouses, those who've awakened past life memories, and those who can foresee the future will all appear. This girl should belong to the memory awakened category. She must have witnessed you make a move in the future. Well, damn. But thinking about it, it made sense. I had a system myself. What right did I have to say others couldn't awaken a stretch of memories? Totally reasonable. Then in this world, will there be a second system holder? Ding. Rest assured, host. No matter the world, there will only ever be one system. I let out a quiet breath of relief. The system was already broken enough as it was. If a real rival actually showed up, I wouldn't back down. But that kind of mental exhaustion? No thanks. Back at my seat, I turned the whole Lung Qingning situation over in my head. People who come to butter you up usually aren't the bad kind. Kill her? Out of the question. I'm no serial killer. I only kill those who deserve it. But trusting her? Also out of the question. When she left, I'd already planted a thread of spiritual energy on her. Normally, it stays completely dormant, but the moment she makes any move to expose me, that thread will seal her mouth instantly and send word straight back to me. Just as my thoughts settled, a pale little hand quietly tugged at the hem of my shirt. I followed it up. It was Su Shuriwe. What is it?" She stayed silent for a long while, so long that I figured she was just fidgeting with my sleeve for no reason. Then, in a thin, trembling voice, "Eleni-chin. That person just now, who was she?" I looked at her. It was the first time she'd ever met my eyes head on, without flinching, without looking away. That's all this was about. I smiled. Nothing to worry about. New transfer student. First time I've met her too. Don't really know her. She just came over to say a couple things. She seemed to relax completely, and only then did she realize she was still clutching the hem of my shirt. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, and she snatched her hand back in a panic. Her voice as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. Sorry. I was just worried about you." Watching her like this, I couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. It's fine. That's good, actually. Keep it up. Learning to care about others. Was she really that far from shedding that withdrawn, loner personality? Not far at all. But somewhere in the back row, a certain single comrade's breathing had noticeably gotten heavier. I chose not to hear it. I pulled my hand back and was about to get back to my book when our homeroom teacher, Luo, came striding into the classroom. Two sharp claps of his hands. The whole class snapped their heads up in unison. Everyone, drop whatever you're doing and head to the training hall. The school's invited a grandmaster-level expert to teach a class today. This is a rare opportunity, so you'd all better make the most of it. A grandmaster teaching us? The classroom exploded instantly. And Mr. Lu, are you serious? A grandmaster coming to our school? You're not messing with us, are you? Yeah, it's not even April Fool's Day. Their mouths said they didn't believe it, but their eyes lit up like someone had switched on a lamp. If Luluo said so, then it was almost certainly true. The only reason they were giving him a hard time was because they were all so comfortable around him that they couldn't help themselves. Luluo cursed with a grin. You little brats, cut the chatter. Quit dragging your feet. You'll see for yourselves once you get to the training hall. And you'd all better study hard. Especially you, Linny Chen, learn. If you don't show us something good, I'll thrash you. The whole class burst out laughing. I was the most advanced cultivator at Lake City No. 1 High School by a wide margin, and I'd always been Luo's pride and joy. He treated me like I was made of glass. Thrash me? He'd sooner thrash himself. I laughed too. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Whatever that master's got, I guarantee I'll learn every bit of it. I wasn't kidding. A mere master's combat techniques? These days I could memorize and master them after a single viewing. Rank 7 spiritual power. No, even early rank 7 was nothing to sneeze at. Luo nodded, satisfied. He never expected me to learn all of it anyway. In his eyes, picking up even a fraction would be enough to take me to the next level. And by then, getting into one of the 4 great martial academies would be a walk in the park. We followed him down the hall toward the training room. At the door, Luo knocked twice. Masterly, the students are all here. Come in. An unexpectedly young voice came from inside. The moment I walked in, I saw a young man sitting on the demonstration platform. The master was actually a guy about our age. Everyone was startled at first, then immediately swept up in open admiration. The young man clearly ate it up. He rose slowly, casually sweeping his gaze across the room. His eyes lingered when they passed over Su Shuriwe, and something flickered in them, admiration, and something else I couldn't quite name. Then he took in the fact that most of the room were mere apprentices, with only 5 or 6 actual martial artists, the highest being just a couple of level 5 fighters, and I caught the flash of contempt in his eyes, clear as day. But he was, after all, an invited guest, so he plastered on a friendly, professional smile. Hi everyone, I'm Li Qing, 23, a senior at Metro City Martial University, about to graduate. My cultivation just crossed into mid-tier master level. For this next class, I'll be your instructor. Nobody down below thought he was showing off. If anything, they admired him even more. Anyone who could graduate from a martial arts university and push even further into the master realm had to be a genius, right? Especially Metro City Martial University, one of the 4 great martial academies of the Dragon Nation. Even ranked only 3rd, it was still a place most people here could only dream of reaching. Li Qing smiled, pleased with himself. We don't have much time, so let's cut the small talk. I don't know where each of you stands in your training, so here's what we'll do. Someone come up and trade a few moves with me. During the match, I'll point out your weaknesses and help you avoid taking the long way around. Down below, hands shot up like a forest. He made a show of hesitating, scanning the room, then raised his hand and pointed. You then. This pretty young lady, want to come up and show us what you've got? He was pointing at none other than Su Shuriwe, right beside me. Su Shuriwe froze, then glanced at me uncertainly. I met her eyes and nodded with a smile. And so, amid a room full of envy and admiration, she walked up to the demonstration platform, step by step. Hello, nice to meet you. Excuse me, what's your name? Li Qing asked, playing the part of a refined, courteous gentleman. Su Shuriwe ignored him, just standing there with a cold, detached expression. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Sensing that things were going south, Luo, seated toward the back, quickly spoke up. Masterly. Her name is Su Shuriwa. She's always like this, hardly ever says a word. She's not trying to snub you on purpose, so please don't take it personally. Even as he said this, Luluo wasn't entirely sure of himself. He'd only just gotten a clear look at what Su Shuriwa had become, and he couldn't help being struck by it. That stunningly beautiful face, and a fifth-tier martial artist cultivation on par with his own. For a moment, he'd thought she was someone from another school who'd snuck in. If he hadn't confirmed it with the students in the back, he never would have believed it. That this was the same old Su Shuriwa, once so mediocre in talent, with that big birthmark on her face. Li Qing swallowed his displeasure and put on an air of complete indifference. It's fine. I'm not about to hold a grudge against such a pretty young lady. Su Shuriwa, was it? Go ahead and use everything you've learned. To avoid hurting you, I'll suppress my realm down to your level, and I'll do my best to point out where you fall short. No one in the audience thought anything was off. Only I felt something strange flicker in my eyes. The others didn't know, but I knew perfectly well. Su Shuriwa could kill a half-step martial master while punching above her weight. You suppress your realm to fight her? That's just asking for a beating. There are plenty of prodigies who can challenge opponents above their level. Unfortunately, the guy up on that stage clearly wasn't one of them. Sure enough, in no time at all, Master Li was completely overwhelmed. Su Shuriwa fought in dead earnest. The wooden sword danced in her hand, airtight and impenetrable, fierce yet never losing its grace, hammering Li Qing until all he could do was barely block and retreat step by step. The crowd fell dead silent, no one able to believe their own eyes. The man was a master, for crying out loud. Even with his realm suppressed, he shouldn't be losing to a high schooler who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. But the scene before them forced them to admit it. The mighty master they'd held in such high regard was being pushed around by Su Shuriwa, unable to fight back at all. Enough! The stinging pain of the wooden sword landing on him again and again finally made it impossible for Li Qing to keep up the act. Getting beaten this badly by a high schooler was utterly humiliating. Face flushing and angry, ashen color, he barked out an order to stop that sword just as it was about to come down on his head. Right after, came the pressure of a master's aura as he unleashed his full cultivation. In an instant, everyone in the venue felt a wave of suffocation. Ding! The protection target is about to be injured. Issuing task now. Host, act in time to save the protection target. Task reward, spiritual willpower level +1. Task failure. The system looks down on you. Already prepared to make my move, the moment I saw the task, I channeled my mental energy without hesitation. The magnificent master's aura surging around Li Qing had barely been released halfway before I forced it right back into his body. Puffed. Li Qing spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and collapsed backward, clearly badly hurt. Ding. Quest complete. Reward dispensed. The instant the notification faded, my cultivation quietly stepped into the mid-stage of the 7th rank. Deliberately masked, this breakthrough came and went without a sound. No one noticed a thing. In the back row, Luluo was completely dumbfounded. Bro, you're the one who threw the attack. So how are you the one hitting the floor? But he snapped out of it fast and sprinted up onto the stage. However much he privately looked down on Li Qing for being such a sore loser, the guy was still a grandmaster from Metro City Martial University. If something actually happened to him here at Lake City No. 1 High, Luluo would never be able to clear his name, not even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Grandmaster Li, you're not dead, are you? Seeing Li Qing so gravely injured, he was on the verge of passing out. Luluo had no time to puzzle over how the man had gotten hurt. He hoisted him onto his back and bolted straight for the infirmary. That left a room full of students staring blankly at one another. At some point, Su Shuriwa had made her way back to my side, standing there meek and obedient, as if the person who'd just beaten a grandmaster to a pulp-up on that stage wasn't her at all. Nicely done. Very impressive. I praised her with a smile. She answered softly, cheeks flushing, and said nothing more. Only then did the people around us come to their senses, gaping at her in disbelief. In their eyes, there was no question Su Shuriwa had put Li Qing in that state. After all, she'd been the only other person on the stage. Soon, every imaginable version of the story had spread through all of Lake City No. 1 High. She'd defeated a grandmaster with a single sword strike. She'd taken him out with one look. Su Shuriwe was already a martial king-tier powerhouse. The rumors grew wilder and wilder. But there was no denying it. That one fight made her famous. For a while she stole all my thunder, becoming the crowd's new #1 prodigy in the whole school. I only heard later that Principal Luo Wenhao had nearly laughed himself sick in his office. Hiring a grandmaster to teach wasn't cheap, and this was how it ended up. He simply chalked it up to getting scammed by some con artist, counting his blessings that he'd only paid the deposit. As for the rumor that a grandmaster had been beaten up by a high schooler, he didn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. He'd sooner believe someone calling to tell him that the man who'd shown up was Qin Shi himself. Su Shuriwe, on the other hand, he praised over and over, saying she was a promising seed, even showing signs of surpassing me, and he instructed Lu Luo to take good care of her. The two old geezers spent ages bickering in the office over whether or not to pay extra, but all of that came later. For now, in the training room, Su Shuriwe and I stood facing each other on the sparring platform. The circus act Li Qing had put on an hour ago had thrown the original training schedule completely into disarray. The school's combat instructor had no choice but to step in and take control of the chaos. After witnessing Su Shuriwe's cultivation, he reshuffled the sparring pairs, and the two of us naturally ended up grouped together. After watching a string of dull, honestly, at times downright painful to watch matches, it was finally our turn to take the stage. The whole room instantly perked up. Everyone wanted to see it. Was the former #1 prodigy stronger, or was the current #1 prodigy more ruthless? Most people were betting on Su Shuriwe. After all, she'd just gone toe-to-toe with a grandmaster and had him on the ropes. If Li Qing hadn't pulled a cheap trick, that final strike would have landed square on his forehead. That kind of skill put even 7th and 8th level martial artists to shame. But up on the platform, Su Shuriwe was a nervous wreck. Even back when she'd faced that white tiger with its glaring eyes, her life hanging by a thread, she hadn't been this rattled. She didn't want to fight me. Even the slightest chance of hurting me was something she couldn't bring herself to risk. I could see her struggle, so I smiled and reassured her. Shuriwe, relax, it's just a normal sparring match. Give me your best, and don't worry about hurting me. I'm a lot stronger than you think. If you go easy on me on purpose, I'll be upset. The thought of holding back died in her mind instantly. If she made me angry and I stopped talking to her afterward, she'd probably fall apart, maybe even want to die. Seeing her finally take it seriously, I nodded, satisfied. I planned to use this chance to help her find some of her weak spots. Some kinds of growth can only be forced out in a real fight. I could protect her for a moment, but not for a lifetime. What would make her stronger was never my mercy. It was every hurdle she cleared on her own. The instructor called out, "Begin." Su Shuriwe struck first, her sharp swordplay sweeping toward me. But it was like I'd already read her every move. Each time, I dodged at just the right moment and countered on the follow-through. Two blade shadows wove and flickered in everyone's eyes. The crowd below was stunned into a daze, wailing inside. We're all seniors in high school, so how the hell are you two such monsters? Before long, Su Shuriwe failed to keep up with a move. She hastily raised her sword to block, and I sent her staggering back several steps with a single strike. And from start to finish, my legs never moved a single step. Feeling the tremendous force transmitted through the wooden sword, the way it left her arms faintly trembling, a chill of shock ran through her. So strong. That was the first thought that popped into her head. Since her awakening, she'd never come out on the losing end against an opponent of the same level. Yet now I was completely overpowering her. But instead of being upset, she was genuinely thrilled by how strong I was. The love buried deep in her heart, in that instant, welled up so thick it nearly overflowed. The sparring match was over. The whole crowd was left wanting more, and the only disappointment was that the changing of the guard for Lake City #1 High School's #1 prodigy never actually happened after all. I was still the legend they all knew. "You okay, Shuriwe?" I walked over with a smile. Su Shuriwe was still in a daze, those eyes gazing at me, utterly love-struck. I shook my head, tossing the messy thoughts out of my mind. She snapped back to herself. All the sharpness from the sparring match was gone now, leaving nothing but a face flushed red. It's fine. Lenny-chin, you're amazing. Right? I think I'm pretty amazing too. She froze for a second, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. That laugh instantly set off the whole crowd below. So beautiful. Ugh, a girl this pretty belongs to someone else. My heart's breaking so bad I could lose my mind. Lin the Legend and Su Shuriwe, perfect match. Oh, the cheering rose wave after wave. Su Shuriwe's face flushed bright red, and she buried her head like an ostrich. Yet her feet, feigning nonchalance, inched a little closer to me. Almost got charmed by the kid. I'd raised myself. What a sin. Lust is a blade held over your head. Keep no woman in your heart, and your blade draws with divine ease. I silently recited the invincible secret art once, then turned to Su Chong, our combat instructor. Mr. Su, Shuriwe got a little hurt just now. I'm going to take her to the infirmary. Su Chong had the look of a doting uncle and waved his hand. Go on, go on. I patted the little head that was about to bump right into me. Let's go. Her little scheme foiled. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Okay, she wasn't actually hurt. I just worried that if we stayed any longer, steam would start coming out of this girl's head, so I made up an excuse on the spot and led her out of the training room. Across the campus, I walked ahead while she trailed obediently behind, head down the whole way. Comrade Su Shuriwe, walking like that, aren't you afraid of bumping into someone? She glanced up at me, then quickly lowered her head again, her voice soft and sweet. I can see just fine. I gave a helpless smile. By the way, during that sparring session, I noticed a few small flaws in your swordplay. I laid out each of the weaknesses I'd spotted, then added at the end. Of course, if you have your own ideas, you don't have to follow everything I said. Your sword is your own. Following your own heart matters most. She stood rooted in place, stunned. She'd carefully noted every issue I'd pointed out, but what left her frozen was that last line. The Jade Maiden sword art she practiced was a king-grade sword technique she'd obtained over a month ago from a hidden ruin. But the technique was too slow, and she favored sharp, decisive strikes. The moment things slowed down, she was hamstrung everywhere. She hadn't dared to alter the technique. It was too hard. So she compromised, forcing herself to accommodate that set of sword forms. The result was an awkward stance. She could still slay enemies above her level, but she couldn't unleash the full power of a king-grade technique. If this flaw went unaddressed, it was bound to become a source of trouble down the road. Constantly wronging yourself for the sake of a single sword manual might do no harm now, but later it could easily breed an inner demon. Following your own heart matters most. That single sentence woke her up completely. Su Shuriwe seemed to have grasped something. Not caring where she was, she sat down cross-legged right then and there. All around her, wisps of sharp sword intent slowly emerged. I whipped my head around at once. This is an epiphany? Ding. Congratulations. The host awakened the protected one, guarding against future inner demons, and further helped him grasp the essence of the sword within the warrior realm. Reward, a spiritual-type divine artifact, the Ultimate Ice. Ultimate Ice, a divine artifact that grants spiritual power the force of an element. Once merged into spiritual power, the host can, with a single thought, instantly freeze anything the spiritual power covers. One of a kind in all the world, this is the only one. I sucked in a sharp breath. Spiritual power was never meant to have an element. Yet this ultimate ice could layer one onto it. And spiritual power reached far and wide. As long as you couldn't stop me, I could even blanket every single cell in your body and let you die without a sound. I quietly put it away, planning to merge it later once I got back. For now, I had to tend to Shuriwe, who was in the middle of her epiphany. Her seated figure had already drawn countless stares. A few students tried to approach, but I held them back. Getting too close wasn't just about disturbing her enlightenment. The sword intent lashing out around her could pulverize anyone weak into dust. Soon, not a soul remained within 100 paces of her. The commotion caught the attention of Principal Luo Wenhao, who'd been sipping tea. He hurried over, leading Lu Luo and a few teachers. Shaolin, what's going on? What happened to Shuriwe? Before he could finish, his gaze landed on Su Shuriwe sitting cross-legged, and he stopped dead. Disbelief spread across his face, and even his voice began to tremble. This child, is she having an epiphany? I nodded, calm as ever. Yes, Principal. Shuriwe just suddenly reached enlightenment while walking along. gave me quite a scare. Once he'd confirmed it, Luo Wenhao immediately turned around and barked at all the teachers in a grave voice. Seal off the area. No one is to go near Su Shuriwe, not even a fly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Regardless of rank, every teacher moved together to clear out the onlooking students, stringing up a cordon. Each of them kept a sharp eye on their surroundings, guarding vigilantly against anyone with ill intentions. Once he'd given his orders, Luo Wenhao stared at Su Shuriwe, his eyes blazing, muttering to himself. An epiphany. By the looks of it, she's comprehending sword intent. That's something only Grandmaster-level cultivators ever touch. Let's see who still dares to say the young generation of my Lake City can't cut it. Ha! Watching the principal lose himself in his fantasies, something suddenly stirred in my heart. I sensed something. My body slowly drew back, and while no one was paying attention, I vanished from the spot in an instant. At that moment, more than 10 miles outside Lake City No. 1 High School, two dark figures were closing in fast. I never expected a little place like Lake City No. 1 High to be hiding a genius like this. Just a warrior realm cultivator, and already able to comprehend a mental realm. One of the men in black said as he ran. The other gave a cold snort. You'd better thank me. If I hadn't stopped you a few days ago from pulling our eyes off this place, the two of us would still be in the dark. And then the cult master would have killed you to vent his rage. After the assassination, if we run, if it doesn't drop, you cover my rear. Ha, you got it. We're both grandmasters. Over at First High. Only that old man Luo is even worth mentioning. Killing a student? Piece of cake. Cut down a human prodigy in front of this big a crowd, then walk away without a scratch. That's a slap that'll sting the whole human race for years. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. The two of them were still lost in their dream of a clean getaway, when suddenly, they realized they couldn't move. A streak of light flashed by. Two heads shot skyward. The Sky Feather Cult. I stepped closer. Once I got a clear look at the white hair, the white brows, and the feather-shaped mark beneath the eyes, I recognized them instantly. I'd seen plenty of them on TV. The Sky Feather Cult. They specialized in hunting the prodigies of every race. No matter which faction a genius came from, none were safe from their claws. What made them even more vicious? They never struck in the shadows. They deliberately chose the moment a prodigy was at their most glorious, their most envied, and killed them right out in the open. Everyone wanted them dead, yet because they left no trace, they'd never been wiped out. A cold light flashed in my eyes. I quietly added the words Sky Feather Cult to my kill list. From now on, everyone I saw, I'd kill. I swept my spiritual sense across 100 miles, and once I confirmed all was clear, I finally relaxed a little. As for the mole hidden inside First High, one sweep of my spiritual sense pinned him down. I was just about to head back and quietly finish him off, when a stir rose up behind me. Before I could even wonder how the other party had slipped past my spiritual sense, a hidden blade had already shot out from my own body, slashing backward in a reverse strike. Cling. That wasn't the system's notification chime. It was the crisp ring of a hidden blade colliding with another sharp weapon. I turned around and got a clear look at the newcomer, a white-haired old man. Not Sky Feather Cult, just a purely elderly human powerhouse. And the moment I sensed his cultivation level, a rare gravity settled into my eyes. A martial emperor. Who are you? The old man wore a kindly expression as he smiled. Huh, no need to be so tense, young friend. I am Lu Wudao, Commander-in-Chief of the 2nd Military District. I've come here looking for someone. A big shot from the human military district. I could tell he wasn't lying, so my hostility eased somewhat, but I still cautiously backed away, keeping some distance. You've come all the way here looking for someone. Could it be that the one you're looking for is me? Lu Wudao didn't answer. Instead, he asked, my men reported to me yesterday that a dead high-level demon was found in the Forest of Annihilation. If my guess is right, that was your handiwork, young friend. His gaze locked tightly onto me. Truth be told, the first moment he laid eyes on me, he nearly refused to believe them. In all his long years, this was the first time he'd seen such a young 7th-grade spirit mind master. It was downright unbelievable. If a seedling like this were ever known to those few martial saints standing at the pinnacle of the human race, they'd surely treasure him like a precious jewel. He even believed I had a shot at contending for the title of Martial Emperor. The realm of martial emperor. No matter how many geniuses there were, it allowed only one to reach the summit. Because in this world, the throne of emperor is only ever a single breakthrough, and that's it. The rest, however gifted, are reduced to mere footnotes, doomed to never reach that height in this lifetime. Unless the one on the throne dies. But no one has ever managed to slay an emperor realm powerhouse. Every emperor throughout history has died of old age. Right now the throne sits empty, and countless powerhouses are throwing themselves against that final barrier. That's why you rarely see a martial saint anywhere on the continent these days. And yet, the moment he laid eyes on me, he judged that I had the potential to ascend to the emperor realm. That kind of assessment carries enormous weight. Since I'd already been seen through, there was no point in hiding it. I nodded. That's me. Lu Wudao struggled to contain his excitement. The fact that I could cut down a working-class demon meant my cultivation was the real deal, not an ounce of it faked. He feigned composure. So young, and already at this level. Would you have any interest in taking a post in my army? Say no more. Join up, and the commander's seat is yours. Given time, who knows, you might even take over for this old man someday. Commander, second only to one, above 10,000. He was betting I had no reason to refuse. Young man, after all, which of them isn't hot-blooded and eager? But I wasn't buying it. I shook my head. I appreciate the offer. I just don't have any plans for that right now. If I ever change my mind, I'll come find you. He paused, then let it drop. Push too hard, and you only breed resentment. He understood that much. He pulled out a token and tossed it to me. In that case, this old man won't say another word. This is my token. Seeing it is the same as seeing me. The day you change your mind, use it to find me in the 2nd Military District. I caught the token. The dragon carved into it looked lifelike, and a single character, Lu, gave it real presence. That token's forged from meteoric iron from beyond the realm, imbued with this old man's power of law, Lu Wudao said with a smile. Even I only have 3 of them. Don't go losing it, huh? I didn't stand on ceremony. I tucked it away carefully and nodded. Rest assured, Commander, I'll keep it safe. The day you want it back, I'll return it in perfect condition. Huh? If you don't mind, young friend, just call me Old Lu. Looks like you've still got business to attend to, so I won't hold you up. This here, leave it to me. He pointed at the 2 headless corpses on the ground. Then I'll take my leave, Old Lu. Go. I trust we'll be seeing each other again soon. I lingered no longer, vanishing in an instant. Watching the direction I'd disappeared in, the smile abruptly faded from Lu Wudao's face. He picked up the military phone and dialed a number. Run the sky eye on that young man who was just talking to me. I want everything on him. Now. Yes, sir. He hung up. A ball of flame rose from his palm, and he hurled it at the 2 bodies. In an instant, the 2 Sky Feather cult members crumbled to ash. A thin layer of gray on the ground was the only proof they had ever existed. A few minutes later, the information was transmitted to his phone. Inside was a complete record of my life from childhood to now. Everything from when I was a kid rounding up a crew to peep on the young widow bathing, to still wetting the bed at 8 years old. All of it, documented in crystal clear detail. After reading through this squeaky clean file, Lu Wudao finally let go of his last shred of doubt. But when his eyes landed on the line marked age 18, he still sucked in a sharp breath. He stood there lost in thought for a long while, and then, as if he'd made up his mind about something, he dug up a number in his military phone that he'd never once dialed and pressed the call button. Hello, Lord Sword Saint, it's me. On the other end of things, I, completely oblivious to the fact that all my dirty laundry had just been aired out, soon made my way back to Hoosier No. 1 High School. I took the exposure of my identity in stride. That old man didn't seem like a bad guy. He'd made a pretty good first impression, so I figured he wouldn't sell me out to the alien races. And even if the worst did happen, I wasn't afraid. Once I melted the ultimate ice, I'd dare to go around even with a martial saint. If I couldn't win, I could still run. And if he dared lay a finger on the people around me, I'd drag his entire clan down to the grave with him. Below the martial saint level, I was unbeatable. Above it, I'd trade 1 for 1. That was the confidence my strength gave me. The moment I stepped through the school gates, I spotted Su Shuriwei, who had already achieved her epiphany, surrounded by the principal and a cluster of teachers, all of them beaming from ear to ear as they fussed over her. In Luo Wenhao's mind, her importance had long since eclipsed mine. He practically treated her like a treasure he was afraid might melt in his mouth. Standing expressionless in the middle of the crowd, the instant she caught sight of my familiar figure, she immediately came running over, all cheerful. "Linny Chen." I grinned. "Looks like I'm about to fall out of favor here at Hoosier number 1 High." She got flustered and hurriedly explained. "No, I cut her off with a laugh. "Haha, just kidding. So how'd it go? This epiphany must have paid off pretty well, huh?" She nodded again, and without holding anything back, spilled the whole situation to me all at once. I reworked a few of the sword techniques in the Jade Maiden sword art into the fast sword style I'm used to. It flows so much better now. And after the changes, it didn't get weaker at all. In fact, it's just a hair's breadth away from becoming an Emperor tier sword art. Her face was full of joy, like she was waiting for me to praise her. But I quietly raised a hand and sealed off the sound around us to keep the second half of what she'd said about the sword art's rank from carrying. A sword art on the verge of Emperor tier, if too many people found out, would only bring her endless trouble and danger. Yet here this girl was, telling me so openly and without a second thought. Wasn't that its own kind of unconditional trust? A trace of softness flickered through my eyes as I ruffled her hair. "Very impressive. Looks like I won't be able to beat you before long. But remember this, whatever you do, never reveal the rank of your sword art to anyone." She nodded obediently. She understood full well how much weight that second half carried. She's a bit socially anxious, but she's no fool. Deep down, she had her own agenda. Once I'm stronger than him, I'll keep him by my side. He won't be allowed to go anywhere, and he'll do everything I say. And any other woman who tries to get close to him, she can just drop dead. But wishful thinking aside, when that day actually came, apart from the non-negotiable, no other women allowed near him clause, she'd probably still be all meek and submissive around me. That inexplicable feeling, like our very bloodlines clashed, doomed her to never come out on top in this lifetime. Meanwhile, the neglected Luo Wenhao scratched his already thinning hair and turned to Lu Luo beside him, his face full of self-doubt. "Old Lu, do I really look that scary?" Lu Luo sized him up a few times. "Principal, you want the truth? Of course, you're honestly pretty rough-looking." Luo Wenhao's mouth twitched. He shot Lu Luo a glare and said casually, "Teacher Lu's breathing rate is too fast during working hours, which damages the professional image of an educator. 3 days pay docked, as a warning to others." Lu Luo was stunned on the spot. "Hey, you rotten old man. Can't you take a joke?" The surrounding teachers couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Old Luo, can't you take a joke? You dock my pay, and I swear I'll report you to the Board of Education." The rattled Lu Luo didn't even bother calling him principal anymore. "The head of the Board of Education is my nephew. I'm not scared. Besides, I'm loaded. I can afford the fine." Lu Luo's face darkened even further. He pointed at Luo Wenhao, speechless for the longest time. Well, keeping busy, Teacher Lu, principal." I walked over with Su Shiriwa. Luo Wenhao immediately dropped the shameless act, his face breaking into a broad smile. Not busy at all, not busy at all. Lin and Shiriwa, you two really need to focus on your cultivation these days. But don't overwork yourselves, of course. Our Who City number 1 high school is counting on you too this time." The teachers nodded. I picked up right where Principal Luo left off. "Principal, actually, we came to ask for leave, starting today, all the way up until the college entrance exam. There's really nothing left for us to learn here at school." The moment the words left my mouth, every teacher in the senior year office had their mouth twitch. It stung, but they couldn't argue with it. In their eyes, aside from cultivation realm, Su Shiriwa and I had long since left them in the dust. Especially Su Shiriwa. Ever since the moment she comprehended her sword intent, these teachers probably had to wonder whether they could even beat their own student in a fight. Principal Luo hesitated for a moment. "Approved. But don't slack off on your cultivation at home. You two have a real shot at getting into the 4 great martial academies. Push hard, and you might just reach the threshold of Qianlong Martial University, the top of the 4. Su Shiriwa and I both gave our assurances. With our leave approved, I let her out. And in some shadowy corner of the campus, a pair of eyes locked tightly onto our departing backs. That was the mole Tianyu cult had planted inside Lakeside Number 1 High School. Something nagged at him. The big shots in the cult still hadn't made their move. Had the operation been called off? He was just reaching for his phone to confirm when a flying blade punched clean through his chest. His life snuffed out in an instant. The ground split open, swallowing the corpse, then sealed shut without a sound, as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, I strolled down the street without a care in the world, about to say goodbye to Su Shiyue and head home. That was when the system in my mind chimed. Ding! Given that the protection target may face danger on her way home, a new mission is now issued. Escort the target safely home and eliminate all potential threats. Mission reward: a spiritual type divine artifact, the ultimate flame. Mission failure: the protection target dies. My expression tightened. Someone was after Su Shiyue. I turned to look at her, standing obediently behind me. Shiyue, where do you live? I'll walk you home today. She froze. In those eyes of hers, it was as if an entire sky's worth of happiness had come crashing down on her all at once. She didn't answer for the longest time. I waved a hand in front of her face. What? You don't want me to? Fine, I'll take off then. No, I didn't say I don't want you to. Her voice shot up a few octaves. My place is over that way. But, we might have to take the bus. I chuckled. Sure, let's go. I headed for the bus stop by the school gate, and she fell in step right behind me, pulling out her phone and firing off a quick message to someone. The bus came. We sat side by side. A summer breeze poured in through the half-open window, brushing softly against our cheeks. Before long, we got off in an area so wealthy it was almost blinding. Looking at the row after row of magnificent mansions, I asked, a little uncertain, Shiyue, you live here? She answered softly. 10,000 horses stampeded through my mind. Well, turns out there's a rich lady right beside me. To reach her house, we had to cut through a park after getting off the bus. Along the way, she explained quietly, I didn't used to live here. A while back, my mom suddenly told me she was marrying some really rich guy, so I moved in with them. I felt a twinge of envy. After thinking it over, I asked, so how do your stepdad and his family treat you? Nobody giving you a hard time? She shook her little head. My stepdad is really nice to me. He has a daughter too. Her name's Su Qianqian. She's a sophomore at Qianlong Martial Arts University. She's been home lately because she took on some assignment from the school, and she often brings me snacks. That's great, I said with a smile. Sounds like your mom found herself a good family. Push yourself a little harder, and you might end up at the same university as your stepsister. Then you'll have someone looking out for you at Qianlong. Anyone dares mess with you, just have your sister beat them up. She lifted her head. She gathered up her courage, looked at me, and asked timidly, Then, what about you? Which school are you going to? I looked at her, my expression turning serious. Me? Wherever you go, I go. The moment the words left my mouth, her whole face flushed red. She quickly ducked her head, not daring to look at me again. Seeing her like this, I smiled. But in the next instant, a cold glint flashed through my eyes. Here he comes. For a while now, a furtive figure had been trailing behind us. I sent out my spiritual sense and instantly made out that face. It was none other than Li Qing. That day at school, he'd tried to throw his weight around with his cultivation level, only to be beaten by Su Shiyue. Humiliated and enraged, he'd tried to hurt people with the pressure of his grandmaster aura, and in the end, I'd left him gravely wounded. Right now, he was privately marveling at how small the world was. He'd come out looking for somewhere to blow off steam, and had run straight into that stunning girl from Hoosier No. 1 High School. Every time he pictured her face, a wave of heat surged through his loins. And whenever he recalled the humiliation he'd suffered at school, a vicious glint rose in his eyes. Even heaven is handing me an opportunity. No matter what, today I'm going to find out what a high school girl tastes like. As for me, standing beside her, in his eyes, I was nothing more than a dead man who hadn't stopped breathing yet. He planned to make it quick, kill me first, then carry her off. But the instant that thought formed, I, walking ahead, suddenly turned my head. Our eyes met in that single moment. Li Qing saw only a flash of purple light. The rows of villas around us, the dense trees in the park, all of it vanished. In their place was a desolate, lifeless wasteland. Countless monsters surged in from every direction, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on him. This Grandmaster Li was scared out of his wits on the spot. The monsters lunged with roars. His limbs went rigid, unable to move. All he could do was watch as they tore into his flesh. The pain was beyond anything imaginable. Li Qing screamed until his voice went hoarse and no sound would come out at all. But then, to his despair, he realized he couldn't die. Every time his flesh was gnawed away, new skin and muscle instantly grew back. To that horde of demons, it was an all-you-can-eat buffet that would never end. I don't know how much time passed before Li Qing's mind completely shattered. And in that very moment, his hand suddenly could move again. Without hesitation, he raised his palm and slammed it hard against his own head. In an illusion, suffering is magnified infinitely. And what a person truly fears has never been death. It's not being able to die. Crack! His entire head burst open like a shattered watermelon. This time, Li Qing was truly, completely dead, because that blow had landed in reality. Before long, someone would discover this headless corpse in the bushes. Of course a scene that neither Su Shiwen nor I would get to witness. By now, we were standing right outside her new home. In my mind, the system's notification chimed in right on cue. Ding! Congratulations, host, on safely escorting your protection target home. The ultimate flame has been deposited into your system space. Please retrieve it at your convenience. I glanced over the description of the ultimate flame. Just like the ultimate ice, it was a divine object capable of granting spiritual power attributes. After reading it, I paid it no more mind, deciding to absorb everything together once I got back. I'm home, Su Shuriwa said softly, pausing at the door. I smiled. Then head on in. I should get going too. Train hard these next few weeks. I'll see you at the college entrance exams. With that, I turned to leave. Wait, she suddenly called out, as if remembering something. Something else. Your phone number. Give it to me. She looked a little embarrassed. I thought it was something big. Then I grinned and rattled off the number. 159. She immediately committed it to memory and nodded. Got it. Can I call you sometimes? If it's a bother, then never mind. I waved a hand dismissively. Call whenever you want. That phone of mine doesn't ring once in months. It's more useless than a brick just sitting there. Call me plenty, so I can be reminded it can actually take calls. She let out a sigh of relief, a smile spreading in her eyes. I will. I nodded and turned to go. She kept watching until my figure disappeared at the far end of her sight, only then reluctantly drawing her gaze back. Well, is little Shuriwa sneaking off to meet her sweetheart? Which lucky guy landed such a catch? A pleasant, teasing female voice came from behind her. She turned around. It was none other than her stepfather's daughter, Su Qianqian. Su Shiyue's face flushed instantly. Sister Qianqian, why are you here? Su Qianqian rolled her lovely eyes. My silly little sister, this is my house. Where else would I be if not here? That's not what I meant. Su Shiyue waved her hands. I mean, don't you have a mission to go on today, Sister Qianqian? Su Qianqian sized her up with a strange look, silently wondering. Is this really the same sister who's usually so cool and indifferent to everyone? Feeling a bit unnerved by the stare, Su Shuriwa asked meekly, Sister Qianqian, what's wrong? Nothing. Didn't I tell you yesterday? The mission's still in the prep stage. We won't move out for a few more days. Only then did Su Shuriwa remember, and she suddenly felt awkward. I accidentally forgot. Sister Qianqian, I've got something to do, so I'll head in first. Before she'd even finished speaking, she'd already scurried into the villa with hurried little steps. Watching her sister's dazed little figure, Su Qianqian patted her own not-so-ample chest. I muttered to myself, phew, good thing I had the foresight to stay away from love. That's the only way to get stronger, fast. Just look at my sister. Normally she's so sharp, but now she's a complete mess. All because of love. Meanwhile, on the other end, I had no idea I was being talked about. In the blink of an eye, I was back home. I couldn't wait to pull out the ultimate ice and the ultimate fire. The moment they appeared, two violent surges of energy came pouring out. Luckily, I wrapped them in my spiritual power right away. Otherwise, everything for tens of miles around might have been reduced to ashes. The energy was sealed, but I was far from comfortable. One freezing, one scorching. The ultimate ice and fire detonated at the same time, and even I could barely hold on. I'd originally planned to absorb them together, but now it was clear I could only do them one at a time. I sent the ultimate fire back into the system space first, and only then did I catch my breath. After that, I carefully set up a spiritual barrier around me and began refining the ultimate ice. Day turned to night, and time slipped by. It took a full 10 days before I finished refining both the ultimate ice and the ultimate fire. My spiritual mind cultivation broke through 2 ranks in one shot, stepping straight into the peak of the 7th rank, just one step away from the 8th. My combat power skyrocketed to the point where I could stand toe-to-toe with someone who just entered the Martial Saint realm. System, pull up the panel. A transparent panel materialized before my eyes. Host, Lenny Chen. Talent, Saint Grade. Physique, ultimate ice fire body, with sufficient power, capable of burning and freezing all things in the world, including the power of the Great Tao. Realm, level 5 martial artist / peak 7th rank mind master, peak martial king. Techniques, Emperor Scripture, origin of all laws Heart Sutra. Mystic grade, blazing sun art. Earth grade, shadow illusion Heart Sutra. Combat skills, illusory sight pupil, perfected. Shadow concealment, perfected. Mind master close combat method, perfected. 7 orifices sword art, great accomplishment. Rainbow piercing the sun, perfected. Throwback fist, perfected. Weapons, 9 mind force king artifacts. Dark blades, mystic grade longsword, Tong Ming sword. Wealth, 8.2476 million. 1 martial king grade demon core, 1 grand master beast core. Protected target, Su Shuriwa. Current status, troubled at heart. Looking at the newly added physique on the panel, and the talent that had jumped clean past top grade all the way to Saint grade, my heart surged with excitement. This time, I'd truly gotten back on my feet. But when my gaze landed on Su Shuriwa's status, troubled at heart, I froze. As if suddenly remembering something, I grabbed my phone. Sure enough, a dozen missed calls, all from the same number. A pang of guilt washed over me. These past few days, I'd been so focused on refining the divine artifacts that I hadn't spared a single thought for the outside world. I called her back immediately. The ringtone had barely sounded once before she picked up. Lenny Chen, are you okay? Her voice was full of worry. I'm fine, I said. Sorry, I've been busy training these past few days and haven't really checked my phone. Didn't mean to worry you. There was a soft sigh of relief on the other end. No worries, no worries. Training comes first. So are you still training right now? If you are, I won't bother you. Feeling the unprecedented stability of my cultivation, I chuckled. Nah, I'm taking a break for now. What about you, though? Have you been slacking off lately? If I find out your cultivation's been stuck in the same place come the college entrance exam, I'm gonna spank you. On the other end, Su Shiyue's face was probably flushing again. She mumbled under her breath. Lenny Chen, you perv. But she still fessed up about her progress like a good girl. I have not been slacking off. I'm already a level 9 warrior. Just a tiny bit more, and I'll break through to Martial Master. What about you? You've definitely already broken through to Martial Master by now, right? I glanced down at the level 5 warrior sitting there on my panel, dead still, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Looks like I'd have to shift my focus toward the martial path going forward. At the very least, I couldn't let my martial cultivation look too pathetic during the college entrance exam. After all, what I showed the world was my martial realm, not my mind reader realm. Only by cultivating both the mind reader path and the martial path together could I unleash my strongest power. I gave a dry cough to cover up my embarrassment. Ahem, of course. I hit Martial Master ages ago. You'd better step it up, or I'll leave you so far in the dust you won't even see my shadow. Which wasn't exactly a lie. My mind reader realm had already reached peak Martial King. Saying I'd hit Martial Master ages ago didn't prick my conscience one bit. Amid her admiring tone, we chatted for a while longer until I urged her to get back to training. Only then did she reluctantly hang up. Setting down my phone, I'd meant to keep honing my martial skills, but suddenly I noticed something interesting. I stood up and headed for the door. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, in a certain office, several figures were gathered around a headless corpse, murmuring among themselves. What the hell is going on here? The middle-aged man at the front wore a grim expression. A young man with glasses and a refined air pushed up his frames. Instructor Chin, Judging by all the signs at the scene, it looks like Li Qing took his own life. But his skull is crushed too badly, so we can't rule out the possibility that he was being controlled by someone. The middle-aged man shot back immediately. Suicide? Bullshit. A spineless coward like Li Qing wouldn't have the guts to kill himself even if you drove him to the edge. It's obvious he crossed something he never should have crossed. He rubbed his brow in irritation. Ugh, I really don't know what the school's admissions office was thinking, sending me an idiot like this. A pain in the ass alive, and now I've got to clean up after him dead. Can't these clans just stay the hell away from me? Qin Huai's face was full of pent-up frustration. If he botched this, the Li family of the Magic City would probably pin the whole thing on him. Beside them, the four young people were frozen in dead silence, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. The silence didn't last long. A tall, striking girl in a JK uniform strode in on long legs. Instructor Qin, I just got hold of some footage from the scene. There are two people in it. I think they're suspicious. Qin Huai's eyes lit up. Excellent. Wang Shuyan, bring it over. Let's take a look. She nodded, opened the holographic computer in her hands, and played the footage, the exact moments before Li Qing's death. Whatever it had been shot with, it was crystal clear, every last detail sharp as could be. Everyone held their breath and watched intently. Then, just as the young man walking ahead suddenly whipped his head around, Wang Shuyan hit pause. Instructor Qin, from the footage, given the kind of scum Li Qing was, he'd obviously set his sights on these two. More precisely, on that pretty girl. And this guy right here noticed him in that instant. It was right after he turned around that Li Qing started acting strange. The footage continued. Sure enough, the moment the young man turned back around, Li Qing, tucked away in a corner, tailing them, got a glazed look in his eyes. His face cycled through terror, agony, numbness, and finally utter despair. He raised his hand and blew his own head apart. When it was over, Qin Huai sat in silence for a long moment. This young man in the footage looks like a high schooler about to take the college entrance exam. You're sure he could pull off something like this? Trash as he was, Li Qing was still a grandmaster. Wang Shuyan sighed. Even I find this deduction hard to swallow. But that's just how it is. Aside from this guy, nobody around them did anything the least bit out of the ordinary. She glanced at the chubby little guy standing next to Qin Huai, then went on. Nothing's confirmed yet, but this is our only lead. Why not send Fatty Wu to feel him out? If it turns out we've got the wrong person, we can just compensate him. Qin Huai looked at the chubby fellow, thought it over for a moment, and nodded. Sounds good. Let's do it. Did you get his identity? I did. He's a student at Hu City No. 1 High School. Linny Chen lives at Building 3, Unit 20178, Shuaming Road. Talented kid, already meets the admission standards for Modu Marshall University. If this really is all a misunderstanding, maybe we can get him a guaranteed admission slot as a make-good. Qin Huai waved a hand. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's go meet this high schooler. And if it really is him, never mind. However we handle it in the end, that's up to the school to decide. With that, he stepped out the door first. The other 5 followed close behind. Half an hour later, they stood at the entrance of the residential complex and quickly pinpointed the building I lived in. Qin Huai turned to Fatty Wu. Go on, feel him out. Don't overdo it. We're just here to test the waters. Fatty Wu cracked a good-natured grin. Haha, don't worry, Instructor Qin. But if the guy's got some kind of heart condition, don't blame me. Wang Shuyan cut in, relax. According to the file, he's perfectly healthy. Wu the fat ghost said nothing more and headed toward the room where I was staying. As luck would have it, he ran straight into me just as I was opening the door to head out. He froze for a split second but didn't make a move on the spot. He just brushed past me as if by accident. Once he sensed I'd gone downstairs, he quietly fell in behind me. What he didn't know was that at that very moment, I was using my spiritual sense to size him up from head to toe, thoroughly amused. It wasn't until we walked into a secluded park and he saw no one around that Wu the fat ghost finally struck. In an instant, I felt an invisible wave of black energy closing in, trying to cloud my consciousness. An illusion? No, not quite. There's something real to it, but with the shadow of an illusion mixed in, interesting. The hunter thought he'd cast his net, never realizing he'd long since fallen into someone else's sights. Curiosity got the better of me, so I didn't fight back right away. He wanted to bewitch me with his mental power, but I could have shattered it with a single thought and struck this fat ghost. Woo, dead on the spot. Still, I wanted to see just what tricks he had up his sleeve. So I closed my eyes, then opened them again. The world had changed. The blazing sun was gone, and the sky had turned dark and leaden. The house behind me was decrepit and ruined, its walls stained with blood. From every direction, it felt like countless pairs of eyes were watching me from the shadows. Anyone else would have been scared stiff on the spot, but I only found it novel, and I looked around with genuine interest. "Young man, you look so delicious. Mind if I take a bite?" An aged voice came from behind me. I turned around to see an old woman standing there, a kitchen cleaver buried in the top of her head, blood still dripping down. I wasn't scared. Instead, I asked with concern, "Grandma, doesn't that hurt? Let me get it out for you." Before she could answer, I reached out and gave it a gentle tug, and the cleaver was in my hand. The ghost woman froze on the spot. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but it was too late. The moment the cleaver left her head, she dissolved before me like a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, Wu the fat ghost's face changed drastically. "What's going on? One of my ghosts, did it just die?" He hurriedly probed into the illusion, and when he saw me standing there with the cleaver in my hand, he went completely rigid. He couldn't believe it. That cleaver couldn't be removed by anyone below the mid to late Grandmaster stage. Yet this young man before him had done it with the greatest of ease. Just as he was about to send word to Qin Huai and the others not far off, something unexpected happened. In the illusion, two ghosts, a man and a woman, drifted to my side, their expressions so exaggerated they were almost comical. "Child, we're your mommy and daddy." My face darkened in an instant. I'd been without a father or mother since I was a child. In this, there's only one thing you never touch. I looked at those two ghosts, greed glinting in their eyes, insisting they were my parents, and struck out with my palm. Boom. Both ghosts were blasted into dust, and my single strike tore a gaping hole right through the illusion itself. An instant later, the entire illusion collapsed with a thunderous crash. With the illusion shattered, Wu Guipeng, the one who'd cast it, sprayed a mouthful of blood, his legs buckling as he crumpled to the ground. The next moment, he felt a hand seize him by the collar, hauling his fat frame clean off the floor. He looked up, straight into my grim, shadowed face. Smack! Without a word, a ringing slap landed across his cheek, dazing him. "Was it you, fatso, who sent those two junk ghosts to impersonate my mom and dad?" I demanded, my voice ice cold. "Do you have any idea how much that hurts a high schooler who's had no mother and no father since childhood?" "Apologize." Tears welled up in Wu Guipeng's eyes, and he stammered, trembling, I'm sorry. It wasn't me." Smack. Another slap. He tried to explain, but I gave him no chance. That completely broke him. Tears came pouring down. I already apologized. Why are you still hitting me?" I didn't rush to answer. I got in two more first, then said, slow and easy, "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. If apologies actually worked, what would we need cops for?" Wu Guipeng clutched his burning, fat cheeks and burst into sobs. "I was just thinking my aim felt pretty good and wanted a few more swings." "Stop." Qin Huai and the others finally couldn't sit still and came rushing over. At that shout, Wu Guipeng thought his mentor's voice had never sounded so beautiful. Smack. The crisp sound of a slap exploded once again. He squeezed his eyes shut in terror, but after a moment, something fell off. No pain. He opened his eyes and witnessed a scene he'd never forget for the rest of his life. I'd turned the fires of war onto Qin Huai. That last slap had landed square on Qin Huai's face. For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent. Qin Huai touched his own face in disbelief. Not once since breaking through to the late Grandmaster realm had he taken a slap like this. Rage flooded his heart, and his first instinct was to unleash his full power and kill me. But he discovered, to his despair, right now, he was no different from an ordinary man. The blood and energy throughout his body had mutinied en masse. He couldn't summon even a shred of it. He could only watch, helpless, as I grabbed him by the collar and repeated that same demand. "Was it you who put that fat guy up to it, sending his ghosts to impersonate my mom and dad? Do you have any idea how much that hurts a high schooler who's had no mother and no father since childhood?" "Apologize." The eerily familiar scene left Wu Guipeng utterly dumbfounded. A dignified late-stage grandmaster, pinned to the ground and slapped by a high schooler, completely unable to fight back. The power in his hand, the scene was so absurd it left everyone speechless. Behind Qin Huai, Wang Shuyan and the other three didn't even dare to breathe. Seeing him just standing there, frozen and silent, I didn't hesitate. Smack! Smack! Still got a mouth on you? Apologize. 2 slaps snapped him back to reality. His voice trembled. Sorry. I looked up at the 4 young people. 1 glance was all it took. Wang Shuyan and the others covered their faces and bowed frantically, their apologies desperate and sincere. We're sorry. My anger had pretty much cooled by then. I clapped my hands and stood up. All right, apology segment's over. Now let's talk compensation. After all, my fragile young heart just took quite a beating. And on top of that, I'm a high schooler about to take the college entrance exam. If I bomb it in 2 weeks, well, that's all on you. Every corner of every mouth in the room twitched. So you actually remember you're a high schooler, huh? What high school kid could pin down a grandmaster and slap him silly, leaving him powerless to fight back? Qin Huai staggered back to his feet, watching me warily. Seeing my expression, the kind that said, "This isn't over until I get my compensation." He gritted his teeth and pulled a long whip from his storage ring. Senior, as a token of my apology, I'd like to offer you this god-beating whip as compensation. He knew perfectly well that anyone who could hold a late-stage grandmaster to the ground and toy with him at will was, at the very least, a martial venerable or above. Try to fob me off with some junk, and none of them were walking out of this complex today. Counting on the school for revenge? Dream on. Even if some big shot came and killed me down the line, they'd never come back to life. Hell, they might turn into ghosts after death, only to get killed by me a second time, so they couldn't even manage being ghosts. So he steeled himself and took out the most valuable treasure he owned, a venerable grade weapon, the god-beating whip. This had been his trump card, save for his breakthrough to martial venerable. Now it was just his ticket out of trouble. I don't turn anything down. I took the whip, examined it for a moment, then casually cracked it through the air. Crack! The sharp snap echoed out, and everyone but me felt their heart clench. The god-beating whip specialized in attacking the soul, and it was a venerable grade artifact on top of that. The highest cultivation present was only late-stage grandmaster. Instinctively feeling a shudder run through them was perfectly natural. I gave it a test, decided it felt right, and put it away, satisfied. After a pause, under everyone's nervous gaze, I spoke slowly. Fine, that'll do. I'll let you off, barely. But today's little incident had better rot away in your stomachs. You recognize this, don't you? Anyone who can't keep their mouth shut is going to find themselves paying a nice long visit to a military camp. I pulled out the token Lu Wudao had given me and waved it in front of their eyes. That's a commander's token. Qin Huai nearly swore out loud, choking it back at the last second. I swallowed my words. Unlike the blank confusion on Wang Shuyan and the others' faces, I, having served in the military, recognized it instantly. I didn't doubt its authenticity for a second. The odds of faking something like this were lower than the odds of me giving birth. The sheer, heart-stopping force of law radiating from that token alone left no room for question. Oh, you know what this is? I looked at him. Then this'll be easy. You know what you need to do, right? Qin Huai nodded frantically. Don't worry, senior. Everything that happened today, we'll never let a seventh soul find out. He'd completely forgotten why he'd come here in the first place. All he wanted now was to get out fast. This demon standing across from them was absolutely not someone they could afford to provoke. It's an 8th soul. Fine, get moving, before I lose control and tack on a couple more hits. I glanced at that Wu Guipeng, whose face had felt pretty satisfying under my hand. That single look sent him scrambling to cover his flushed, chubby cheeks. Qin Huai gave a military salute, then hurried off with the other 5. That salute wasn't for me. It was for the token in my hand. To see the token is to see Lu Wudao himself. That saying was no exaggeration. Watching the 6 of them disappear, I found a bench and sat down, letting the breeze brush across my face. After a moment, I spoke, my voice flat. Hey, you up in the tree. How much longer are you planning to hide? If you don't come out, I'm heading back. The words had barely left my mouth when an old man on a crutch leapt down from the tree, moving with an agility that made the crutch seem entirely unnecessary. He landed and looked at me with a squinting smile. "Not bad, kid. You actually managed to spot me. Looks like this old man's gotten rusty these past few years, done in by a little squirt like you." His tone was light, but deep in those clouded eyes lurked a flicker of surprise. What he didn't know was this. Ever since I'd absorbed the ultimate ice and ultimate fire, my spiritual sense was nothing like it used to be. Unless someone's cultivation was extraordinarily high, or they specialized in the art of concealment, even a martial saint hiding nearby couldn't slip past my senses. Just like Lu Wu Dao, who I'd only detected up close not long ago, now I could pinpoint him in an instant, even from dozens of miles away. And from the moment this old man appeared, my eyes hadn't left him for a second. Because I'd noticed something. I could sense his presence, but I couldn't see through him. Around him, I couldn't feel even a trace of blood and chi energy. There were only two possibilities. One, he wasn't a living person, but he clearly wasn't dead either. The other, his mastery over blood and chi energy had reached the pinnacle. And the only way to achieve that was one thing: to have reached the realm of martial saint. The old man before me was a martial saint, standing at the very summit of the blue planet. The first thought that flashed through my mind was, that old geezer Lu Wu Dao sold me out. I wasn't even mad, though. If I were in his shoes and stumbled across a seedling of talent surpassing even the greatest genius in history, I'd definitely report it to the one I trusted most, too. The strongest superior. Now that I'd guessed who he was, the sense of danger oddly faded. I stood up and got straight to the point. As far as I know, there are 5 martial saints in the Dragon Nation. Which one are you? The old man paused, then let out a hearty laugh. Huh, interesting. What a fascinating young man you are. If you'd like, you can just call me Old Sword. It's been ages since I've met a youngster as interesting as you. So, what do you say? Any interest in becoming my disciple? I froze for a moment. Anyone else in my shoes would probably be dropping to their knees right about now. After all, he was a martial saint. But I wasn't just anyone. I shook my head and politely declined. To be taken under your wing would be an honor, Old Sword. It's just that my primary cultivation lies in spiritual power. Old Sword clearly stiffened, plainly not expecting me to refuse. But then, the appreciation in his eyes only deepened. A flicker of regret passed through Old Sword's eyes. I suited his temperament, and my talent was absurdly high. But just as I'd said, my main focus was spiritual power. He'd seen it earlier. Compared to my 7th grade peak spiritual power, my chi and blood force was pitifully weak. Having the strength of a 5th-level martial artist at my age would make me a genius in the eyes of ordinary people. But to a martial saint, it really wasn't much to speak of. 2 paths, 2 entirely different directions. If he truly took me in, he'd only be holding me back. At the thought of burying such a piece of raw jade, Old Sword felt a pang of guilt and immediately abandoned the idea of taking me as his disciple. He looked me over and revealed his true reason for coming. A few days back, that Wu Dao kid told me there was a young man with heaven-defying talent. I didn't quite believe him at first, so I came to see for myself whether it was true. And if it was, I'd offer him a position as an apprentice elder in the Council of Elders. He stroked his cane, a gentle smile on his face. Now I've confirmed it. So, little one, any interest in taking that seat? Don't rush to accept, and don't rush to refuse. You may not fully understand what it means. The Dragon Nation's Council of Elders was founded by the Dragon Nation's very first martial saint, the Dragon Venerable Martial Saint. It holds the highest authority in the entire nation. If you become an apprentice elder, not only will you get priority access to all the nation's resources, but the people around you will also become subjects of the nation's key protection. Those secret realms brimming with opportunities, you'll have the right to enter them first. In short, the nation will spare no effort to cultivate you. And all you'll have to give in return is to lend your strength once you've grown, whenever the nation needs it. He paused, and his tone suddenly turned grave. Of course, the moment the Council of Elders is called to act, it will mean a nation-ending catastrophe. At that point, even old fellows like us will face the risk of falling. So, little one, what's your choice? I fell into deep thought. This position is nothing but advantageous to me. As for that trivial price, even if I hadn't joined the Elder Council, I would never stand by and watch if the Dragon Nation truly faced peril. The greater a person's power, the heavier the responsibility they should bear. That much, I understand. Elder Jian, I asked, what does a probationary elder usually have to do? Elder Jian shook his head. Nothing at all. Your only task is to break through to Martial Saint as quickly as possible and become an effective combat force. No one and nothing can constrain you in the meantime. Even if you accidentally offend some faction, the authorities will smooth it over for you. Of course, things like slaughtering innocents are off limits. I nodded. All right then. I'm in. Elder Jian nodded in satisfaction and drew a silver-white token from his storage ring. This is the probationary elder's token. Drip a drop of blood on it, and your name will appear. Welcome to the Elder Council. From now on, someone will be in touch. I look forward to the day we fight side by side. I took it solemnly. This token wasn't as dazzling as that commander's token Lu Wudao carried. Instead, it bore the marks of time. Yet that faint imprint of dragon script, with just one glance, it was as if some strange magic seized my gaze and wouldn't let go. Thanks to my powerful spiritual force, I quickly snapped out of it. I summoned a dark blade, pricked my fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the token. In an instant, the dragon patterns on the token slowly stirred, as if coming alive. A moment later, the three characters Lin Chen, woven from interlacing dragon script, surfaced on the token. And in that very moment, it was as if the token and I were of one mind. Even if I hurled it 100,000 miles away, I could lock onto its location in a heartbeat. Watching me complete it all so smoothly, Elder Jian couldn't help but nod. Back in the day, when he first received his token, he'd been stunned for a full 5 minutes before coming to. Me? I'd only zoned out for a single instant. Elder Jian, how many of these tokens are there in total? I asked, gazing curiously at the token in my palm that seemed to have come alive. Elder Jian smiled. 4 in all. They're held by me and 3 other old-timers, not counting the dragon Venerable Martial Saint. Of the other 3, I only know that 2 have already been sent out. In other words, you've got 2 competitors. Or, of course, they could be partners. That all depends on the choices you probationary elders make. I gave a faint nod, not the least bit worried. If they wouldn't fall in line, a good beating would set them straight. As I am now, I wouldn't even flinch at trading a few blows with Elder Jian right here. Having said his piece, Elder Jian turned and left. His cane-supported figure flickered once and vanished before my eyes. I sat on the bench, running my fingers over the token, staring off toward the distant horizon, lost in thought. Who could have imagined that not long ago I was just someone with a tiny bit of strength? From an ordinary high school student, I'd suddenly become someone who stood above the masses, second only to one. But status meant little to me. All I felt was that my strength was still far from enough. It hadn't been long, yet I'd already run into a martial saint powerful enough to threaten me. On today's Blue Star, it wasn't that martial saints couldn't emerge, they simply chose not to. The thought sent a flicker of unease through me. Su Shiriwa had spent this whole stretch of time cultivating at home, safe from any danger. The system was no help in the short term. The only one I could count on was myself. I stood up and headed home to keep training. Real strength is never handed to you by someone else. It's something you earn, one step at a time. Early the next morning, several officials came to my door, respectfully handling all the cleanup for me. Everything went smoothly. They also told me that the head of the Li family in Modu, Li Qing's father, along with several clan elders, had all been arrested for brutalizing their own people. Every last one of them had been shipped off to the front lines as part of a suicide squad. For a moment I just stared, having no idea who the Li family even was. It wasn't until they mentioned Li Qing that it clicked. What I didn't know was this. Just the night before, the Li family had still been plotting against me. If even Wang Shuyan, a mere daughter of a prominent clan, could dig up leads on me, how could the Li family fail to do the same? But right as they were about to make their move, a well-drilled army quietly surrounded the entire Li estate. Under the terrified gazes of the Li family's leaders, the army laid out a document of crimes. Every single item on it was enough to sentence them to death several times over. As for the backers who'd been shielding the Li family, they'd been invited for tea the moment it all went down. By now, they were surely shining bright on the front lines too. The night wind carried the smell of blood. I hid beneath the eaves across from the old Li mansion, watching the reckoning that should have come long ago. Li Da, the Li family patriarch, was the pillar of a top-tier clan in Modu, a cultivator at the martial venerable level. Seeing the situation was hopeless, he didn't flee. He charged, trying to tear his way out through sheer force. Too bad. A middle-aged man appeared out of thin air and pressed his hand down. Boom. This family that should have been my mortal enemy to the death was wiped out overnight. I didn't watch for long. Less hassle for me, all the better. I saw the officials off, then turned back to resume my seclusion. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. I'd poured nearly all my time into cultivation, occasionally picking up Su Shiyue's calls to chat for a bit. In just those 2 weeks, my blood-chi cultivation had shot straight up to 3rd-tier martial master. The progress was absurdly fast. During the dull stretches, I'd asked the system, why did it only reward mental cultivation, never blood-chi? I'd love to feel the rush of my blood-chi soaring to martial king just once. Ding. Insufficient host privileges. Unable to query the reason. If I couldn't get an answer, I wouldn't ask. I was content. As for mental power, I no longer had to worry about mental strength at all. Years of cultivation couldn't compare to a single reward from the system. If I tried to break through on mental strength alone, even with my Saint-tier talent, I'd have needed 5 or 6 years of grinding. So I just kicked back and focused entirely on physical energy, blood, and chi. With the Mind Master's cultivation as a foundation and my Saint-tier talent stacked on top, I blew through 7 minor realms in half a month. The old me wouldn't have even dared to dream about it. But even loaded up with all these cheats, someone was still moving faster than me. Su Shiyue. That girl was already a 7th-level martial master. I honestly wondered if she'd unlocked some kind of cheat too. And if she hadn't, then there was only one possibility left. Emperor-tier talent. A chill ran through me. Emperor-tier talent was basically clutching half a ticket straight to martial emperor. The moment the thought surfaced, I shook my head. If word of something like that ever got out, whoever came after her would almost certainly be a martial saint. I sized myself up. Protect her against a whole pack of martial saints? More likely I'd just end up lying in a coffin right beside her, keeping her company so she wouldn't be too lonely on the road to the underworld. Whatever. I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. 2 days out from the college entrance exam, I stopped cultivating. With the blood and chi I had now, I could get into any martial university in the Dragon Nation. So I fired up my computer and played some games for a while. Somewhere in the middle of it, a line of text popped up on the screen. Third-party software detected. Your account has been banned for 3,650 days. I stared at it for a long time. With my mental strength, playing any game that tested reflexes and hand speed meant I could delete anyone I ran into, basically indistinguishable from cheating. And then a whole crowd of players I'd wiped out reported me, and I got hit with the ban hammer. Fair enough. The sun was sinking outside the window when the phone rang, right on schedule. It was Su Shiyue. We chatted for a bit, then hung up. I went back to killing time. Meanwhile, across the city, I had no idea that night was already sliding toward the worst possible outcome. It was only later that I pieced together the full picture of that night. Su Qianqian had suited up and headed out, chasing a target she'd been tracking for almost a month. She and a few teammates had meant to make it quick, only to walk straight into an ambush of over 100 people. In the darkness, blades gleamed like a forest. The 4 of them fought for their lives to break out. The price, 3 dead, 1 gravely wounded. The lone survivor, Su Qianqian, dragged her badly wounded body on a long, winding detour just to shake off anyone tailing her. But even with all that caution, she was still followed. And at that very moment, I happened to be tracking that scent of blood right up to the vicinity of the Su residence. I saw Su Qianqian, drenched in blood, collapsed in the courtyard. I also saw Su Shiyue leap down from the 2nd-floor window, landing clean and steady, then rush to Su Qianqian's side to check her breathing. Still alive. She let out a breath of relief, pulled out a medicine bottle, and fed her a pill. I was about to step out, but in the very next instant, a blade flashed towards Su Shiyue from behind, vicious, aiming to split her in. Split in 2. My hand was about to move. Clang. Su Shiyue spun around and swung her sword, slamming it hard against that blade. The crouching girl was knocked into a somersault by the impact, yet she landed steadily and rose to her feet. The ambusher stumbled back several steps, the mockery on his face freezing over. I pulled my hand back. Once he got a clear look at Su Shiyue's face, the greed in the man's eyes practically overflowed. Huh. An unexpected bonus today. Little beauty, if you don't want to suffer, be a good girl and come with big brother. Su Shiyue didn't reply. She lived by one rule. Don't waste words on dead men. Her sword rose. Strike after strike came down, and the man's flippant grin was quickly replaced by grim seriousness. I could see it clearly. He was a level 9 martial master, plus a late tier 3 mind master. An ordinary grandmaster couldn't have handled him. And yet, right now, he was being beaten down by a level 7 martial master. Cornered, he controlled 3 hidden weapons and, with thoughts of taking her down with him, stabbed at her vital points. Useless. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sword swings, and every hidden weapon was knocked away. Then, in a flash of blade light, the sword swept across his throat. The man who'd been spewing filth just minutes ago collapsed. His eyes stayed open in death. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from the shadows. Su Shiyue's grip on the long sword tightened suddenly as she turned around. A figure in black approached without a sound. That crushing presence, heavier even than the principal of Lake City No. 1 High School. Beyond Grandmaster. Even hidden in the dark, I felt a chill. Haha, a true prodigy. The man in black pushed back his hood, dark green skin, blood-red eyes, and a row of blue horns. A demon. Same kind as the ones I'd cut down in the Forest of Annihilation, just weaker. A level 7 martial master slaughtering a dual cultivation genius of martial and divine arts, without breaking a sweat. Interested in joining the demon race? You'll gain power 1,000 times greater than what you have now. And then, everything will be crushed beneath your feet. Killing intent surged in Su Shiyue's eyes. I knew why. Her father had died protecting the city at the hands of these very things. But she didn't let the fury cloud her judgment. She knew she couldn't win head-on, so while her opponent rambled on, she'd been waiting for an opening. She moved. A faint green glow spread beneath her feet, and her figure instantly blurred into an afterimage, closing in on the demon's left side. Sword intent rippled outward. This was the strongest strike she'd ever unleashed in her life. The demon calmly raised a hand to swat it down. That palm strike could have easily shattered her sword intent, or even left her gravely wounded. I made my move. A touch of cold at my fingertip froze the power inside its body from afar. That palm strike instantly went limp, without any force behind it. Splurt. 2 arms shot up into the sky. Ah! Who? The demon shrieked. The chill in its marrow and the searing pain of its severed arms shattered its composure completely. Su Shiyue couldn't care less about any of that. Seizing the moment, she thrust her sword forward again and forcibly cleaved the demon's head clean off. Staring at the fallen demon, her face pale, she forced herself to scan the surroundings. Thank you for your help, Senior. I didn't answer. She didn't press for more. She simply turned around to carry the unconscious Su Qianqian on her back. From the shadows, I smiled. I'd been watching ever since she ran into the first freak. A mere 7th-level martial warrior, daring to draw her blade against a grandmaster. Even one in the early stages, a grandmaster is still a grandmaster. Facing danger without panic, striking the instant she raised her hand. That's the true mindset of a strong warrior. Sometimes, courage itself is the sharpest blade of all. Praise aside, I looked at the 2 corpses in the courtyard and shook my head. Can't leave the cleanup half done. If the neighbors stumbled onto this scene, they'd be scared sick. I raised my hand. The 2 bodies suddenly burst into roaring flames, reduced to nothing, not even ash, in an instant. The bloodstains on the ground vanished along with them. It was as if no fight had ever taken place here. Once that was done, I flickered and disappeared on the spot. The system's voice sounded in my ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully protecting your guardian target and preventing them from being harmed by the demon. Reward. A pair of double pupils. Double pupils? I froze. This thing was absolutely broken. Once fused, I'd be able to see through everything in the world. Any formation or illusion would be useless before my eyes. I'd see straight through it with a single glance. I suppressed my excitement. System, fuse it. Ding. Now fusing the double pupils for the host. The words had barely finished when a searing pain shot through both my eyes. nearly making me scream. I clenched my teeth and held it in. Blood trickled down from the corners of my eyes, and my vision plunged into total darkness. Thankfully, it lasted only a moment. When I opened my eyes again, the world had changed. One glance at the alarm clock on the wall, and I knew when it was manufactured, where it came from. I even knew exactly which component to break to make it stop working. And this power to perceive all things could be switched on and off at will. Open my eyes to see, close them when I didn't want to. Using it required spiritual energy, but if there was one thing I never lacked, it was spiritual energy. I could play with this ability all day long. The rest of that night was something Su Shuriwa pieced together and told me later, bit by bit. After settling Su Qianqian into bed, she suddenly remembered something and headed back to the courtyard. Seeing the vanished corpses and bloodstains, she paused for a moment, then understood. It was that senior who had cleaned everything up for her. She silently thanked him once more. Back in the room, she looked at Su Qianqian's body, which seemed to have shifted, and said softly, "Sis Qianqian, if you're awake, just open your eyes." Su Qianqian, who had been feigning unconsciousness, slowly opened her eyes, full of guilt. "I'm sorry. I thought I'd shaken them off. I never imagined I'd end up leading the danger straight to your home." "It's okay." Su Shuriwa shook her head. "I'm not scared. I can protect you." That was all it took. Su Qianqian's composure finally shattered, and she burst into tears. Su Shuriwa, who had never been good at comforting people, could only sit quietly by the bedside and keep her company. After a long while, Su Qianqian's sobs subsided. She looked at her with red-rimmed eyes. "Little Shuriwa, your strength. How did you get so powerful?" The truth was, she'd woken up not long after taking the healing pill, and had witnessed the entire scene of Su Shuriwa cutting down both a man and a demon. That dazzling display of skill was something she still couldn't forget. Su Shuriwa's answer was matter of fact. "I just train hard every day, and this is how it turned out." Su Qianqian's mouth twitched. So this was what a genius's world looked like. She'd been called a prodigy since childhood. Half a step into Grandmaster rank at such a young age, and after this battle she'd gained even deeper insight. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet standing before Su Shuriwa, she felt ordinary for the first time in her life. Watching Su Qianqian's downcast expression, Su Shuriwa assumed she was still blaming herself. Her mind raced. Then she reached out and gently patted Su Qianqian's head. What are you doing?" Su Qianqian's voice trembled. "Comforting you." Su Shuriwa replied without hesitation. "This is what she taught me. Whenever she was feeling down, she always liked to pat my head." Over time, head patting became the only form of comfort I knew how to give. Comforting. Su Qianqian's face flushed. A faint, inexplicable pang of regret flickered through her heart before she composed herself. "Thank you. But this kind of comfort, don't use it on other people from now on. Especially not on boys." "Why?" "Because it's too intimate. It's fine between sisters like us, but there are a lot of bad people out there, and they love to prey on sweet, pretty girls like you." Su Shuriwa looked at the earnestness in her eyes, mixed with a trace of guilt, and nodded. "Understood." Su Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing she wanted was to see her little sister swept away by some shady character one day. If that ever happened, she doubted she'd be able to hold herself back. Little did she know, her innocent little sister was cheering inside. If only the most intimate person deserved a head pat, then didn't that mean she and Linny Chin were? No, no, no. If she kept thinking about it, she'd give herself away. Su Shuriwa shot to her feet. "I'll get going now. Rest well, Qianqian. When Uncle Su and Mom get back tonight, I'll come get you." With that, she hurried out. Watching her slightly rushed retreating figure, Su Qianqian felt a little puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. The mention of boys, however, reminded her of something she'd stumbled upon at the door a few days ago. A boy had walked Su Shuriwa home, and one glance made it clear their relationship was anything but simple. The killing intent in her eyes was getting a little hard to hide. Then a thought struck her. The college entrance exam was just 2 days away. She picked up her phone and dialed. Received a phone call. This call brought her a new assignment: to assist the instructors from Qianlong Martial University in the student recruitment at Lake City No. 1 High School. She also reported the events of that night while she was at it. This oversight had been massive. Their hastily assembled squad had been tasked with taking out a single half-step grandmaster. Who could have guessed the enemy would have hundreds of martial apprentices and martial practitioners, no small number of martial masters, more than one half-step grandmaster, and even a prodigy cultivating both the divine and martial paths. The most terrifying of all was that demon, the one they suspected of being a grandmaster. This was no longer an intelligence problem. Someone wanted her dead. As far as she knew, she hadn't crossed anyone at Qianlong Martial University. So either someone on her team had provoked a big shot and she'd gotten caught in the crossfire, or there were deeper currents at play, hidden in the shadows. Even her mission mentor fell silent for a long while after hearing the report, before replying gravely. He would definitely inform the principal and bring the mastermind to justice. The thread hadn't been cut yet. That same night, dozens of miles outside Qianlong University, in a dark underground chamber, a figure knelt prostrate on the cold stone floor. Wu Yun. Had Su Qianqian been there, she would have recognized him at a glance. This was the very mission mentor she'd spoken to on the phone. My lord, Lord Blue Ghost of Lake City has been killed. The mission target has been eliminated. Should we send more men to avenge Lord Blue Ghost? The demon seated in the main position, who had been resting with his eyes closed, snapped them open. What did you say? Blue Ghost is dead, killed in a backwater like Lake City. Yes, a grandmaster, dead in a small city where the strongest were no more than mere masters. The demon fell silent for a long moment, his voice cold as a blade. Have you found the killer? Wu Yunyi shook his head. The one student who survived says she knows nothing. We're still investigating. Before he'd even finished speaking, an icy glare bore into his back. His whole body trembled. Then what are you still doing kneeling here? 3 days. Within 3 days, I want to see the head of whoever killed Blue Ghost. Otherwise you die. Yes. Yes. Wu Yunyi bowed his head even lower, then rose and backed out the door, hunched over. He'd just stepped outside, worrying about how to track down that killer, when a figure materialized out of thin air beside him. A demon with a row of purple horns sprouting from the top of his head. Greetings, Lord Red Ghost. Wu Yun immediately dropped to his knees. Red Ghost swept a contemptuous glance over him. Don't waste my time. My big brother's worried a piece of trash like you can't get the job done, so he sent me to tag along. Yes, Lord Red Ghost. Rather than being angered by the humiliation, Wu Yunyi actually felt relieved. He was only an early-stage grandmaster, even weaker than Blue Ghost. Going in alone would have been nothing but a death sentence. But now, with the martial venerable level Red Ghost backing him up, every last trace of panic in his heart vanished. He refused to believe that whoever it was in Lake City. Can he really kill a martial venerable too? A man and a ghost walked into the night. Their target was the only survivor on the scene, Su Qianqian. In Wu Yunyi's view, anyone who managed to survive couldn't possibly be clueless. She had to be hiding something. Once they caught her, the truth would come out on its own. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian, now marked by a grandmaster and a martial venerable, was sitting at the dinner table, having supper with her family. At the table, Su Wenxiang and Su Shiyue's mother, Su Yulian, kindly served food to the two girls. Neither Su Qianqian nor Su Shiyue brought up the life-and-death struggle from just hours ago. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Shiyue, the college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just relax these next couple of days. Pushing your cultivation too hard will only backfire. Su Wenxiang placed a piece of meat into Su Shiyue's bowl. Dad, you're playing favorites. Su Qianqian protested immediately. You didn't talk like that back when I took my exams. Back then you practically pinned me down on the meditation cushion to make me train. Enough, enough, stop stirring the pot. Have you finished that mission of yours or not? If you're done, get yourself back to school. You've been lounging around at home for a whole month. Su Qianqian's mother had passed away early. Over the years, Su Wenxiang had always kept the stern face of a strict father. Otherwise, given his daughter's temperament, she'd have run wild long ago. Su Yulian shot him a reproachful glare. What kind of thing is that to say? Our Qianqian is such a good girl, who chases their own daughter out the door. Qianqian, from now on Auntie's got your back. We're not scared of your dad. Hom. Mama Su really is the best to me. Su Qianqian put on a pitiful little pout and leaned into Su Yulian's arms. Watching all this, The corners of Su Shiyue's mouth quietly curved up. She loved this feeling. A sister who feared their father but loved to banter with him. A mother fierce in protecting her own. Everything was so harmonious, so warm, so much like a family. Meanwhile, on the other side, I sat alone, quietly eating my dinner. Suddenly my phone rang. The caller ID wasn't Shiyue, it was Director Fong, the orphanage director who had raised me since I was little. I picked up immediately. Hello, Director Fong. But what burst through from the other end was a chorus of crisp, childish voices. Big Brother Ichin answered the phone. Big Brother Ichin. It's me, Xiaodian. When are you coming to visit us again? I can put on my own pants now. Give me the phone. I want to talk to Big Brother Ichin. No, not Ozwa. Give it to me. I want to talk too. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Soon, an aged voice cut through the commotion. I say, you little rascals, how did you sneak off with my phone to call Big Brother Ichin again? Didn't I tell you? His college entrance exam is coming up in a couple of days. Don't go bothering him. A soft little voice came through. But we miss you, Big Brother Ichin. I quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Director Fong. Oh, Ichin. Director Fong let out a helpless sigh. It's so late. I hope they didn't interrupt your training. Don't worry. I'll have a good talk with them in a bit. It's fine, it's fine. Don't be hard on them. Even if they hadn't called, I was just about to call you anyway. You spoil them too much. Heh. Director Fong, I made some more money recently. I'll transfer it over in a minute. Get the kids and yourself some good food and nice clothes. Director Fong was about to refuse, but I cut him off before he could get a word in. All right, it's already sent. You can check the account in a bit. I'll come visit you after the college entrance exams. Okay, good night, Director Fong. One smooth combo, and I left the old man frozen in place, unable to get a single word out. What I didn't know was that, looking at the 8 million that had landed in his account, Director Fong shook his head with a smile and quietly saved the money away, setting it aside as a betrothal gift for when I got married someday. To this day, the betrothal money he'd saved up for me had already topped 30 million. Every bit of it, sent over by me, one transfer at a time. I hung up the phone. Time to let those little rascals get a taste of what the director's love really felt like. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A rooster's crow rang out in the silent room. That was my new alarm clock. After a practiced little twitch, I rolled out of bed bright and early. Probably because of the college entrance exams, the whole way to school was lined with uniformed officers everywhere. After a month away, the gates of number 1 high came into view in the distance, and I felt a surprising twinge of nostalgia. Just as I was about to follow the crowd inside, someone suddenly called out behind me. Lin Chen, Su Shiyue, in a long dress, came jogging over toward me. The 3 people who'd come to see her off froze. It was none other than Su Wenxiang and his family. Su Qianqian's glare looked like it could kill, but Su Wenxiang just seemed puzzled. From the moment he'd first seen Su Shiyue until now, he hadn't seen her smile even once. Yet just now, the instant she spotted me, she smiled right away. As for Su Yulian, she was beaming. I knew this Annie. Shiyue used to get bullied a lot at school, and she'd been called in to sort things out more than a few times. I turned around, and once I saw it was Shiyue, the calm expression on my face melted into a smile. Shiyue, morning. Long time no see. She stopped in front of me, met my eyes, then bashfully dropped her gaze again, her voice soft. Long time no see. I nearly couldn't resist the urge to tease her, but the moment I looked up and saw Auntie Sue and the other 2 approaching, I dropped the idea. Auntie Sue, good morning. You 2 must be Uncle Sue and Su Qianqian, right? Shiyue's mentioned you before. Nice to finally meet you. Hello. Su Wenxiang nodded with a smile and was about to speak, but Su Yulian beat him to it. Good morning, Ichin. Our Shiyue owes you so much for looking out for her back then. It was nothing, ma'am. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I led Shiyue toward the exam hall. The written test was in the morning. For Shiyue and me, it was a piece of cake. We breezed through it and turned in our papers early. The real main event was the combat exam in the afternoon. Out on the field, hundreds of students stood in formation. A row of massive machines had been set up in front of everyone. The first step of the combat exam was measuring cultivation level. When your name is called, come up one at a time. First up, Zhao Wei. A nervous-looking boy jogged forward. Step up. the examiner said, pointing to the platform. A moment later, Zhao Wei, Martial Apprentice Level 6. Rating, average. Next, Zhao Wei happily took his report and jogged back to the line under a wave of envious stares. With the ice broken, the machines started running smoothly, one after another. Lin Zhe, Martial Apprentice Level 4. Rating, below average. Yu Xian, Martial Apprentice Level 8. Rating, above average. Jie Seelan, Martial Apprentice Level 2. Rating, poor. Name after name was called out. Some lit up with joy, others hung their heads. Martial Apprentice Level 6 was the minimum passing bar for a martial arts university, and more than half of them couldn't even reach that line. Soon, a name everyone knew was called. Next up, Linny Chen. In an instant, every student, along with all the teachers from First High, snapped their eyes toward me. I nodded and stepped onto the platform. The examiner stared at the screen, froze, then rubbed his eyes. His voice suddenly shot up an octave. Linny Chen. Cultivation, Martial Master Level 3. Rating, extreme. Dead silence fell over the field. They all knew my cultivation was high, but no one had imagined it was this high. Off in the distance, Principal Luo Wenhao and homeroom teacher Lu Luo nearly leaped out of their seats. They'd actually been worried. I hadn't shown up to school in a month, and my progress had been a total mystery. Now it was clear that worry had been completely unnecessary. Old Lu, our first high has struck gold. A martial master, and level 3, no less. Ha ha ha, we've hit the jackpot. We've hit the jackpot. No wonder Luo Wenhao was so worked up. In his 30 years at First High, the best prodigy he'd ever seen was a level 2 martial artist. Not even enough to make the cut for the 4 great martial academies. Now they had a level 3 martial master. Forget the academies coming to pick him. It was his turn to take his pick of the 4 great martial academies. As for me, I took my report card, gave a faint smile, and calmly walked back to the line. Damn it, he really showed us up? Certain people gritted their teeth inwardly. What they didn't know was that a level 3 martial master was only. It's just the appetizer. The real showstopper is still waiting. The students who took the stage afterward were increasingly high-ranked. Zhao Mingyue, level 7 warrior. Rating, superior. Zhao Jiesen, level 7 warrior. Rating, superior. Lung Qingning, level 1 martial master. Rating, exceptional. These few had all transferred in from places like the imperial capital. They couldn't hold their heads up at their original schools, so they figured they'd come to a small place like Lake City and pick up a valedictorian title, something that would at least look good on paper. Too bad this year had 2 wild cards, me and Shuri Wei, which doomed them to nothing more than supporting roles. That Lung Qingning, though, did catch the attention of several university recruiters. A martial master could make a name for herself even in Metro City, so there was really no reason for her to come all the way out here. And she herself seemed pretty happy about it. What I didn't know was that in her past life, Lung Qingming had also only been a level 7 warrior at this point. It was the experience from being reborn, plus a bit of luck, that let her break through the martial master threshold overnight. An 18-year-old martial master. This gave her far more room to grow than the average person. In this life, her goal was aimed straight at the pinnacle, the realm of martial saint. As for martial emperor, thinking of the martial emperor, Lung Qingming instinctively glanced my way. Ever since she'd felt that spine-chilling gaze on her back the last time she left, she hadn't dared show her face in front of me again. She always felt like I'd seen through something. But the moment she looked over, she ran straight into my eyes. After a brief system crash, she forced out a stiff smile and hurriedly looked away. Every time she saw me, she'd remember that scene from her past life. Me, alone, battling dozens of martial saints, more than a few of whom had walked the path of the martial saint all the way to its end. That battle had torn the heavens apart and leveled the earth. Anyone who wasn't a martial saint would be shattered into dust the moment they got close to the terrifying aftershocks. In her past life, she'd been one of the countless masses ground to pieces by those shockwaves. She'd had a chance to escape, but somehow, some backstabbing bastard clubbed her out cold from behind. By the time she opened her eyes again, she was back in high school. She didn't hate me. Being killed by the aftershocks was just proof of her own weakness, no one else to blame. The only one she held a grudge against was that sneaky rat who'd cold-cocked her from behind. In this life, she swore she'd drag that guy out into the open. The first thing she did after being reborn was go find her mother. She remembered clearly that when she'd first transferred to Lake City #1 High School, her mother had once warned a boy, with absurd, over-the-top confidence, to stay away from her. That boy was none other than me, the guy who years later would take on dozens of martial saints single-handedly. In her past life, she'd just treated it as a joke and complained about it a bit. But now that she had a second chance, there was no way she'd let that ridiculous scene play out again. Thinking about how her mother had been so rude to a future supreme being, a chill ran down her spine. Even though she knew I wouldn't hold it against her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived as long as she did in her past life. That still didn't do anything to calm the panic in her heart. Despite rushing as fast as she could, she was still a step too late. With the weight finally lifted off her chest, she immediately hurried over to apologize to me. Facing me, she thought she'd hidden her nervousness well. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen right through her at a single glance. Just as I thought, someone like me really isn't cut out to deal with a monstrous prodigy like him, she lamented inwardly. Sticking with me promised a limitless future, sure. But first, you had to stay alive. Her eyes darted away, while I studied her with genuine interest. Ding. Doesn't the host want to ask this reincarnator what your future self is like? Judging by her reaction, she must know the future you. The system's voice echoed in my mind. I quietly shook my head. And what if I did know? Sometimes, seeing too clearly isn't a good thing. I'd rather peel back the fog of the future bit by bit, on my own. Ding. Then what if the future host is dead? I froze. Dead. For something to be able to kill the future me, it would have to be a hopeless situation, a dead end. And if it was truly a dead end, what could knowing about it possibly change? Besides, who could seriously boast of immortality? Even the Martial Emperor lived no more than 10,000 years. When it came to life and death, it was all just a matter of time in the end. The system fell silent once more. I spoke with such nonchalance, yet inside, I couldn't help turning that question over and over, weighing every word. Maybe I should find a chance to go see Lung Qingning. After all, if you can live, who would ever choose to die? This isn't called being afraid. This is called listening to your heart. Just as I was lost in thought, a restless little hand tugged at the hem of my robe. Following it, I glanced to the side. It was Su Shiriwa. Her cheeks were puffed out, wearing this huffy little expression, indescribably adorable. Is she pretty? Huh. That woman. You keep staring at her. Hearing the faint accusation in her tone, I looked at her with fresh eyes. Was this really the Su Shiriwa I knew? Getting jealous? Since when did this girl unlock that talent? What's wrong? Under my gaze, the courage she'd finally worked up vanished in an instant, and she lowered her head again, her face flushing red. The familiar Shiriwa was back. But how could I let such a perfect opportunity slip by? I reached out and gently pinched her chin, lifting that lowered face back up. That stunning beauty was right before my eyes. My gaze was full of teasing. What's this? Was our little Shiriwa just feeling jealous? That single line, combined with the hand pinching her chin, instantly turned her already reddened face crimson, and her eyes began to glaze over. No, I most certainly was not. That was about enough. I pulled my hand back with careful restraint. Tease her any further, and this girl might just faint from embarrassment. It was almost her turn to have her cultivation tested. This can't go wrong, not now. Behind me, a classmate was already wailing. You two are the worst. Just because you're powerful you get to flaunt it and torture us single people? Boo-hoo, I'm bouncing it back. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. As my hand left her chin, Shiriwa let out a small breath of relief. Yet a strange flicker of disappointment brushed through her heart. She'd never admit it, but honestly, she loved it when I treated her like that. The examiner up front called her name soon after. Next up, Su Shiriwa. She stepped forward. Even the examiner's eyes flashed with a hint of awe. What a gorgeous girl. All eyes drifted back toward her once again. Ever since that whole incident with Li Qing last month, her legend had already spread across the entire school. The most outrageous version claimed she'd used just one finger to beat Li Qing, a grandmaster, until he coughed up blood and passed out. Everyone who hadn't witnessed it firsthand was dying to know just how strong she really was. Go ahead and step up, the examiner said, snapping back to attention. Shiriwa's expression didn't change. The blush I'd teased out of her had long since faded, and she calmly stepped onto the round platform. Before long, an expression even more incredulous than the one he'd worn for me crept across the examiner's face. Su Shuriwe, cultivation level, Tier 7 Warrior Master, rating, Extreme Plus. The whole place erupted instantly. Holy crap, Tier 7 Warrior Master? Did I hear that right? You sure it's not Tier 7 Warrior? The crowd below went wild. Some sucked in sharp breaths, others rubbed their ears, as if they couldn't believe the numbers they'd just heard. 18 years old, Tier 7 Warrior Master. Is this even a domestic testing ground? Every single pair of eyes was nailed to that petite figure on the testing platform. I stood in the crowd, cracking sunflower seeds and enjoying the show, mentally giving Shuriwe a thumbs up. This girl, she'd hidden it deep. This student, my Imperial Capital Martial Academy, wants her. A booming voice crashed down from above. Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged man soaring through the air, his feet never touching the ground. Flight through the void, a skill only grandmasters possessed. Right after, 3 more figures came tearing through the sky. Huh, old Shing, there's no way my Haotian Martial University is handing this girl over to you. Modu Martial University wants in on this too. A talent like this belongs at my Qianlong Martial University. The 4 figures landed together. The admissions officers from all 4 major martial academies had shown up at the same time, all speaking at once. Talk about pulling out all the stops. Down below, the crowd's gazes, full of envy and jealousy, all came slamming toward Shuriwe. The teacher from Imperial Capital Martial University smiled and spread his hands. Well, since we're all here, let's keep it fair. We'll see whose offer can win over this Miss Su Shuriwe. The other 3 nodded. I'll go first. Miss Shuriwe, join Imperial Capital Martial University, and you'll get all 3 years of tuition waived, 10 million in scholarship funds every year, plus add a Grandmaster tier martial art, plus a heaven-grade weapon. And finally, 1 chance to enter the Celestial Jade Pavilion. The first few offers were fine, but the moment Celestial Jade Pavilion was mentioned, both Qin Huai and the teacher from Haotian Martial University changed their expressions at once. That was a secret realm, home to countless opportunities, the place every teacher and student in the imperial capital dreamed of reaching. Yet only those who had rendered great service to the school were worthy of setting foot inside. Using such an opportunity for recruitment was like laying bare your entire fortune for everyone to see. The teacher from Qianlong Martial University immediately jumped in. Shuriwe, come to Qianlong Martial University. Tuition fully waived and a scholarship, 20 million a year. 1 honored tier martial art, 1 heaven-grade weapon, plus the qualification to enter the Qianlong Abyss. The teacher from Imperial Capital Martial University wasn't about to back down. An honored tier martial art? We'll match that. And for the scholarship, I'll offer 30 million. Beside them, Qin Huai spoke up, calm and unhurried. Come to Demon City Martial University. Tuition fully waived, scholarship of 100 million a year. Honored tier martial art, heaven-grade weapon, we've got it all. The words 100 million landed like a hammer, and the teachers from the imperial capital and Qianlong fell silent at the same time. Demon City Martial University might lack a lot of things, but money wasn't one of them. Most of the students there came from great and powerful families, loaded with cash and resources. Hu Yang, the teacher from Haotian Martial University, quickly chimed in. Shuriwe, come to Haotian. Tuition fully waived. We can only offer a 10 million scholarship, but we have a king-tier martial art, the Righteous Spirit Manual, plus one-on-one instruction from our headmaster himself. And our headmaster is a peak martial king. Come on, old Hu. The other 3 couldn't help but laugh. So you're just recruiting a disciple on the headmaster's behalf like that? Did the old man actually sign off on it? Watch out. If you end up getting a beating and can't deliver on your promises, that'll be quite a show. +1. Hu Yang shot them a sideways glance. I called him ages ago. The old man said yes. The 3 of them changed expressions. This sly dog had actually come prepared. Shuriwe, hold on a moment. Let us make a few calls first. By now, the entire crowd had fallen dead silent. Those astronomical offers came down like sledgehammers, one after another, pounding on everyone's heads until their ears rang. And standing up on the stage, Shuriwe showed not the slightest ripple of emotion, as if the four martial universities weren't fighting over her at all. Her stepfather, Su Wenxiang, was a regional tycoon after all. The family could easily put up billions. These external things had never once caught her eye. She only wanted to know one thing. Which school do I want to go to? Out of politeness, she quietly listened to every word. Before long, the three who had stepped away to make their calls returned. Shuriwe, our headmaster said that if you join Hao Yin, he'll personally take you on as his disciple. The other two exchanged a glance and said nothing. Clearly, their own headmasters had no such interest. After a moment, they added. He pressed on. Our principal doesn't take on disciples personally, but he'll arrange an outstanding teacher for you. Shanghai's the same. I won't overpromise on everything, but when it comes to paying for a top-tier mentor, money's no object for us. All the cards were on the table now. The teacher from Qianlong Martial University asked, Shuriwe, have you thought it over? Which school do you want to join? Shuriwe glanced at the four of them and said softly, Can I have a moment to think? I'd like to ask Lenny Chen first. Lenny Chen. The four teachers were taken aback, then remembered that prodigy, the third-tier martial artist. He wasn't on Shuriwe's level, but he was still promising material. Several of them had already had their eye on him. Now, hearing Shuriwe say this, the meaning was crystal clear. Wherever he went, she'd go. Buy one, get one free. Who wouldn't jump at a blowout deal like that? Hu Yang called toward Class 1. Lenny Chen, could you come out here for a second? I'd been happily watching the drama unfold, and now it had landed right on my own head. The smile froze on my face, and I had no choice but to grit my teeth and step forward. Ever since he'd heard my name, Qin Huai's expression had been off. The instant he laid eyes on me, he actually flinched back half a step, like a reflex. Qin Huai had good reason to fear me. Those few slaps last time had nearly shattered the Dao heart of this grandmaster. After he'd gone back, he'd given strict orders to Wu Guipeng and the others to bury the whole thing. Who could afford to provoke a teenager who carried a mysterious token and could pin a grandmaster to the ground and beat him? As arrogant as those noble clan kids were, they weren't stupid. They could see it clearly. Someone who could beat a grandmaster into submission at 18 was so far above them, they couldn't even manage to look up that high. Later, Qin Huai found out I was a student at Husher No. 1 High School, and it only threw him into more of a mess. Supreme Young Master and High Schooler. He understood each phrase on its own, but put them together and his brain just crashed. But he quickly figured out one thing. Get me into Shanghai Martial University at any cost. Even the most monstrous prodigy in human history hadn't stepped into the martial venerable realm until right before graduating college. But me? I'd be starting out as a martial venerable the day I enrolled. For the other martial universities, that was like aiming a cannon at an anthill. So the moment I showed up as a third-tier martial artist, Qin Huai launched into a full-blown performance, tearing me down to the other three and nitpicking every little thing. They'd seen tricks like this plenty of times. They just treated it as entertainment. Whoever bought it was a fool. But the three old foxes didn't rush to reveal themselves either. Each of them was quietly scheming, working out what terms they'd use to snatch me away later. That is, until they saw Shuriwe, a seventh-tier martial artist, and none of them could sit still any longer. A third-tier martial artist was rare, but not one of a kind. A seventh-tier martial artist, though? They'd never seen one in their lives. The strongest new student they knew of had only been fifth tier at enrollment. 2 tiers might not sound like much, but one intermediate stage and one at the advanced stage. The higher the realm, the more each level becomes an insurmountable chasm. Plenty of people get stuck on a single level and burn away half their lives there. No wonder they'd rather put the exam on hold than lose the chance to fight over this one kid. The moment I stepped out, all 4 of them swarmed around me. The other 3 schools offered me terms a notch below what they'd offered Shuriwe. Only Qin Huai matched it word for word, laying out the exact same figure they'd given her. The other 3 cursed him in their hearts for wrecking the market rate, but there was nothing they could do. Getting me meant getting Shuriwe. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and raise their bids to match. What they didn't know was this. If he weren't worried about drawing suspicion, Qin Huai would have gladly doubled it again, twice over. As for taking a beating from the principal afterward, he couldn't have cared less. Watching this scene that looked more like a haggling match at a farmer's market, I shot Shuriwe a helpless glance. This girl really knew a thing or two about redirecting damage. I raised a hand to quiet things down. Hold on, all four of you. Choosing a Marshall University is no small thing. It deserves careful thought. Why don't you wait until the combat assessment 3 days from now is over before deciding whether you want us? After all, there's no need to rush this very moment, right? Only then did the four of them notice the deathly silence all around. Ahem. The teacher from the capital Marshall University cleared his throat, finally recovering the composure a teacher was supposed to have. That's fair. Then let's use these 3 days to see what you two can do in combat. Don't worry. Even if you fight on the weaker side, we won't change a single word of what we've offered. With that, the four of them turned and returned to their seats. I let out a breath and looked over at Shuriwa. Let's go, little Miss Shuriwa. As if she knew she'd caused trouble, Shuriwa kept her head down and stuck close behind me. The moment the main players left, the proctors quickly reorganized and resumed the testing. Thankfully, no more earth-shattering prodigies turned up. The strongest was only a second-level martial artist, and the assessment soon drew to a close. For this crowd of exam takers, tomorrow's combat trial was their one and only shot at turning things around. Aside from the transfer students and the two of us, no one else ranked higher than a third-level martial artist, while the minimum admission threshold for the four great martial schools was fourth level. In other words, going by cultivation alone, not a single one of them could make the cut. But that didn't mean there was no chance. The four great martial schools had a special rule, an exceptional showing in combat. Say, a third-level martial artist slaying a demon beast of third level or higher could earn you a special exception and get you admitted anyway. Over the years, Lake City No. 1 High had produced quite a few promising talents this way. As for the two of us, we'd long since had a guaranteed spot in the bag. I glanced at Shuriwa beside me, the picture of a well-behaved girl, yet what surfaced in my mind was the clean, unflinching efficiency with which she'd cut down both people and beasts. I could just about guarantee it. 3 days from now, those teachers would have to raise their offers all over again. Sensing me watching her, Shuriwa thought I was angry and mumbled softly, "I'm sore." I smiled and patted her on the head. "What are you thinking about? There's nothing to apologize for. Thanks to you, my value is skyrocketing now. I should be the one thanking you, Su Shuriwa." She lowered her head, blushing. "You're welcome. As long as you're happy, Linny-chan. If you ever run short on cultivation resources, I can give you some of mine." A warm feeling swept through my heart. This girl, raising her wasn't a waste after all. But the thing was, these days, whatever I wanted, I just had to ask the officials for it. Seeing how shy she looked, I couldn't resist teasing her. "Little Su Shuriwa, are you trying to be my sugar mama?" "Well, that depends on whether you've got what it takes. After all, there are plenty of rich women chasing after me." The moment the words "sugar mama" hit her ears, Shuriwa's cheeks flushed instantly, and she buried her head even lower. But on that hidden little face, there was an expression hard to put into words. Being Linny-chan's sugar mama. Haha, sugar mama. But when she heard "plenty of rich women chasing after me," that dreamy look vanished in an instant, and her head snapped up. "I will." I scratched my head. "Huh, you'll what?" I will. I'll be Linny-chan's sugar mama." Her eyes were frighteningly serious, but the words came out in a stutter. When she finished, the blush on her face deepened even more than before, yet she tilted her head up and stared straight at me. This time, she didn't lower her head again. The corner of my mouth started to twitch. It was just a joke. Did this girl actually take it seriously? I raised my hand and, without an ounce of tenderness, flicked her right on the forehead. "Ow, wow, that hurts." She clutched her head with both hands, gazing at me with a face full of grievance and confusion. That expression said, "If you don't explain, I'm going to cry. Don't pull that on me. If you want to be my sugar mama, you've got a long way to go. I'm out." I shot her a glance, turned around, and walked off. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes, but she wasn't upset. She immediately caught up. The evening sun spilled over the two of us, in what should have been a beautiful picture. The only thing ruining it was that little tail sneaking along behind us. Su Qianqian stared at the two figures growing distant, watching the soft, bashful way Shuriwa acted in front of me, and felt a pang in her chest. In her eyes, her little sister had always been a cold, aloof goddess who showed almost no other expression to anyone but her. She was already mulling it over, what kind of sack she should use to throw over my head. But what she didn't know was that, at this very moment, there were also two pairs of vicious eyes locked onto her. Lord Red Ghost, when do we make our move? 2 whole days have passed. If we can't find the killers soon, it'll be hard to answer to the higher-ups. Wu Yunyi was so anxious he kept wringing his hands. He and Red Ghost had arrived a day early, but Red Ghost insisted on waiting until the college entrance exams were over, so they could take out a few of the human race's geniuses along the way. 2 birds with 1 stone. They really did get their weight. The moment the 18-year-old, 7th-tier martial master appeared, Red Demon's first instinct was to kill. But there were several auras hiding nearby, none of them weaker than his own, so he had no choice but to suppress the killing intent for now. Compared to killing a prodigy, Wu Yunyi was far more anxious to track down whoever had slain Blue Demon and report back. The 3-day deadline was almost up, fail the mission, and it was his own head that would roll. Red Demon, being a demon himself, faced no such danger. In fact, killing a human prodigy would even earn him a reward. Red Demon shot him an irritated glare. What's the rush? This school isn't clean. There are quite a few experts around. We can't make a move here. Come with me first and deal with those 2 geniuses who left the school. Once that girl gets home, there'll still be plenty of time to take care of her. With that, it turned and slunk off in the direction we had gone. Wu Yunyi seethed but didn't dare say a word. He could only follow. Meanwhile, I was being dragged along by Shuriwe, reluctantly walking her home. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding. It has been detected that the protection target will face a mortal threat if she returns home alone. Please escort her safely home and ensure the protection target survives the night. Mission reward, soul search. Mission failure, death of the protection target. I gave a bitter smile inwardly. So this was what it meant to be a genius? How was it that every single trip home landed me on a landmine? Without letting anything show, I spread out my spiritual sense and swept the surroundings. Those few martial venerable auras, I'd noticed them the moment I stepped into the exam hall. Today was the college entrance exam. They were probably officials sent by the higher-ups. A backwater place like this couldn't draw a martial venerable to oversee the exam in person, so they had to be here for me. After all, I was now a probationary elder, and a certain level of protection was to be expected. Since they posed no threat to me, I hadn't paid them much mind. But this one sweep, and I immediately caught that elusively skulking Red Demon, along with Wu Yunyi at its side. I had no idea how they'd managed to slip past those martial venerables' perception. But playing these sneaky little games in front of me? Still too green. A demon again. Looking at that figure with its pair of purple horns and crimson body, a question stirred in my mind. Since when did these high-tiered demons develop a taste for backwater towns like Lake City? I shook my head and dropped the thought. Before long, I had safely delivered Shuriwe to her doorstep. Su Yulian and Su Wenxiang, who had been waiting, hurried over to greet us. They'd originally wanted to come pick her up, but Shuriwe had turned them down, saying I would walk her home, and the 2 of them had smilingly agreed. Shuriwe, how did you and Ichen do on your martial exams? Su Yulian asked, a little nervous. She knew her daughter's cultivation had shot up dramatically, but she had no idea exactly how far. Mom, I'm a 7th-tier martial master, and Lin Ichen is a 3rd-tier martial master, Shuriwe answered honestly. What? The 2 of them froze on the spot, doubting their own ears. A martial master, not just a martial artist? I chimed in with a smile from the side. Uncle, Auntie, everything Shuriwe said is true. She hasn't even taken her combat assessment yet, and all 4 martial academies are already fighting over her. That did it. The old couple finally believed us. Su Yulian wept with joy, holding her daughter close, laughing and crying at once, her eyes brimming with pride. I politely declined their invitation to stay for dinner. I still had business to attend to. After saying goodbye to the family, I glanced around. You 2 don't need to follow me. Just keep watch here. I said this through voice transmission. The 2 martial venerables in the distance felt a jolt in their hearts. Despite the distance, every word came through crystal clear. Only a martial emperor could master this kind of secret voice transmission technique. They exchanged a glance and nodded silently, not making a sound. They knew I was a spiritual mind master, and that every move they made right now was under my watch. Sensing their nods, I lingered no longer and set off at an unhurried pace toward where the red demon was hiding. Night was pressing down, inch by inch. The one man and one demon lurking in the shadows had been itching to make their move the whole way. Unfortunately, the aura of that powerful guardian hidden in the dark never faded. I could feel them growing more and more restless. The human was betting that the hidden expert couldn't possibly stay glued to their target every second, while the demon was betting that I, a mere Tier 3 martial master, wasn't important enough to warrant protection. They'd both bet wrong. Even after I stood up and left Sushiriwe, the two guardian auras still didn't budge. I sneered inwardly. They'd finally figured it out. The one being protected was that Tier 7 martial prodigy, not me. TCH. Can't kill that one. But taking out this Tier 3 martial master isn't a wasted trip either. A vicious whisper came from behind me. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Honestly, I'd been worried they'd be stubborn enough to keep loitering around Sushiriwe, which would have forced me to strike on the spot. Since they'd wised up and followed along, all the better. I was bored anyway. Might as well play with you for a bit and get some answers about why this pack of high-level demons has its eyes on Lake City. I turned into a narrow alley and walked slowly. Then, suddenly, my steps froze and I tilted my body to the left. A figure clutching an orange burlap sack lunged straight at the spot where I'd just been standing, hitting the ground with a solid thud. Su Qianqian, what exactly are you doing? Looking at her sprawled on the ground in such a sorry state, I nearly burst out laughing. This girl's stealth skills were a million miles behind those two stalkers hiding in the shadows. Sneaking up on someone while clutching a burlap sack. Clearly she was up to no good. Still, she was the sworn sister Su Shiriwe had recognized. I reached out and considerately helped her up. She straightened up, looked at the smile on my face, then at the sack in her hand, and quickly hid the bag behind her back, forcing out an awkward laugh. Ahaha that! What a coincidence, Linny Chin. If I said I just happened to be passing by, would you believe me? You tell me, should I believe it, or shouldn't I? With her scheme blown, she dropped the act entirely, rolled up her sleeves, and got ready to just take matters into her own hands the hard way. From the look of her, if she didn't beat the daylights out of me today, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But her showing up turned out to be an unexpected gift for those two lurking in the shadows. Especially the human. He'd been searching high and low, and here she just fell into his lap. Killing me would be the perfect way to intimidate Su Qianqian and force her to confess what really happened that day. In that instant, the goals of the human and the demon finally aligned. Two figures burst forward, lunging straight at us. Su Qianqian hadn't even registered what was happening. Her hand had barely lifted an inch when two waves of despair-inducing power had already bore down right in front of her. A set of razor-sharp claws grazed past her cheek, going straight for my throat. She was scared stiff, just as she thought the guy who'd tried to steal her little sister was about to die a violent death right there. That terrifying black blur froze dead in midair. Me, the one who should have been drawing his last breath, stood there without a scratch, wearing an amused look as I gazed at the immobilized demon. On the other side, the human who'd been about to reach her saw the whole thing and nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun around to flee, only to discover, to his horror, that he couldn't move either. From that moment on, the hunters became the prey in the blink of an eye. Though, to be honest, they'd never really been the hunters to begin with. Su Qianqian stood rooted in place, those slender legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to move forward or back. I didn't have time for her. I raised my hand and pressed it against the red demon's head. The moment I touched it, a mission complete prompt sounded in my mind. Soul search. Perfect chance to test out whether this thing actually worked. Its memories flashed through my head like a movie, fast-forwarding. In a moment, I had the whole story, cause and effect, in the palm of my hand. Boiled down, it was simple. A somewhat gifted young man had slept with the fiancée of a certain aristocratic clan's heir. Sure, the two of them were genuinely in love, but who could stomach being cuckolded? The thing was, school rules were strict. Harming a fellow student meant expulsion. In serious cases, it meant paying with your life. Not even the clan heir's parents could shield him from that. As luck would have it, though, his family had ties to the demons, so they paid to have the demons do the job. Things had gone smoothly at first. The blue-horned demon they sent had cleanly killed the young man, and Su Qianqian had been quick enough that day to narrowly escape with her life. Or maybe the demon just wanted to toy with her and let her run on purpose. Then a mysterious figure appeared and cut down the blue-horned demon with a single stroke of his blade. The demon leader, enraged, dispatched these two to root out the mysterious figure, kill him, and bring the body back. But this red devil got greedy, wanting to take out both me and Su Shuriware along with everyone else, and passed up countless chances to grab Su Qianqian. He'd been tailing me the whole way, and the instant he made his move, I subdued him with ease. I shook my head, a little disappointed. And here I'd thought Lake City was hiding some earth-shattering treasure, something worth this endless tide of demons throwing themselves at us. But it turned out, all this was over a cheating spouse. With a wave of my hand, I flung the demon away. It slammed hard into the ground. Instead of raging, it broke into ecstatic joy. It realized it could move again. But the very moment it tried to bolt, a sudden heat surged through its entire body, and then its whole frame burst into flames. The fire spread impossibly fast. This martial, venerable-level demon didn't even have time to scream before it crumbled into a cloud of ash and vanished without a trace. Su Qianqian watched, her face drained of color, terrified that she'd be next. When my gaze turned toward her, she scrunched her eyes shut in a panic. "Goodbye, Mom and Dad, and my dear little sister. Today I set sail on my final voyage." The human standing behind her also closed his eyes in despair. I honestly almost laughed. "Su Qianqian, aren't you a student at Qianlong Martial University? Turn around and take a look. See if you recognize the man behind you." Her eyes snapped open. She was probably calculating whether I'd strike the moment she turned her head. But after a long hesitation, she slowly turned to look. The instant she got a clear view of that face, her pupils shrank. "Professor Wu, how could it be you?" Su Qianqian stared at that all-too-familiar face, disbelief written all over her. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How could a professor from Qianlong Martial University, one of the top institutions in the world, be in league with demons? And judging by the way he'd moved in, he'd clearly come to capture her. When she thought about how she'd been reporting her mission to him just days ago, how he'd sworn up and down that this time it'll definitely get done, she felt utterly, thoroughly deceived. Wu Yunyi had no time for any of that. Right now, he saw Su Qianqian as his one and only lifeline, his face full of pleading. "Su Qianqian, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I just lost my head for a moment and got tricked by that demon. Please, give me one more chance. I promise there won't be a next time. I'll be your servant, your slave, whatever you want. Just spare me this once." Watching this normally respected, esteemed professor now on his knees begging for his life, Su Qianqian felt a complicated knot in her chest. But from the moment he chose to side with the demons, he'd set himself against her, against all of humanity. For a traitor like this, she couldn't summon a shred of pity. Besides, whether he lived or died wasn't hers to decide. How interesting. The one desperate to live doesn't come begging to me. He begs her instead. I suppose this is what they mean by a drowning man will clutch at any straw. "You've got 10 minutes, I said, looking at Su Qianqian. "Maybe you can get something useful out of his mouth. What you want to know?" She shot me a grateful look and nodded. For the next 10 minutes, she grilled him on every detail. Where were the demons' strongholds near Qianlong Martial University? Were they planning any dirty tricks anytime soon? Wu Yunyi, desperate to save his own skin, spilled everything. He held nothing back, telling us all he knew. Once she had her answers, Su Qianqian turned and gave me a nod. Wu Yunyi thought this meant he was free to go. A smile of relief had just started to spread across his face, but it turned out to be the last expression he'd ever wear. A strange flame erupted out of thin air and swallowed him whole in the blink of an eye. Su Qianqian stared at the divine fire that had reduced a man to ashes and felt her very soul tremble. This was the second time she'd seen it, yet the terror welled up from the marrow of her bones, impossible to suppress. Something occurred to me, and I mentioned it offhand. "Oh, by the way, he just said the stronghold is 30 miles east of Qianlong Martial University. I'd suggest you check out the spot 70 miles out instead. You might find a nice surprise." "You mean?" Wu Yunyi lied, she asked cautiously. I shook my head with a smile. "Not exactly. He was just an expendable pawn nobody trusted. It's perfectly normal for the intel he had to be a little off." I paused. "Oh, and one more thing. Don't breathe a word about what happened today. Otherwise, people are going to die. With that, I gave her a meaningful look, and then I was gone. Su Qianqian stared in the direction I'd left, replaying that final glance in her mind. She swallowed instinctively, her thoughts a tangled mess. She'd only meant to rough me up a little to let off some steam. Instead, first came the demon ambush, then her mentor's betrayal, and most absurd of all, Linny Chen, the pushover she'd thought she could bully however she pleased, turned out to be a hidden powerhouse. That first demon burned to death had purple horns. That meant I was at least a young supreme, maybe even a king or emperor realm expert. Recalling those parting words of mine, half reminder and half warning, she made up her mind on the spot. What happened today would rot in her stomach, and not a single other soul would ever know. Still, the intel she'd pried out of Wu Yan, that she reported to her advisor right away. As for how she'd gotten it, she just made up some excuse to brush the question aside. That very night, Qianlong Martial University mobilized its entire force. Even the principal, a peak martial king, took to the field personally, vowing to root out every last demon nest in the surrounding area. The results were immediate. In a single night, demons who had lurked in the shadows for decades were almost completely wiped out. Only their leader, relying on his peak martial king cultivation, managed to smash through the encirclement and flee far away, gravely wounded. I knew none of this. At that moment, I was curled up comfortably on my couch, watching a movie. After that little episode, the rest of the day went off without a hitch. I basically gave myself a day off. Before I knew it, the next day arrived. Today was the practical exam. The moment I walked through the school gates, I saw that every student was more or less geared up for battle. Some were armed to the teeth. I hung a long sword at my waist, more for show than anything. Su Shiriyue, beside me, did the same. If you looked closely, you'd notice she was wearing a combat suit under her jacket. Once everyone had gathered, Principal Luo Wenhao began his speech. Students, today is an important day. Let me ask you one thing. Are you willing to spend your whole lives being mediocre, being nothing more than ordinary people? The response came as a roar that swelled wave after wave. No, we're not. Luo Wenhao nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Then today I want every single one of you to bring your absolute best and prove yourselves. I want all of you to get into the martial university of your dreams. He swept his hand through the air. Now, each class will follow their proctors and enter the practical trial realm in an orderly fashion. Probably because this was a martial exam, he didn't resort to that belly full of scriptures technique of his. After a few simple words of encouragement, he organized everyone to head into the realm. This trial realm at Lake City No. 1 High School had been relocated here by the authorities not long ago. The means to open a realm entrance did exist, but it took a very long time to prepare. My class, Su Shiyue's and mine, went in first. Gazing at that familiar realm gate, I led the whole class through it. A flash of white light filled my vision, and I realized all my classmates behind me had vanished. They'd probably been randomly teleported to different locations. That made sense. It was a martial exam. After all, they couldn't let everyone piggyback off someone else from the very start. Otherwise, everyone would just trail behind Su Shiriyue and me, begging for protection, and what would be the point of the exam then? For everyone else, finding another person came down to luck. I was different. As a walking, human-shaped radar, I quickly locked onto Su Shiriyue in the distance. She was safe for the time being, so I didn't dwell on it any longer. After all, while protecting her, I still had my own exam to deal with, and that group of examiners outside was watching every move. From then on, I moved forward with a long sword in one hand, cutting down any demonic beast I ran into along the way, all while ambling unhurriedly towards Su Shiyue's direction. I was as relaxed and carefree as if I'd come out for a picnic. What I didn't know was that Qin Huai, who was outside the realm glued to the monitors, was shaking his head at the screen. Sigh, this Linny Chen is way too laid back. One look and you can tell he'll never amount to anything. I suggest we toss him over to our Magic City Martial University to really toughen him up. The other three grandmasters rolled their eyes, not bothering to entertain this sly old fox's little scheme. Laid back or not aside, every demonic beast I came across couldn't survive a single strike. They were all one-shot kills, even the ones a full rank above me. Same for him. A guy who could slaughter through level gaps this easily was clearly top-tier material at a glance. Not to mention, tethered, right beside him was someone even more monstrous, Su Shuriwa. At this point, no matter how much dirt Qin Huai tried to sling, they wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. The four of them turned their heads to look at the scoreboard. First place, Su Shuriwa, 620 points. Second place, Lin Yichen, 260 points. Third place, Leng Qingming, 240 points. Fourth place, Zhao Minghua, 110 points. Seeing Su Shuyue's score leaving everyone in the dust, all eyes snapped right back to her. Meanwhile, ever since Su Shuyue entered the secret realm, she'd been like a starving wolf let loose in a sheep pen. That timid little girl act she put on around me was nowhere to be found. Her gaze was cold and sharp as a blade. I only killed what I ran into. She went out hunting. She'd kill whatever was in front of her, then hunt down whatever lurked in the shadows. And once the shadows were clear, she'd scour the whole mountain for more. She'd just wiped out an entire pack of green rhinos, and aside from a few beads of sweat and some splattered blood, she didn't have a single scratch on her. A flawless victory. I could feel that razor-sharp aura even from a distance. Standing in the middle of a field littered with corpses, she looked like a full-blown god of war. But she still hadn't had her fill. She lifted her head toward the depths of the secret realm, where countless powerful auras were stirring. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged straight in. That move put the four instructors and the whole crew of proctors on edge. Deep in the realm lurked Grandmaster-level beasts. Opponents even the weaker proctors couldn't handle. Anyone else barging in like that would be signing their own death warrant. But for Su Shuriwe, they were nothing but hopeful. Sure enough, she hadn't gone far before she ran headlong into a green spirit python. Over 10 meters long, its body thick as a water barrel, the sheer sight of it was overwhelming. Third-tier warrior. She saw straight through the giant's true level at a glance. Unfazed by its terrifying size, she flickered forward and lunged at it with blinding speed. The green spirit python seemed to sense the mortal danger, and its entire body suddenly erupted with a surge of violent energy. This was the innate gift of their kind, berserk transformation, boosting their power tenfold. The price, once it wore off, even if no one killed the beast, it was doomed to die within 30 seconds. So unless it was a life or death moment, a green spirit python would never use it, saving it only for a shot at taking its enemy down with it. Being forced to unleash its life-saving trump card in a single exchange showed just how much pressure Su Shuriwe had put on it. The giant python before her was now on par with a half-step grandmaster, yet she didn't show a trace of fear. Berserk transformation may have granted it terrifying power, but it had also stripped the beast of all reason. Wind spirit, conceal. Swift, she unleashed her martial technique and vanished into thin air. The crazed python, watching its target disappear out of nowhere, froze on the spot. The next instant, a flash of sword light streaked before its eyes. Boom. The massive snake head crashed to the ground. Those two eyes still. Even in death, its eyes still flickered with madness and a trace of confusion. To the very end, it never understood how it had died. It didn't know. But the four grandmasters watching outside the screen saw everything, clear as day. Hiss, using wind to mask her presence, then borrowing extreme speed to create a momentary invisibility? A hell of a technique. No doubt about it. +1. All four were dazzled by the maneuver. A 7th-tier martial artist had slain a giant serpent, one that rivaled a half-step grandmaster when enraged, without breaking a sweat. Sure, that half-step grandmaster ranking was a bit inflated, but the precision of that single strike? Flawless. You couldn't find a single fault in it. They asked themselves honestly, if any of them had to face that thing at her level, the moment that serpent went berserk would be the moment to turn tail and run. This kill earned Su Shuriwe a full 500 points. It should have been 1,000, but since the serpent's half-step grandmaster status was padded, the score got cut in half. Even so, her total shot up to 1,120, leaving second place Leng Qingming more than 800 points behind. First place, Su Shuriwe, 1,120 points. Second place, Leng Qingming, 300 points. Third place, Lin Yichen, 270 points. Fourth place, Zhao Jiesin, 140 points. As for me, Mr. Slacker, I was still slacking. Lung Qingming had already overtaken me, knocking me down to third. But honestly, I couldn't care less about the score. As long as it's enough to get me into Marshall University, that's all that matters. Compared to me, Su Shuriwei was in a league entirely of her own. Keep in mind, it had only been 3 hours since we entered, and every candidate had to stay inside for a full 3 days. Plenty of people wouldn't even scrape together 1,000 points in all that time. Looks like the combat record Emperor Ming's held for decades is finally about to fall, right? Back in his day, Senior Emperor Ming clocked in at 14,600 points. At the rate this little girl's mowing down monsters in the inner ring, she's got a real shot. Watching Su Shuriwei push deeper into the hunt on the screen, the 4 Qinhuai masters grew more excited by the second, secretly plotting to multiply their recruitment offers several times over. Whatever it took, each of them was determined to bring this prodigy into their own academy. Inside the secret realm, Su Shuriwei had no idea that 4 men outside were busy driving up her market value. She soon ran into an Earth Splitter boar, equivalent to a second-tier martial artist, and once again took it down with a single clean thrust to the throat. No hesitation, no mess. 200 more points. And so, in one battle after another, the first day quickly came to an end. By the end of the day, plenty of weaker candidates had already hit their emergency signals and been escorted out of the realm by the examiners. The students who remained no longer wore the excitement and anticipation of that first morning. Most were exhausted, barely clinging on at the edge of elimination. The rankings, meanwhile, had been turned completely upside down. First place, Su Shuriwei, 4,720 points. Second place, Lung Qingning, 1,960 points. Third place, Zhao Mingyue, 1,050 points. Fourth place, Zhao Jiesin, 1,040 points. Fifth place, Lin Yichen, 525 points. Sixth place, Zhang San, 330 points. I stared at my score, frozen for what felt like forever, and couldn't help the smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth. 525 points. Fifth place. To outsiders, this probably looked like I was slacking off. But I knew better. Right now, the only thing echoing in my head was that voice. The system's voice. I'd already vanished from the SystemMy systems scans a while ago. I knew the examiners in the monitoring room were sweating over me. Let them sweat. A true master never needs to prove anything to anyone. The only person he answers to is himself. What actually made me stop was Su Shuriwei. Coiled around her was a strange cluster of blood-red mist. There was something deeply wrong about it. Even when I pushed my spiritual sense into it, the fog scrambled it, throwing me off. To keep my true strength hidden and avoid stirring up trouble I didn't need, I used concealment for the first time. My figure blurred, and in the space of a single breath, I was standing right beside her. The red mist could block spiritual sense, but it couldn't block me. I could see exactly where she was. The moment her life was in the slightest danger, I'd act. It would take me all of an instant. And that was when it happened. Ding. Detected. The protection system's charge is about to obtain a fortuitous opportunity. Opportunity comes bundled with unknown danger. Host, monitor the protected subject status at all times and escort her safely to her opportunity. Reward, Spirit Mentalist rank +1, minor realm. Failure, unknown. A fortuitous opportunity, huh? My gaze sank into the heart of the mist. Down there, an ordinary soul sense could no longer reach. I opened my twin pupils. My black irises split in two, and the barrier before my eyes shattered like thin paper. Everything hidden in the fog snapped into perfect clarity. A blood-red longsword, standing alone, driven into the rock. A stream of information surfaced in my mind. Bloodthirst Holy Sword. The weapon once wielded by Lu Pingyan, the Killing Sage. After the Killing Sage fell, this blade vanished. It harbors an absolute, murderous intent. Anyone who approaches recklessly will be devoured by that killing aura and reduced to a puppet that knows nothing but slaughter. Methods to resolve it. First, sever the blade and end it once and for all. Second, earn the sword's approval and become its master. Warning, a wisp of a demon's remnant soul is sealed within. The demon Lu Pingyan once slew, now reborn as this fragment. Beware of body snatching. My heart sank, and I felt a stab of worry for Su Shuriwei. severing a holy sword. With my current cultivation, that was beyond me. But moving it out of the way? That was nothing, hardly worth lifting a finger. Except this was her opportunity. A holy sword like this, you can chase it your whole life and never find one. Miss it, and you might never get another chance. Some roads, if someone else walks them for you, stop being your road at all. So I suppressed the urge to step in. With me standing by, no matter how deadly the danger, nothing was going to spiral out of control. It was just, I didn't see it coming. The examiners outside cracked far sooner than I'd expected. The moment Su Shuriwe stepped into the red mist, the monitoring feed dissolved into nothing but a searing wash of blood red. Hurry, send someone in. Forget it, we'll go ourselves. Nothing can happen to Su Shuriwe. Qin Huai and the other three practically bolted out of the surveillance room. On his way out, he barked a harsh warning to the remaining examiners. Keep a close eye on the other students. I don't want a single slip-up. Yes, sir. Don't worry, head examiner. For figures plunged in unison through the gate to the secret realm. And deep within the red mist, Su Shuriwe had already met her first real battle. A Grandmaster-level jade mantis burst out of the fog, its eyes blood red, shrieking as it lunged at her. She summoned the wind domain and barely slipped past that vicious slash. Before her feet even touched the ground, the second strike was already upon her. She didn't panic. Her sword intent surged, clashing head-on against that razor-edged blade. Clang! A crisp, ringing note of steel on steel exploded through the air. She rode the force backward, opening up distance. But the mantis was like a tireless killing machine, a single thought in its eyes, tear apart every living thing in sight. Her expression steadily hardened as she poured out every ounce of her wind domain and sword intent. Jade Maiden swordplay. Sword light wove through the air, strike after strike, exquisite beyond compare. A 7th-tier martial master was actually fighting a mid-stage grandmaster beast, one that had lost all reason, to a standstill. Watching from the shadows, I could only murmur 2 words. Impressive. And I meant every bit of it. A grandmaster is to a martial master what a martial artist is to an ordinary person. The gap isn't a matter of a little more or less. It's an entire realm. Most martial masters can't even get close to a grandmaster. Before they can make a move, the grandmaster's radiating blood energy alone would snap their tendons and shatter their bones. Only upon reaching grandmaster can one grasp a domain, and only then can blood energy be projected outward, capable of wounding enemies and shielding oneself alike. It's a complete, life-altering transformation. And here was Su Shuriwe, a mere 7th-tier martial master, going toe-to-toe with a mid-stage grandmaster, and still holding something in reserve. The reason I can fight above my level comes down to divine artifacts, emperor-grade cultivation techniques, and a spirit reader's gift for predicting an opponent's moves, but most of that was just dumped straight into my brain by the system. If I'd had to grind through it step by step, who knows how many years it would have taken. She was different. Every bit of her combat power was ground out one sword stroke at a time. No foresight, no shortcuts, just raw talent and grueling effort. Talent is one thing. The willingness to forge that talent into real strength is another. On that point, I had to hand it to her. The battle in the mist was winding down. The Jade Mantis's assault was slowing. It couldn't hold out much longer. And just as Su Shuriwe gathered her strength to deliver the killing blow, a thunderous lion's roar rolled through the red mist. A purple flame lion king, eyes burning crimson, came charging out of the fog in a frenzy. She sheathed her sword in an instant, the wind shifting beneath her feet as she retreated at full speed. Because the Lion King's aura had already reached the realm of a grandmaster. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. The Gaokao secret realm shouldn't have spawned any beast above grandmaster rank. Yet this one before her happened to be a grandmaster. Piecing it together, the mantis that had lost its mind, and this equally frenzied Lion King, she already had a good idea. It was the red mist causing all this. After stepping into it, she could clearly feel her own killing intent thickening, bit by bit. But now wasn't the time to dig deeper. Against a grandmaster, she didn't stand a chance. One wrong move, and she'd be buried here. Just as she was about to pull back, the Lion King didn't lunge at her. Instead, it opened its blood-red maw and clamped down on the Jade Mantis. The very mantis that had been locked in a deadlock with her moments ago was reduced to half a corpse in the blink of an eye. After devouring the mantis, the Lion King made to turn and charge at her, but its steps suddenly froze. Then, it slowly backed away, melting into the thick red mist and vanishing. What's going on? She gripped her sword tight, scanning her surroundings on high alert. This bizarre scene had every nerve in her body on edge. She wanted to escape the red mist, only to suddenly realize she was lost. Everything around her was blood red, so dense it wouldn't dissipate. She couldn't tell where the exit was at all. Left with no choice, she could only steel herself and grope forward in one direction. She had no idea she was walking, step by step, toward the bloodthirsty holy sword at the center of the mist. And as she drew closer, the sliver of demon's soul trapped within the blade trembled with excitement. Haha, 100 years. This damned broken sword. Old man's finally got his chance to get out. Faster, come on, faster. It was this thing that had just driven the Lion King away. It had waited a full 100 years for a human who could step into the red mist without losing their mind. How could it let that beast ruin such prey? What it didn't know was that its every move, its every word, was being watched by pair after pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. I wanted nothing more than to wipe it out right then and there. Too bad, I couldn't. A century was more than enough time for this remnant soul to fuse with the holy sword. To kill it, I'd either have to shatter the blade and force it out, or wait for it to crawl out on its own. Right then, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air beyond the red mist. Qin Huai and his 3 companions had arrived. They stared at the eerie blood-red mist before them. Expressions grim. There was a dangerous sense seeping out of that fog. But at the thought that Su Shiyue's fate hung in the balance, they still tried to move closer. The moment their fingertips brushed the red mist, all 4 of them felt their minds lurch. Horrified, they held their breath and quickly pulled back. What do we do now? Hu Yang paced around anxiously. Should we contact the principal? What the hell is this red mist? I've lived this long, and I've never even smelled. Unheard of. As teachers from the 4 great martial academies, this was their first time encountering something so sinister. A single touch, and a force surged forth, trying to corrupt their minds and seize control of their spirits. I watched from the shadows, feeling a little helpless. Their hearts were in the right place, but showing up here now would only make things worse. Sometimes the deepest concern becomes the heaviest burden. I sent a message through the air to the 2 martial venerables nearby, telling them to take the group away. These 2 were certainly dedicated. Throughout the entire martial exam, they'd been shadowing Su Shiyue, protecting her from the shadows. Of course, if they'd stepped in to save her inside the secret realm, it would have meant her disqualification. The 2 martial venerables heard my voice and jolted, glancing around, but they couldn't catch even a trace of me. I could feel it. Their awe for me, this apprentice elder, had grown a few notches deeper. The 2 turned and headed out. The red mist could stop the examiners, but not martial venerables. In a moment, they stepped out of the bloody fog. Seeing 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men emerge from the mist, Qin Huai and the other 3 tensed. They drew their weapons in unison, bracing for the worst. Who are you? What have you done with Su Shiyue? The 2 martial venerables ignored the demands and simply pulled a token from their storage rings. We'll handle things here, we're the Dragon Guard. You go out and do your jobs. Don't worry, the girl is safe. The Dragon Guard? The 4 were stunned, their eyes falling on the token. The words Dragon Guard were clearly legible. They had indeed received word that 2 Dragon Guards would be coming to assist in protecting the students. But no one had shown up, and they'd nearly assumed the higher-ups had gotten it wrong. The most mysterious organization in the Dragon Nation. Even its lowest-ranking members were martial venerables, and its leaders were martial saints of the Council of Elders. An organization like that, its people were precious. Why would they send anyone to a remote little city like this? And yet today, here, they'd run right into them. Having confirmed the identities, the 4 finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly put away their weapons. Our apologies. We were just worried about the students' safety and got carried away. We hope you too will forgive us. The Dragon Guard held an extremely high status. Even a principal, upon meeting them, would only address them as equals. Calling them sir was hardly excessive. The 2 waved it off. It's fine. Head out first. What's here is beyond you. We'll keep the students safe. After a pause, one of them added, to avoid unnecessary casualties, it's best to pull out all the candidates who've gone deep into the secret realm. We're afraid something may happen soon. The four turned grave and nodded together. If the two martial venerables were uneasy, how could they dare take it lightly? Understood. We'll go at once. Four streaks of light shot into the sky, carrying Lung Qingning, Zhao Mingyue, Zhao Jia. The three, including Xin, were escorted from the depths of the secret realm out toward the perimeter. The Zhao siblings looked utterly bewildered. They hadn't been eliminated, so why were the examiners disrupting the exam? Of the three, only Lung Qingning kept her eyes locked on the distant sky. In her past life, she'd felt this same confusion and had nearly opened her mouth to demand answers. But that confusion was shattered almost instantly. Before the four teachers could explain, before they could even turn back to look for me, the sky deep within the secret realm suddenly erupted with a pillar of crimson light that shot straight into the heavens. A vast stretch of land was leveled flat. The two siblings, still griping moments ago, snapped their mouths shut in an instant, staring blankly at the ruins, unable to utter a single word. Qin Huai and the other three went ashen, watching the distant red light, their hearts lodged in their throats. But in this moment, all they could do was entrust everything to those two dragon guards. Something that even a martial venerable found troublesome would be nothing but a death sentence for the four of them, grandmasters though they were, to charge in. And at the center of that crimson light, Su Shuriwei was enduring an agony that pierced her to the core. Just now, as the mist parted, she'd caught sight of that blood-drinking holy sword driven into the rock. The instant she saw it, a voice rose up from the depths of her mind, tempting her to step forward and grasp it. She was beyond irritated, yet her body wouldn't obey. Step by step, she drew closer to that eerie longsword. Slowly, she raised her hand and closed her grip around it. Boom! A sky-shattering killing intent surged upward. Countless waves of murderous energy poured through her palm, madly boring into her body, trying to forge her too into a puppet that knew nothing but slaughter. She frantically channeled every ounce of blood energy in her body to resist. But the killing intent was too overwhelming. The dam of her blood energy was about to burst in an instant. Just as the killing intent was about to reach her heart, a power from some unknown source flooded into her body, forcibly halting that murderous energy. Even more wondrous, this power began to guide her, bit by bit absorbing and refining the killing intent, turning it to her own use. She had no time to wonder who was helping her. She simply offered a silent word of thanks in her heart, then followed the pull of that power, slowly refining the sky-high, killing intent all around her. The one who'd stepped in was, of course, me. Seeing her begin to refine the killing intent, I knew the first step had succeeded. Next, all she had to do was refine the killing intent dry, and she'd earned the right to have the blood-drinking holy sword recognize her as its master. But I didn't let my guard down for even a moment. My gaze stayed nailed to that sword. The most dangerous strand of the demon's lingering soul hadn't been dealt with yet, and that remnant soul had no idea it was already being watched. It stared excitedly at Su Shuriwei as she refined the killing intent. Ha! Excellent. The heavens truly favor me. Not only can she withstand the scouring of the killing intent, she can even refine it in return. What talent! With this body, returning to my peak, and going even further, will be no trouble at all. Lu Ping'an, you never saw this coming, did you? Not only did this old man survive, I'm going to use your very own sword to seize the soul of a prodigy from a legendary clan. The more it thought about it, the more ecstatic it became. Unable to hold back any longer, it burst out from the sword and lunged straight for Su Shuyue's sea of consciousness. But I'd been waiting. In a flash, I appeared beside it and seized that wisp of remnant soul, clamping it tightly in my hand. You? Who are you? Release me at once. I am a martial saint. Let go now, or when I reforge my body, your life is forfeit. Caught so suddenly, it was first startled, then terrified. To suppress the unease churning inside it, it put on a fierce front, throwing around its former identity and cultivation, hoping to scare me off. I frowned. Gathering a layer of spiritual power in my other hand, I backhanded it across the face. Smack! That slap cleared up the arrogance in its eyes considerably. Shut your filthy mouth, or I'll kill you right now. Faced with a death threat, it didn't dare make another sound and clamped its mouth shut. Seeing it behave, I glanced back at Su Shuriwe, who was still refining away her killing intent. Once I confirmed she was fine, I flickered and vanished on the spot. Back in a hidden spot, I looked at the utterly despairing wisp of soul in my hand and suddenly remembered. There were a few little experiments this would be perfect for. Meeting my meaningful gaze, it shivered for no apparent reason, a sense of dread welling up inside it. Sure enough, the next instant, one half of its body felt scorching hot, ready to burst, while the other half slowly froze over. Ah, you, what are you doing? I'm warning you. A demon can be killed, but never humiliated. Stop. The searing agony of ice and fire tore a shrill scream from it. I ignored it, simply nodding thoughtfully. So it seems, two divine substances can be applied to a single body at once. Then what if I combine them? The moment the thought struck, I tried slowly fusing ultimate ice with ultimate fire. Indescribable, absolute pain instantly flooded every inch of its soul. Boom. That remnant soul's body couldn't withstand it and exploded on the spot. The shockwave sent me stumbling back several steps. Thankfully, I reined in the power in time, so it didn't disturb Su Shuriwen not far away. And the answer I'd been seeking was now in hand. The moment the two forces touch, they erupt with violent energy, several times stronger than using a single divine substance alone. I smiled. From this moment on, I had one more trump card up my sleeve. Some people spend their entire lives just to get their hands on a single divine weapon. But I understood that a true trump card is never the object in your hand. It's a heart that never stops exploring, never content. I thought that demonic remnant soul had been thoroughly annihilated. But the next instant, the soul fragments I'd blasted into dust began to writhe and gather in an eerie way, healing at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, an exact replica of the demon's shattered soul stood before me once more, identical to before. I'm not dead? Ha. I'm not dead. Damn human. Once this heavenly demon reclaims his body, I'll tear you to pieces. Its back was to me as it stared, wide-eyed, at its own intact soul, cackling in ecstasy, clearly convinced it had been reborn somewhere else. I stood right behind it and spoke softly. Oh, you're going to tear me to pieces. Gak. Its grin froze instantly, its already hideous face twisting into something even uglier. But it was quick. Without so much as a backward glance, it bolted. But could it really get away? I lifted my hand and beckoned, and an invisible force snatched it into my palm, holding it fast. I studied this creature that had risen from the dead, my curiosity piqued. How are you not dead? Inside, it was probably cursing my entire bloodline, but its face broke into a fawning smile. It clearly had no desire to taste that fate worse than death agony again. I don't know either. I just came back, no idea how. So can you resurrect again? Its expression changed in a flash. It cried out in a panic, why? Bang. Before it could finish, it was blasted into nothing again. This time, the ice-fire fusion technique came far more naturally to me than before. I barely let a ripple of energy escape. I stared quietly at the spot where it had shattered. Sure enough, moments later, it pieced itself back together, whole again, as if nothing had happened. Resurrected once more, its eyes were vacant, but the instant it recognized me, nothing but terror remained on its face. Demon, you're the real demon. May you die a horrible. Halfway through its curse, it felt that familiar aura settle over it again. Why? Bang. Shattered, then reassembled. This time it went completely still, glaring at me with eyes that mixed fear, hatred, and murderous intent. Can't be killed? Then let's see exactly what you are. I channeled my twin pupils. The instant my pupil technique locked onto it, something deep within its soul seized up, as if it had been seen through from the inside out, and it couldn't help but tremble violently. Soon, the secret of its immortality surfaced before my eyes. Heavenly demon remnant soul. Cultivation in life. Mid-stage martial saint. Current state. Remnant soul, capable of brief bursts of grandmaster level power. Special status. Undying and imperishable, sealed for years within the bloodthirst holy sword. now assimilated as the blade's second sword spirit. As long as the sword exists, the soul exists. If the sword is destroyed, the soul perishes. The moment I read that line, my gaze toward it shifted completely, like I was looking at a treasure. An opponent that can't die is perfect for testing out my new techniques. Can't be blown apart, can't be burned to ash. I could do whatever I wanted to it. As the old saying goes, the deepest fear in this world isn't death, but longing for death and being denied it. But right now, I didn't have any vessel that could hold a residual soul. So I summoned the system. System, you got anything that can store a residual soul? Hook me up with one. I'll write you an IOU, and I'll skip the reward on my next mission. Ding. This system doesn't accept IOUs. However, a residual soul can be temporarily stored in the system space. Living beings can't be kept there, but a wisp of a residual soul can hold out for a while. The only catch is that the host must let it out periodically to breathe, or the soul will easily disperse. As long as it could hold it, that was good enough. As for whether it'd disperse, if it dies, it dies. It can be resurrected anyway. I clamped my hand around that dazed demon's residual soul, and with a single thought, I stored it in the system space. With that dealt with, Su Shuriwe was still refining her killing intent, showing no signs of waking. The bloodlust around her grew thicker by the moment. It wouldn't be long before an entirely new conception took shape within her. As long as she could get the bloodthirst holy sword to acknowledge her as its master, forging that killing intent into a domain of slaughter, or even a law of slaughter, down the road would come with half the effort and twice the results. After all, this was a martial saint's blade. Even after being worn down by the ages, the killing intent stored within the sword was still as vast as an ocean. As long as her talent and cultivation were sufficient, she wouldn't need to pile it up battle by bloody battle. Time ticked by, second by second. 5 hours later, Su Shuyue's tightly shut eyes finally opened, slow and steady. She had comprehended her own third conception, killing intent. The instant her eyes opened, even from a good distance away, I could see that cold, sharp edge glinting in her gaze. Anyone whose willpower wasn't rock solid, standing before her, would be lucky if their legs didn't turn to jelly, let alone actually fight her. That was the terror of killing intent. It could freeze an enemy's blood in a heartbeat, making them lose their nerve before the fight even started. Even if you weren't afraid, as long as your strength fell short, you'd be forcibly stripped of a good chunk of your combat power. She stood up and immediately looked toward the bloodthirst holy sword still lodged in the rock. She walked over and reached out to grip it. This time, no towering surge of killing intent came pouring out. But as the blade rose inch by inch, her condition grew worse and worse. A flash of blood red kept sweeping across her eyes, only for her to force it back down each time. There was nothing I could do to help. This was the sword's trial for her. Only by pulling it completely free, without having her mind seized, without becoming a walking corpse that knew nothing but slaughter, could she earn its recognition. Thankfully, she didn't let me down. She pulled the entire blade of the bloodthirst holy sword free. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, she nonetheless stayed clear-headed the whole time. She'd done it. The sword seemed to come alive, slipping out of her grasp, circling her twice, and lightly grazing her fingertip. The moment her blood merged with the blade, Su Shuriwe officially became the bloodthirst holy sword's new master. But it wasn't over yet. The moment the bloodthirst holy sword acknowledged its master, that direction scrambling, the eerie red mist began to slowly dissipate. Where it thinned, one mindless beast after another emerged into view. Freed from the mist's control, the creatures that had been sleeping snapped their eyes open, every last one of them blood red. As far as the eye could see, they were packed shoulder to shoulder. Dozens at the Grandmaster level alone, and countless more at the Master level. A crushing wave of pressure rolled forward, and Su Shuyue's face turned grim. Roar! One beast let out the first roar, no telling which, and the scene descended into total chaos. Every last creature charged straight at Su Shuriwe in the center, and along the way, the stronger ones would even chomp down and crush the kin beside them. In their eyes, every living thing was nothing more than prey waiting to be torn apart. Just as she was cornered and bracing for a desperate last stand, two figures dropped down beside her, the two dragon guards who'd been protecting her from the shadows. One of them grabbed her by the shoulder and shot skyward. Several Grandmaster beasts leapt up in pursuit, only to be swept aside by a single spear strike that slammed them back down into the ground. Gravely wounded, they were devoured in an instant by the kin that pounced on them. Then came the chilling sight. Many of the beasts that fed on Grandmaster flesh and blood saw their own cultivation surge to the Grandmaster level right then and there. Within the runaway horde, the strong weren't thinning out, they were multiplying. These beasts, steeped in killing intent for years, they've probably mutated long ago, I mused, a few guesses forming in my mind. Then I sent a message to the two overhead. Get Sushiriwa somewhere safe first. Leave this to me. The two couldn't help but sweat on my behalf. That black tide of beasts below was no different from a mid-sized beast wave. If they'd been the ones facing it, all they could do was burn through their lifeblood and beat a sorry retreat. But thinking of my strength, the two hesitated no longer. They sheathed their weapons and swept toward the exit with Sushiriwa in tow. Once they'd gotten away safely, I dropped my concealment and stepped out openly before the horde of beasts. At the sight of a living thing, the dazed horde instantly locked onto their new target and surged at me as one. They had no idea what they were up against. A flash of blue light passed through my eyes. The blazing, scorching heat all around plummeted at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ice crystals crept up from the ground. The beasts charging out front froze into ice sculptures in an instant, then shattered as the kin behind them, unable to stop, crashed right into them. But the sight lasted only a heartbeat, because the beasts behind them were freezing solid too, one after another. The extreme cold spread wildly through the horde. In mere moments, the place became a frozen hell, everything sealed in ice, a vast expanse of white, silent as death. That so-called horde on par with a mid-sized beast wave was, in that single instant, entombed in ice, every last one of them. Only later did I learn that the two martial venerables who'd fled felt a bone-deep chill at their backs in that moment. They turned to look at that frozen hell, and in their hearts they both. A chill ran through him, and his pace quickened despite himself. Sushiriwa, meanwhile, stared blankly at the deathly white expanse in the distance. That frigid power, it felt so familiar. It was almost identical to the layers of ice crystals inside that demon she'd cut down at her doorstep all those years ago. Only this scene before her was far more terrifying. Suddenly, it hit her. Every time she'd found herself in danger, some powerful figure always seemed to happen to pass by and step in to save her. Was he really just passing by? A seed of doubt took root in her heart. She wanted to meet that person, wanted to ask him, why? Why do you keep protecting me, again and again? As for me, the moment I slew the last beast, the system's notification chimed right on cue. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Your reward has been distributed. Use it now. Use it. The words had barely left my mouth when a torrent of raw power surged into my body. In mere moments, my mind master cultivation climbed to the early 8th grade. Feeling the power now several times greater than before, I could hardly contain my excitement. Then, a few threads of profound, almost incomprehensible insight welled up in my mind. I quickly sat down cross-legged and, just in case, threw up a spiritual barrier around myself. Unless the intruder was a martial saint, no one would be getting close. Silence fell over the area once more. I don't know how much time passed before I opened my eyes. The law of extreme fire, the law of extreme ice, the law of chaos. I comprehended 3 separate laws in one go. The first 2 were born from fire and ice taken to their absolute extremes. And extreme fire and extreme ice were, by their very nature, the pinnacle of existence. From now on, anyone who dared to wield fire or ice against me would find their own law defecting on the spot, turned into power for me. The law of chaos was even more absurd. Forged from spiritual power, it could replicate every law in existence. Anything I could imagine, I could wield at will. Of course, it had its weakness. Any law it created was always a notch weaker in raw force. If my opponent used water and I answered with water of my own, I'd come out on the losing end. But who would use it that way? All things exist in a cycle of creation and restraint. Knowing my opponent used water, I'd simply counter with the law of wood. A single counter was more than enough to close that gap and turn defeat into victory. True strength was never about pitting your weakness against another's strength. It was about knowing when to take a different road. I pulled up my current stats. Host, Lenny Chen. Talent, Saint Grade. Constitution, ultimate ice fire body, once strong enough, can incinerate or freeze all things in existence. Contains the power of the great Tao. Realm, Tier, 3 Martial Master, early 8th grade Mind Master, early Martial Emperor. Laws, Law of Extreme Fire, Law of Extreme Ice, Law of Chaos. Techniques, Emperor Scripture, Origin of All Laws Heart Sutra. Mystic Rank, Blazing Sun Art. Earth Rank, Phantom Illusion Heart Sutra. Combat Skill, Eye of Illusory Sight. Perfected, Concealment, Perfected, Soul Search, Perfected, Psychic Melee Technique, Perfected, Double Pupils, Perfected. Weapons, 9 Psychic Imperial Blades, E Dark Edge, Mystic Grade, Longsword, Eye Radiance. System Assessment, a small-time flunky with a bit of skill. Protection Target, Su Shiriwa. Current status, devastated with grief. I stared at the panel, quite pleased. If the old me could only barely hold my own against someone freshly stepped into the Martial Saint realm, then now, even an ordinary early-stage Martial Saint wouldn't faze me in the slightest. As for those mid to late-stage old monsters, I still had a long way to go. Within the Martial Saint realm, every single level was a chasm. Fighting across levels was practically a pipe dream. And really, was anyone who managed to step into the Martial Saint realm a mediocre nobody? I could fight above my level entirely thanks to my ultimate ice and ultimate fire. Before reaching the 9th grade, those two were the only things on me capable of harming a Martial Saint. Having assessed my own strength, my gaze fell on the last line of the panel, Su Shiyue's status. Devastated with grief, my brow suddenly furrowed. What's going on? This isn't right. System, how many days have I been sitting here? Ding. The dog host has been sitting here uselessly for 3 days. 3 days. I couldn't sit still any longer. I rose to my feet, and my figure vanished from the spot on the instant. What I didn't know was that, at that very moment, 2 figures lurked in the shadows, silently watching me. All of this was something I only pieced together much later. Tisk, TSK, such a young 8th grade psychic, yet his combat power runs unfathomably deep. Old Sword, where did you dig up a monster like this? Those 2 youngsters, Wu Changkong and Jing Wen. Looks like they've got some real rivals this time. Could anyone I've set my sights on be simple? Just now, if I hadn't told you to suppress your aura with everything you had, believe me, this kid would have sensed even you. Huh. I believe it, of course I believe it. Hiding right under a psychic's nose takes real skill. The one speaking was none other than the Sword Saint. As it turned out, 3 days ago, when the 2 dragon guards saw that I still hadn't emerged, they'd wanted to go in and find me, only to discover that they couldn't even get close to that world of ice and snow deep within the secret realm. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their control, the 2 immediately reported it. The Sword Saint learned of it right away, and fearing that the peerless genius he'd worked so hard to find might perish here, he rushed over in person. Hearing the news, the Saber Saint figured he might as well take a look at the trainee elder his old friend had discovered, and came along too. 2 martial saints standing at the pinnacle of the world quietly entered the realm, and not a soul noticed. Even the 2 dragon guards only knew that someone from above had been sent, but had no idea who it was. Naturally, that layer of my psychic barrier couldn't stop 2 martial saints. They quickly found me in the midst of my enlightenment, and simply took it upon themselves to secretly stand guard over me. And so they watched, for 2 full days. The more the 2 of them watched, the more astonished they grew, because they actually felt a trace of pressure coming from me. Just a trace, but it was enough to be terrifying. These were mid-stage Sword Saints, after all. If I'd been an early-stage Martial Saint, that would have been one thing. But I was only an early 8th rank, roughly equivalent to an early-stage Martial Emperor. This was absurd, plain and simple. After I left, the Sword Saint saw me off, saying, "You've seen the boy now. Head back early. It's not good to stay out too long. I'll go have a chat with the kid." The Blade Saint nodded, reached into his robes, and pulled out a storage ring, handing it over. "Give this to him for me. Consider it a first meeting gift from his martial uncle to his martial nephew." The Sword Saint took it and chuckled. "Martial nephew? I actually wanted to take him as my disciple, but the boy wouldn't have it. The blade saint froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha. Good, good, good. So even a stubborn old fool like you can get turned down when trying to take a disciple. Wonderful, just wonderful. The sword saint wasn't fazed. He merely gave a cold snort. Eh, as if a certain someone is any different, tried to take a disciple and got rejected too. Twice, no less. I won't name names. He knows perfectly well who he is. Screech. The blade saint's laughter froze on his face. He flung his sleeve and turned to leave. I can't be bothered wasting my breath on an old fool like you. What a jinx. And with that, his figure vanished. The sword saint watched the direction he'd left in, shook his head with a soft laugh, and then disappeared deep into that frozen, hell-like secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Su Shiyue's face was pale, her eyes red and swollen. She stared fixedly at the entrance, praying that a certain figure would appear. Shiyue, why don't you go back and rest first? You haven't closed your eyes in 3 days. If you keep this up, your body's going to break down. The moment Lin Yichen comes out, you'll be the first to know, all right. Su Qianqian and Su Wenxiang, the married couple, looked at her haggard appearance, their hearts aching for her. But it was as if she hadn't heard a word. Her gaze was nailed to the exit, and she said nothing. 3 days ago, when she'd learned I was still trapped in the secret realm, her first instinct had been to rush back in and find me, only to be stopped by 2 dragon guards. No matter how much they assured her I was fine, the unease in her heart only grew heavier as time passed. Desperate to force her way in, she'd even swung the bloodthirsty sacred sword at the dragon guards. But the gap in strength was too great. The dragon guards easily held her back and reprimanded her sharply. What exactly do you think you can do by charging in there right now? Find the Yo, find Lin Yichen, and then drag him down. That single sentence snapped the near-frenzied woman back to her senses. In her heart, I truly was far stronger than her. To avoid becoming a burden, all she could do was keep watch at the entrance to the secret realm, day after day, waiting for me. And so, without eating, drinking, or sleeping, she'd forced herself to stand there for 3 whole days. Had it not been for her martial master cultivation sustaining her, she would have collapsed long ago. Seeing that she still wouldn't respond, Su Qianqian and the others could only pin all their hopes on me. Because otherwise, they were even certain that the moment news of my death arrived, Su Shiyue would, without a moment's hesitation, follow me. Some attachments, once they take root, come to matter more than life itself. Su Qianqian was torn inside. She wanted so badly to tell Su Shiyue about my true strength. Even if it couldn't set her mind completely at ease, at least it might let her breathe a little easier. A young sovereign. How could he possibly fall inside some college entrance exam secret realm? But the moment she remembered my warning, she swallowed the words right back down. The crimson mist at the exit of the secret realm hadn't fully cleared. The instant I stepped out, a figure came crashing into my arms. Su Shiyue. She held on tight, that small frame of hers trembling uncontrollably. I froze for a moment, then softened my voice. Sorry I came out late. I made you worry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She kept apologizing, her fingers clenched desperately in the front of my shirt. I understood what was on her mind. She had to be thinking that if anything had happened to me, it was all because of her, because her curiosity had drawn her into the crimson mist, because she'd gone and pulled out that bloodthirsty sacred sword. My chest was damp. I patted her back gently. See, I'm perfectly fine. Stop crying. You'll ruin that pretty face of yours. What did you do wrong? I'm the one who should be apologizing. I sent a thread of spiritual energy into her sea of consciousness, smoothing away her unease and exhaustion. The thing people can never let go of was never the danger itself. It's that stubborn conviction deep down that says, I'm the one who hurt you. Resting in my arms, her brow gradually relaxed, and soon she drifted into a deep sleep, a faint, contented smile at the corner of her lips. I scooped her up in my arms. I'll let you take advantage of me just this once. Su Qianqian and the others came rushing over. Yichun, what happened to Shiyue? Relax. She's just asleep. One sentence, and everyone let out a breath of relief. Su Yulian stepped forward. And you? We've been worried sick these past few days. I shook my head with a smile. I'm fine. Just got held up by a few things inside the realm. I'm going to take Shuriwe to rest first. I'll look after her. I carried her toward the infirmary. Su Yulian started to follow, but Su Wenxiang laid a hand on her shoulder. He shook his head, letting the two kids have their moment alone. Before I left, I gave a nod to the two dragon guards, signaling that the secret realm no longer posed any danger. The dragon guards caught the message. They turned and sought out Qin Huai and the other three. We've checked. The secret realm is safe. Students can re-enter. But after what's happened, I'd recommend switching to the second contingency plan. The four exchanged a glance and made the call on the spot. The so-called second contingency plan was a school-wide martial tournament. The top three would earn direct admission into the four great martial academies, and standout performers would have a shot as well. The remaining students would be scored and admitted by the proctors. Anyone already qualified for guaranteed admission would be accepted outright, with no need to compete. The benefits were obvious. The number of spots for entry into the four great martial academies suddenly widened. In previous years, based on martial exam scores, whose city number 1 high school could send 2 students into the 4 great from the martial arts school, and even if they performed above their potential. There was only one downside. Everyone lost their scores, which meant there was no longer a top scorer to speak of. This left the 2 transfer students so upset their faces went green. They'd traveled all the way to Lake City for one thing, that ranking. And now the rankings were gone. Ling Qingming, however, showed no reaction at all. As someone who'd been reborn, she'd long since stopped caring about such empty glory. Right now, her eyes were fixed on Su Shuriwe in my arms, a flicker of envy crossing them. 3 days ago, when everything went down, everyone had their eyes glued to the secret realm. She was the only one who caught the name that suddenly shot to the top of the leaderboard. First place, Linny Chen, 1,705,890. That absurd string of numbers was quickly wiped away by the system, and everyone else just chalked it up to a glitch. But she didn't buy it. In fact, she figured even if you doubled that score, it wouldn't be out of line. The thing is, a circle you can't break into is one you're never getting into. In this life, she could only claw her way to the peak, the position of martial saint, one step at a time, relying on no one but herself. In the infirmary, I gently laid Su Shuriwe down on the bed. Even asleep, she kept a tight grip on the hem of my shirt. I gave a helpless smile and pried her little hand loose, and her brow immediately furrowed. So I settled for holding her hand instead, and only then did the little thing's forehead smooth out again. I tucked the blanket over her and draped a soundproofing barrier around her, then spoke up. "Swordmaster, you always love to keep things hidden. Since you're here, come on out." The words had barely left my mouth when a burst of laughter erupted. Huh. I told myself I shouldn't play hide and seek with you spirit mind cultivators. Slip up even a little and you get caught. No fun at all. I shook my head. You must have a lot of free time. Don't tell me you came all this way just to play hide and seek with me. My people told me you'd run into trouble, so I came to check on you. Seeing that you're fine, I feel a lot better, and I've got something to discuss with you while I'm at it. A warmth surged in my chest. I've caused you concern. What is it? Recently, we discovered a new secret realm. The Sword Saint's smile faded. We got it out of a native we captured. It's called the Ancient Frozen Land, and there's plenty of good stuff inside. You happen to be ice attributed, so why not go take a look? 2 of the other apprentice elders are going this time too, so you can get to know them and size them up. My first instinct was to refuse. Resources were useless to me. But right then, that voice in my head rang out. Ding. Host facing a choice detected. Side quest triggered. Find the Divine Frost Jade. Divine Frost Jade, an ancient divine artifact. The wearer is immune to the power of ice and cold, extreme cold accepted, cultivates ice-type abilities 10 times faster, and gains greatly increased affinity. It can significantly accelerate the host's growth and power. Only by becoming stronger can you better protect the one you're sworn to guard. Quest reward, Spirit Art, Ice Phoenix dancing across the sky. The refusal already on my lips. He forced back down. Interesting, this was the first time the system had handed down a task that wasn't directly about Su Shuriwe. But when it came down to it, it was still about protecting the Tao. I nodded. I'll go. When? 10 days from now? You need to get there 2 days early. Someone will meet you. Got it. I'll be on time. The sword saint nodded, satisfied, a glint of anticipation in his eyes, probably hoping I'd knock those two prodigies flat on their backs so he could beam with pride. As he rose to leave, he fished a storage ring out of his robes and pressed it into my hand. That old miser, the Blade Saint, asked me to give you this as a first meeting gift. Not many people can get him to hand something over on his own. I took it. Then please pass my thanks to Senior Blade Saint. Next time we meet, I'll thank him in person. I won't keep you any longer. Take good care of this little girl. I can tell she's no ordinary one. I wanted to pull my hand free to see him out, but that little grip in my palm held me back. So I gave up. Take care, then. I won't see you off, given my situation. Huh. Stay put. See you in 8 days. Before the words had even faded, he was gone. Only I remained in the room, along with her, sleeping soundly on the bed. Time slipped by, second by second. The school-wide martial tournament wrapped up quickly. The top 3 were Zhang San, Li Wu, and Lu Qi. No one else managed to catch the eye of Qin Huai's group of 4. This chaotic, incident-filled exam finally came to a close. Though, of course, no one escaped Principal Luo Wenhao's 2.5-hour speech. And that was all beyond the reach of us in the infirmary. It wasn't until the sun dipped west that the one on the bed slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze swept the room in a circle, then landed on me, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Well, look who's finally awake. Our Su Shuriwe? I thought you were going to sleep until tomorrow. I couldn't help teasing her. Now that you're up, shouldn't you let go of my hand? Hold on any longer, and I think it's going to fall off. Her face flushed, but she didn't let go. Instead, she mumbled quietly, I want to hold it a little longer. I blinked. Huh. That one question seemed to drain away all her courage. Reluctantly, she pulled her hand back. I found it a little funny. Hold it if you want. Who said you couldn't? But first, eat something. The lady dropped this off. You weren't awake, so I set it aside for you. She looked in the direction I pointed, and hunger surged up all at once. Just as she tried to sit up, a wave of dizziness pushed her back down. I stepped over and helped her lean against the headboard. Forget it. Let me take care of my little patient. I scooped up a spoonful and brought it to her lips. She just froze, gazing at me, dazed, as if lost in some beautiful dream. Open up. Only then did she hurriedly open her mouth and take the bite. Thank you. If you want to thank me, then don't do anything this foolish again. I fed her spoonful by spoonful. Do you have any idea how many people are worried about you? And come on, have a little faith in me. I'm tough. Even danger takes a detour when it sees me coming. She nodded obediently. As for how much of it actually sank in, only she knew. Some lessons can't be learned by hearing them once. The stubborn things people cling to have to be worn down over time, one experience at a time. The food on the table disappeared fast. Outside, the sky was growing dark. I stood up. Linny Chin, where are you going? She tensed up instantly, as if afraid I'd abandon her. I sighed helplessly. To wash your dishes. Relax. I'm not leaving tonight. There's no way I'd feel comfortable leaving you here all alone. When I came back carrying the clean dishes and chopsticks, I found someone sitting in the spot I'd just left. Auntie, you're here? It was Su Shuyue's mother, Su Yulian. She seemed to be in the middle of saying something to her daughter, but the moment she heard me, she quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and turned around with a smile. I was worried about Shuriwe, so I came to check on her. Ichin, you've been taking care of her all day? You must be exhausted. Not at all. Shuyue's been very good. Now that you're here, Auntie, I'll head back and let you two have some time. I set down the lunchbox and turned to leave. Don't go. Su Yulian and I both turned to look at the person on the bed at the same time. Su Shuyue's face flushed red as she lowered her head, sneaking a pleading glance at her mother beside her. There was no way Su Yulian couldn't read her daughter's little thoughts. She shook her head helplessly, then turned to me. Ichin, I've got something urgent to deal with tonight. Could I trouble you to look after Shuriwe a little longer? If it's a problem, I won't push it. She'd already laid it all out there. I had no choice but to nod. Sure, don't worry, Annie. After seeing Su Yulian off, I ambled back in to find Su Shuriwe with her head drooping, staring at the doorway. The moment she saw me walk in, her face turned red and she dropped her head, but the corners of her mouth quietly curved up. The night grew late. Listening to the movements from the other bed nearby, Su Shuriwe tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Linny-chan, are you asleep? In the quiet of the infirmary, no matter how pleasant her voice was, right now it grated on my ears a little. Almost was. What's up? Oh, I can't sleep. What should I do? Close your eyes and you'll fall asleep. Don't tell me you want me to sing you a song to lull you to sleep. Silence on the other side for a good while. Could you? I was speechless. I can't sing. That's okay, I don't mind. I mind. That pretty much killed the conversation. But before long, her voice drifted over again. Linny-chan, you. That whole night, she seemed to have an endless supply of things to say, completely unlike her usual quiet, reserved self. I was the one who suffered for it. Early the next morning, dragging myself up in a daze, I glanced over at her, still fast asleep. Who knows how late she stayed up last night? Good thing that with my current level of cultivation, going without sleep doesn't bother me. Still, I felt a little sour about it. No way I was letting that slide for free. I reached out, pinched that gorgeous little face of hers, and tugged, again and again, until it turned faintly pink before I finally let go. She stirred awake, blinking at me groggily. Morning, Linny-chan, what's wrong? Nothing. Just wanted you to wake up so you could go back to sleep. Go on, keep sleeping. She didn't get mad at all, just obediently closed her eyes and drifted right back off. After a full day of rest, Sushiriwa had pretty much recovered. The 4 teachers from the 4 martial academies all showed up right after we finished breakfast. They fussed over us with pleasantries for a while before finally getting to the point. So, which martial university have you two decided on? Sushiriwa and I exchanged a glance, then spoke up under those 4 expectant gazes. Qianlong Martial University. The light in the other 3's eyes went out, just like that. The happiest of all was Xie and from Qianlong. Ha. Excellent. Rest assured, Qianlong will never let you down. Those resources we promised earlier? I already talked it over with the principal. We're tripling them. The 2 of us thanked him with a smile. We weren't exactly short on resources, but hey, who's ever going to complain about having more? As the 4 of them left, Xian pulled 2 acceptance letters out of his storage ring and, strutting like a rooster that had just won a fight, chased after the other 3 with his chin held high. All 4 of them had come prepared with letters, but only one got to whip his out with a grin. After seeing everyone off, a fully recovered Su Shiriwell walked out of the infirmary with me. Before long, Su Yulian, who'd rushed over early, came to pick her up. Thinking back on the way she kept glancing over her shoulder, one step at a time, I couldn't help but find it funny. After everything we'd been through, the girl seemed to be clinging to me even more than before. I shook my head and started heading home. The next day, before the college entrance exam, I'd promised Dean Fong I'd visit the orphanage once it was over. For once, I got up bright and early, headed out to buy a whole pile of gifts, and stuffed them all into my storage ring. Once everything was ready, I found an empty corner, and with a flicker of my figure, I reappeared not far from the orphanage. The 5 big characters at the gate, Starlight Orphanage, came into view. I hadn't been back in months, and a wave of nostalgia washed over me. I slowly approached, and an old, weathered face poked out from the security booth. Grandpa Zhao, you're still up this early, huh? Zhao Fu squinted and sized me up for a while before breaking into a grin, showing off what few teeth he had left. It's Chen, my boy. It's been ages. Did you finish your exams? How'd you do? Even if it didn't go well, no worries. You can just come take over Grandpa Zhao's job here. I gave an awkward smile. This old man was great in every way, except he was always set on grooming me to be his successor. Grandpa Zhao, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. I got into a university. The best one, in fact. That kind. Huh? You didn't get in? But you're the best. Come take over for me tomorrow. I've known you had what it takes since you were a kid. A few beads of sweat rolled down my forehead, and I immediately decided to make a run for it. Next time for sure, Grandpa Zhao. Let me head inside first to see the director and the kids. We'll catch up later. Before he could get another word in, I hurried into the courtyard. The moment I stepped through the door, I spotted 2 tiny figures pressed sneakily against a window. I recognized these 2 little troublemakers in a heartbeat. I softened my footsteps and quietly circled around behind them. Outside the window, the 2 little heads huddled together, their voices hushed. Hey, Xiaodian, you sure the director's really gone? Of course. I saw Director Fong drink the tea with the laxative in it with my own eyes, then head straight to the bathroom. Are we? really gonna be okay doing this? Relax, it was just a tiny bit. I tried it myself. Your stomach rumbles for a while, and then you're fine. You're the one who needs to hurry, Azuo. We're done for if the director comes back. If you won't go, I'll go myself, and don't expect me to share the toys. I. I'll do it. The two little guys worked up their courage and were just about to climb through the window into Director Fong's office. I stood behind them and drawled, "What's all the excitement? Deal me in." The words had barely left my mouth when quick-witted Wang Xiaotian bolted without even looking back, still remembering to grab his partner. "Oh, Azuo, we've been busted, run." Too bad for them. They weren't going anywhere. One in each hand, I gave a gentle tug on the backs of their collars, and both little guys lifted right off the ground. For short little legs flailed in midair, kicking with all their might, but never reaching the floor. Realizing there was no escape, the two turned back with long faces, ready to beg for mercy. The moment they saw who I was, those two teary little faces lit up in an instant. "Big Brother Ichin. Big Brother Ichin, you came back to see us. Big Brother Ichin, I missed you so much. You scared me half to death. I thought you were one of the volunteer uncles. Let go, let go." The two chattered over each other, absolutely thrilled. I bit back a laugh and set them down, but a scolding was still in order. Of all the things to learn, you learned to slip the director some medicine? Who taught you that? If anything had happened to Grandpa Director because of that stuff, just wait till I got a hold of you. The two little guys immediately hung their heads, looking every bit like they'd done something wrong. "Big Brother Ichin, we were wrong. We won't do it again. Hom. We know we messed up. But, didn't you actually teach us this trick?" What? I'd just been feeling pleased that they'd owned up to it, and hearing that nearly made me lose it. Framed. Blatantly framed. Still, I asked out loud, "When did I ever teach you this?" The two little ones fell silent for a moment. Then Wang Xiaotian spoke up. "Last, that's what Grandpa Vice Director told us in a story. He said, 'Big Brother Ichin, when you were little you were super naughty. To get back a toy that had been confiscated, you slipped some medicine into Grandpa Director's teacup, and then—'" "Stop, stop, stop." I quickly cut him off. It was embarrassing history, but I really had done it, so I didn't have the nerve to argue. Director Fong, oh Director Fong, always digging up every ancient skeleton in my closet. I hurried to change the subject. "You guys haven't eaten yet, right? I've got some buns, here, tide yourselves over." I flipped my palm, and two piping hot buns appeared out of thin air. I stuffed them into their mouths and led the two of them toward the building. Starlight Orphanage was the only one in Lake City. The government took it seriously and funded it year-round, so the walls and decorations were all brand new. The two little ones clearly couldn't get over my conjuring buns from nowhere trick and trailed right behind me. "Big Brother Ichin, where did that big bun come from? That's amazing. Make us another one, please." I laughed and ruffled their hair. "Later. Right now it's class time, isn't it? First I'm taking you two class skippers back to face the music." The orphanage had set aside a special room for the kids' lessons, basically the kindergarten stage. The two of them panicked the moment they heard that. "Big Brother Ichin, please don't hand us over to Granny Zhang. She's super scary." "Yeah, Big Brother Ichin, you're the best. Go soft." No way I was going soft. When I was little, I got plenty of scoldings from Granny Zhang myself. I'd walk through that rain. Why should I let you two stay dry? Carrying the two little ones, I arrived at the classroom door. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of the knock, a row of little heads inside the classroom snapped up in unison. "Granny Zhang, sorry to interrupt your class." I smiled and greeted the white-haired old woman at the front of the room. "It's Big Brother Ichin. Big Brother Ichin came to see us. We missed you so much." The kids swarmed over and completely surrounded me. Looking at all those upturned little faces, I smiled and greeted each one. "Ahem. One at a time. Get back to your seats. What's all this ruckus?" Granny Zhang smiled first, then put on a stern face and shooed everyone back. She still commanded authority in the children's eyes, and in no time they were all back in their seats, including Wang Xiaotian and Chun Zuozhua, who'd blended into the crowd. Granny Zhang shot the two little ones a glance, but said nothing. She saw right through them. She walked up to me, looked me over from head to toe, and reached out to pat my arm. "You've bulked up quite a bit. You look sharper than before. How'd the college entrance exam go?" "Everything smooth." I laughed. "You know what I'm capable of. Easy as pie." I got into Qianlong Martial University, one of the 4 great martial academies. The moment Granny Zheng heard it, her face lit up with joy. Good, good, good. Getting in is what matters. Even our tiny little orphanage can produce a student for Qianlong Martial University. Us old folks get to hold our heads up high now. Come on, let's go tell old Fong right away. He'll be thrilled. She turned to head out the door, but didn't forget to glance back with a reminder. Your brother Ichin and I are going to see the director. You all behave and don't cause any trouble. If I come back and find out someone was acting up, just wait till you see how I deal with you. Since Grandma Zheng laid down the threat, it was only natural for me to hand out the candy. Everybody be good, okay? I brought lots of presents this time. Whoever behaves the best gets theirs first. That worked way better than any threat. Okay, we'll be good. Come back soon, Brother Ichin. Did you get a Transformer? I want Megatron. I want a Barbie doll. I want. Listening to them rattle off their wish lists like a restaurant menu, I nodded with a smile. Yes, 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 I've got them all. As long as you behave, you can have anything you want. Yay! Having handed out the sweet treats, I followed Grandma Zheng toward Director Fong's office. Before we even reached the door, Director Fong's wailing came drifting out. Ow! This all too familiar feeling. Which little brat spiked me with laxatives again? When I find out who it was, I'll smack your backside till it swells up. Grandma Zheng shot me a meaningful look over her shoulder. I awkwardly scratched my nose. That legendary feat from back in the day was known throughout the entire orphanage. I quickly passed the blame. It really wasn't me this time. It was Xiaodian and Ozwa. I just caught them red-handed. Grandma Zheng laughed. Stuck with a bunch of kids like you. Old Fong's really suffered over the years. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door. There was a rustling from inside, followed by, come in. The door opened, and Director Fong froze at the sight of Grandma Zheng. Sister Zheng, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be? Before he could finish, he spotted me. Grandpa Fong, long time no see. I came to visit you. Seeing this rascal he both loved and loved to hate, Director Fong stood up happily, only to forget the laxatives hadn't worn off yet. His stomach cramped, and his whole face scrunched up. Ow. Ichin, coming to see me and not even calling ahead. Did the college entrance exam go well? Holding back a laugh, I stepped forward and steadied him. Went pretty well. I got into Qianlong Martial University. I leave in 2 months. Director Fong nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, but don't let it go to your head. You're a spiritual mind master. If you couldn't even get into Martial University, this old man would laugh you out of the room. From now on, train hard and don't slack off. Director Fong and Grandma Zheng, who had cared for me since I was little, both knew I was a spiritual mind master. It was only out of fear that some scheming person might target me that they'd always had me keep my talent hidden. Yes, 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 I've got it, kid remembers. I turned my palm over, and an exquisite box of tea leaves. A scarf appeared out of thin air. A little something for you and Granny Zheng. No refusing, now. Neither of them stood on ceremony. I brought gifts every time I came, so they were used to it. They only told me not to spend so much next time. Director Fong reached out to take it, then suddenly fixed his eyes on the ring on my hand and exclaimed, "Is that a storage ring?" "Yeah, a gift from a senior I met." "Then you'd better thank them properly. That thing doesn't come cheap." "Yeah, of course. If you like it, I'll bring one for you and Granny Zheng next time too." They both shook their heads. What would 2 old-timers like us do with those? We don't have any valuables anyway. If you've got money to spare, buy yourself some cultivation resources. I've got plenty of those. Oh, right, Grandpa Fong, take this. You're not feeling well these days. This'll help. I took out another pill. Director Fong's face stiffened, and he glared at me irritably. Isn't it you who taught those little rascals their bad habits? I can't take this pill. It's precious, the kind that can save a life in a critical moment. It's just a stomachache. I don't need it. I shook my head, smiling. It's fine. I've got several gourds full of these in my ring. Take it. If you run out, I'll give you more. Besides, next time one of the kids slips you a laxative, at least you'll have something on hand, right? And for the record, I really didn't teach them that. You're the one who's always dragging up old stories and using me as a cautionary tale for the kids. They picked it up from you. I'm not taking the blame for this one all by myself. Director Fong. In the end, unable to argue with me, Director Fong accepted 3 clear spirit pills, and Granny Zheng got 3 as well. If they hadn't flatly refused, I'd have loved to stuff a whole gourd into each of their hands to munch on like candy. After chatting for a bit, I followed Granny Zheng back to the classroom. Couldn't keep the kids waiting too long. The moment I walked in, the kids, who'd been sitting so nicely, saw me return and instantly burst into cheers, all scrambling for their gifts. Under all those pairs of bright, blinking eyes, I pulled out one gift after another from thin air. I remembered everyone's favorites, so no one had to fight over anything. Big Brother Chen, how did you make so many toys appear? One little one asked, admiration written all over his face. Yeah, I want to learn too. Me too, me too. Teach us, teach us. The kids erupted, all clamoring to learn the magic trick. Smiling, I opened my palm. See this ring? It's called a storage ring. It can hold things inside, and you take them out when you need them. I gave them a demonstration. Pretty amazing, huh? Want one? Yes. The kids fell in love with it at first sight. They had no idea how precious it was. They were all shouting for one to play with. I shook my head. Not right now. How about this? When you kids grow up, whoever gets into college gets one from Big Brother Chen. How about that? Yes. Big Brother Chen. I'm definitely getting into college. Me too. I laughed. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Once the gifts were handed out, the kids happily returned to their seats. Looking at the extra little colorful pony toy in my hand, I turned to Granny Zheng and asked, that girl Nianxi, she didn't come out again today? Granny Zheng let out a sigh. Oh yeah? That child's always been a loner. She's refused to play with everyone for days now. There's nothing we can do. She should still be up in her room. She usually listens to you. Why don't you go talk to her? If this keeps up, I'm afraid something serious is going to happen to her. I nodded. Sure, I'll go check on her. After saying goodbye to the kids, I headed straight for the dormitory building. The moment I stepped inside, a familiar, nauseating aura hit me. Demonic energy? Why would there be demonic energy here? The aura was faint, but it couldn't fool me. The thought of the orphanage being invaded by demons sent a cold glint flashing through my eyes. I spread out my spiritual sense and quickly locked onto one room. A hideous-looking demon had its mouth wide open, biting down toward the arm of a tiny child. The child seemed frozen with fear, eyes squeezed shut, rigid and motionless. Boom. Before the demon could bite down, I sent it flying with a single palm strike out of thin air, its entire body nearly shattering. Just as it was about to crash through the wall, another force pinned it hard against the ground, leaving it unable to move. Instead of the pain she'd braced for, the little girl only heard a deafening crash, and she timidly opened her eyes. When she saw who had come, joy lit up her face. Then she panicked. Big Brother Chen, run. There's a bad guy. He'll kill you. Scared out of her wits, and still she was worried about me. The anger on my face melted away. I stepped forward and gently scooped her up. It's okay, Nianxi. It's all over. Big Brother already beat the bad guy, so don't be scared. Look over there. Is that the one who hurt you? Half in disbelief, Nianxi looked in the direction I pointed. When she saw the demon lying there in a miserable heap, she finally broke down and threw herself into my arms, sobbing loudly. Wah, Big Brother Chen, I was so scared. I was scared I'd never see you again. Don't cry, Big Brother's here. Nobody's going to hurt our Nianxi. Halfway through my words, I froze. Her arm was covered in wounds, all of them bite marks. In that instant, the killing intent in my heart surged to its peak. I'd spared that demon's life just now precisely because I didn't want it to die too easily. I never imagined I'd still be too late. Looking at those wounds, my heart ached. Nianxi, does it hurt? Let Big Brother take a look. She shook her head, her voice still choked with tears. It doesn't hurt. It's just ugly, Big Brother Chen. Don't look. Okay, I won't look. Now be a good girl and eat this little candy for me, all right? I pulled a 5th-grade Nourishing Origin pill from my ring and held it up to her lips. Nianxi wiped away her tears and obediently opened her mouth to swallow it. The moment the pill entered her stomach, the wound on her arm healed and vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. The medicinal energy was too potent, so I carefully channeled it through her body with my own power. Then Nianxi leaned against me and drifted into a deep sleep. Looking at the tear stains still fresh on her face, my heart twisted in agony. Why hadn't I come a few days sooner? This poor child had suffered for days for nothing. My killing intent toward that demon had now reached its peak. I gently laid Nianxi down on the bed and tucked her in. Then, my gaze turning cold, I looked toward the balcony, at the ugly demon sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Without a word, I hit it with a soul search. Killing just this one wouldn't be nearly enough to quell the murderous rage in my heart. This time, I was going to unleash a slaughter. From its memories, I saw the truth. It was nothing more than cannon fodder, cast off by some demon clan. That clan numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and its strongest was a top-tier demon at the Martial Emperor realm, ranked among the elite even by their kind. After being exiled from the clan, it had spent months hiding and running, until by sheer chance it set its sights on Nianxi. Her flesh and blood held an immense allure for it. It had seized her while she was alone in her room, threatening that if she dared tell anyone of its existence, it would slaughter everyone in the orphanage. To protect everyone, Nianxi had no choice but to endure it silently, all on her own. For 2 straight days, it bit into her arm once each day, yet never delivered a killing blow. This was its twisted fetish, and it was precisely this fetish that gave me the chance to save her. Otherwise, I would never have seen Nianxi again today. In just 2 short days, by feeding on her, it had broken through from a 3rd-grade martial artist to a 4th-grade one. Having tasted the sweetness, only then did it develop the urge to devour Nianxi entirely. Just as it moved to act, I sent it flying with a single strike. Now that I knew the exact location of the demon clan, I looked at this terror-stricken creature, pondered for a moment, and brought my palm down. This strike wasn't meant to kill it. It was to plant a few little surprises inside its body. Then, my spiritual power stabbed into its sea of consciousness like a sharp blade. The panic in the demon's eyes was instantly wiped away, its expression turning blank, like a puppet with its strings cut. Taking it with me, I vanished from the balcony. An hour later, a man and a demon reappeared in a dark, eerie forest. Go, I commanded the demon beside me. Return to your clan, and give them a beautiful fireworks show. The demon ambled off, step by step, toward the territory not far away. At the entrance to the territory, 2 ordinary demons with white horns atop their heads spotted their approaching kin and immediately raised their weapons. What? A demon? What do you want? Don't come any closer. This is the Dark Spirit Demon Lord's territory. Take one more step and don't blame us for what happens next. The demon paid them no mind, inching forward step by step. As it drew near, the 2 gate-guarding demons seemed to recognize it. White Ghost, weren't you banished by Lord Demon? What are you doing back here? Don't tell me you're pining after some old flame. Go on, spit it out. We're in a good mood. Maybe we'll go pay her a visit for you. Ha ha ha. Hidden in the shadows, I watched coldly as these 2 ordinary demons taunted the puppet I controlled. They had no idea death was already upon them. White Ghost closed in, one step at a time. The 2 demons' laughter slowly froze in their throats. The White Ghost, who used to fly into a rage at the slightest insult, now wore no expression at all, shuffling forward like a walking corpse. That silent, eerie calm sent a chill through the demons deeper than any roar could. I told you to stay back. You hear me. One more step, and this blade's going to get real hungry. Threats were useless. White Ghost kept coming. Finally, the demon couldn't take it anymore. Raising his blade with a furious roar, he brought it slashing down. A single thought from me. White Ghost's fists suddenly erupted. A power that wasn't its own came pouring out. The 2 demons, each a match for a rank 9 warrior, didn't even have time to scream before they crumbled into ash scattered on the wind. Who's there? Who dares raise hell in the Dark Spirit Demon Lord's domain? Tired of living? The commotion alerted the clan's higher demons. In the blink of an eye, a purple-horned giant demon appeared at the edge of the territory, its murderous glare locking onto White Ghost, who still stood frozen mid-punch. It wasted no words. Its arm swung up in a punch, its power surging toward White Ghost like a landslide crashing into the sea. In that very instant, I struck. A cold flash split the air. The giant demon, mighty as a martial venerable, froze mid-strike. Its eyes went blank, and it slowly lost all life, collapsing to the ground. It died without a sound, without alerting a single other demon. With the gatekeepers dealt with, White Ghost continued along the path in its memory, step by step, toward the dark spirit demon Lord's castle. The demons along the way would pause to size it up, but none took it seriously. To demons, strange behavior was nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't until near the castle that several blue-horned mid-tier demons blocked its path. Halt! No one approaches the demon lord's residence without a summons. Get lost. As if White Ghost would listen. The demons drew their blades at once, cold flashes raining down. I stopped holding back. The energy I'd driven into White Ghost's body surged out of control, and the air around it instantly grew scorching and warped. Uh-huh. White Ghost roared at the sky. Flames shot upward. In an instant, those demons were vaporized, without even the chance to scream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pillar of fire alerted the entire clan. One figure after another came tearing through the air, the dark spirit. The demon lord emerged from the castle as well. What's going on? It fixed its gaze on the pillar of fire blazing into the sky, its face grim. The high-ranking demons exchanged uneasy glances. One quick-witted martial venerable tier demon stepped forward first. Lord Demon, I'll slay whatever dare disturb your cultivation. It lunged at the white specter within the flames. But the closer it got, the more the chill deepened, and it realized it couldn't even withstand these flames itself. The order had been given. Turning back meant death too. Gritting its teeth, it pressed on. Uh-huh. A blood-curdling scream. A dignified martial venerable tier demon crumbled into ash before the disbelieving eyes of the others. Every demon, except the dark spirit demon lord, instinctively stepped back half a pace. Just as the demon lord was about to act personally, the white specter at the heart of the flames seemed to regain its senses, wailing in agony. Uh-huh. What is this? Save me. Someone save me. Soul and flesh burned together. I'd done this on purpose. With my flame seed left inside its body, it wouldn't die so quickly in the ultimate fire, tasting to the fullest the torment of being unable to live, yet unable to die. The wailing made the dark spirit demon lord jerk its head up. The once dim sky had long since been swallowed by a sea of fiery red, now bearing down upon the entire territory. Its pupils shrank to pinpoints. Even it could feel the threat of death within those flames. Damn it! Alert the entire clan. Everyone get underground. Now! The demons snapped out of their daze and scattered in every direction. Some rushed to relay the order. Others simply bolted. But every last one that tried to break past the territory's borders was incinerated the instant they reached it. I did this. Today, I would wipe this place clean in one stroke. The Dark Spirit clan didn't sit idle either. The clan protecting formation activated in an instant, clouds of black mist blanketing the skies above the territory in a desperate bid to hold back the heavenly fire. Futile. Before the ultimate fire, the black mist burned away in a single heartbeat. The dark spirit demon lord could only watch helplessly as the endless inferno poured down. No screams, no suffering. A clan of tens of thousands of demons evaporated in the span of mere seconds. The white specter I'd singled out for special treatment finally crumbled into a pinch of ash as well. The only survivors were a scattered few demons that had hidden in the underground dungeons, and they lived solely because of the tens of thousands of humans locked away down there. Those were the cultivation resources the demons had abducted. To avoid harming the innocent, I deliberately steered the heavenly fire away from the dungeons. Otherwise, hiding underground would have meant the exact same fate. The dark spirit demon lord, the sole one to endure the ultimate fire head-on, now lay sprawled on the ground, charred all over and barely clinging to life. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps reached its ears. It wanted to lift its head and see just who could so effortlessly annihilate its entire clan. But it couldn't even manage to move couldn't do it. Until its dying breath, it never got a clear look at my face. The moment the dark spirit demon lord drew its last breath, my purpose here was fulfilled. Before leaving, I used the ultimate flame to burn through every last chain that bound the humans in the underground dungeon. The captives didn't know what had happened, but they all understood one thing. They were free. The crowd surged, pouring out of their cages. The few demons that had survived by sheer luck became the outlet for their hatred, torn to shreds in an instant. I didn't linger to watch. The commotion was too big, It wouldn't be long before a powerful demon showed up. Maybe even a martial saint-level heavenly demon. If that happened, even I might not make it out. I'd already given them their shot at survival. Whether they made it out alive was up to their own fortune. Just as I'd expected, not long after I left, an overwhelming demonic aura descended upon that sea of flames. It was only later that I pieced together what happened next. That heavenly demon was named Moro. It looked down upon the tribe that had been razed to the ground, saw the charred corpse of the dark spirit demon lord lying on the ground, and flew into a rage. Who did this? I, the heavenly demon, swear I'll tear you, you damned little thief, into 1,000 pieces. It couldn't find the culprit, but it did see the crowd of humans who had escaped from the underground dungeon, many of them already far in the distance. It had found its outlet. All my demon kin are dead, so what right do you food scraps have to keep living? The power of the black mist log gathered and swept toward the fleeing crowd. Several people were reduced to bare bones in an instant, just from grazing a single wisp of the black mist. Barely out of the demon's den, and now straight into the demon's jaws. Despair settled over them all. At that very moment, a flash of sword light cut through the black mist, bringing a glimmer of hope. Moro, you want to slaughter my people? Did you ever ask the sword in the hand of the human sword saint first? The sword saint tore through the air, sweeping away the black mist with a single strike and saving countless people on the brink of death. His face was livid. Right under their noses, this many people had been abducted and imprisoned by demons. It was a slap in the face to the entire Council of Elders. But it wasn't entirely their fault. The territory of the Dragon Nation was vast beyond measure, yet there were only 5 martial saints. Even with heaven-reaching power, they couldn't shine light into every corner. The darkness of the world is never fully banished by a few scattered flames. He'd only rushed over because he'd sensed those sky-blotting flames. He didn't know who had wiped out this demon tribe, but right now, all he wanted to say was one thing. Well done. A flicker of gravity crossed Moro's eyes, and then it demanded. Sword Saint, was it you, you old bastard, who ordered someone to wipe out my tribe here? The Sword Saint spat. Bah, don't try to pin your filth on me. You think I'm as despicable as you demons? Martial saints aren't allowed to join the fight. That's a rule set by all sides. But you just tried to slaughter my people. On that count alone, old man. I can cut you down right now. Perfect. Let's see if my blade's still sharp enough. The words weren't even finished before the sword left its sheath. Sword Dao Law poured down from the heavens. Moro's face went pale. He took the strike with everything he had, then dissolved into black mist and fled. Even running, he couldn't resist a parting threat. This isn't over, swordsman. You just wait, heavenly demons coming for you. I'll dig up the real culprit and torture him to death. Can't handle me, but you think you can handle a rat hiding in the shadows? The Sword Saint let out a cold laugh and didn't give chase. In cultivation, Moro was no match for him. But in raw speed, someone at the same realm as him really couldn't be caught. Not unless he broke through to the late Martial Saint stage right then and there. The heavenly demon fled in a panic. Aside from the first few who'd had the worst luck, every human who escaped was saved by the Sword Saint. None of this I knew about. By now, I was long back at the orphanage, standing in Nianchi's room, looking at the little one fast asleep in bed. All the killing intent that had filled my eyes was gone, leaving nothing but tenderness and an ache in my heart. I don't know how long it was before Nianchi slowly opened her eyes. The past few days had terrified her badly, and she just stared blankly at the ceiling. No crying, no fussing, not a single movement. My chest tightened. I leaned in close. Nianchi, how are you feeling now? Does it still hurt anywhere? The moment that familiar face appeared before her, her tears finally broke loose. She lifted both arms and clung to me for dear life. That actually put me at ease. My biggest fear was that she wouldn't be able to bear it, that she'd end up broken, lost in her own mind. That would have been the real problem. If she could cry it out, she was going to be okay. After a while of comforting her, her emotions gradually settled. Oh, right, Nianchi, this is for you. I pulled a colorful little pony pendant out of my pocket, a gift I'd already set aside for her. She reached out with her tiny hand, took it, and gripped it tight in her palm. Do you like it? I asked, smiling. I like it. Thank you, big brothery Chin. I'll take really good care of it. I told her earnestly. Good. I'm glad you like it. From now on, if you're ever in danger, take out the pony and silently say my name in your heart. Big Brother will rush right to your side to protect you, okay? What happened this time had put me on guard. I'd carved a thread of my spiritual power into that pony. The moment she was in danger, it would form a protective barrier, and I'd instantly sense her situation and race over. There are some things you can't protect forever, but you can build a line of defense around them. Hearing about this amazing effect, the little one jerked her head up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. Really? So if I miss you, Big Brother Ichin, can I use this to find you too? I laughed. Of course you can. But if you miss me, just give me a call. Big bro. Brother will come back to see Nyenshi whenever I'm free, no matter how far away I am. Kid's moods shift fast. Hearing that, a smile finally broke across her face. Then, Brother Ichin, let's pinky swear. No lying, okay? She held up her slender little hand and crooked her pinky. Haha, all right. Pinky swear. I laughed and hooked my finger with hers. And just like that, the promise was sealed. After playing with her for a while, I took her by the hand and led her out of the room toward the classroom. Nyenshi gripped my hand nervously. I comforted her. Don't be scared. All the kids here know you. As long as you work up the courage to make friends, plenty of them will want to play with you. She nodded. Okay. Nyenshi is a bit withdrawn. The first time I met her, she wanted to crawl into a hole the moment she saw a stranger. But strangely, she wasn't the least bit afraid of me. On our very first meeting, she was the one who came up to talk to me. It stunned Director Fong and the others, who kept sizing me up, trying to figure out how I managed to be such a hit with the kids. All I can say is, I'm good looking. Can't help it. Later, with my gentle guidance bit by bit, she started trying to talk and play with the other children. At least when I was around. She was still a little shy, but she'd finally taken that first step. Sometimes what a person lacks isn't courage, but someone willing to wait for them. When we walked into the classroom, Granny Zheng saw me leading Nyenshi in and nodded with a smile. Sure enough, it still had to be me. No one else could get through to her. The rest of the time flew by in laughter. The fear was long gone from Nyenshi's face, and now and then she'd even burst out laughing with the other kids. Night fell. After dinner, I said my goodbyes and left under everyone's reluctant gazes. The night scenery in Lake City is beautiful. The Starry Sky Orphanage sits right by the sea, and I wasn't in any hurry to get home. I strolled alone along the shore, letting the sea breeze brush my face. All the exhaustion of these past days seemed to be blown away. I was really enjoying the peace and quiet, but there's always someone who loves to ruin it. A car screeched to a stop beside me. Hey, handsome, need a ride? We've got a deal going today. Spend $49 and get $10 off. That was the first time I'd ever heard of a discount like that. Looking at the driver's utterly debauched expression, I got in anyway. Where are we headed? I asked once I'd settled in. A customer asking the driver where they're going. If anyone else had overheard that, they'd have to go home and sleep it off. The eerie smile on the driver's face froze. Clearly, he hadn't expected me to say that. Then he plastered on a fake grin. You must be joking, sir. Whoever heard of asking the driver where to go? You tell me where, and I'll take you there. I waved a hand. You say that like, if I told you, you'd actually take me home like a good boy. Come on, let's go wherever it is you want to go. It, stunned for a moment, it immediately understood. It had run into an expert, and it had been made. I looked around the inside of the car with keen interest. It was panicking inside. Drop him off, or not. But thinking about how it was still one fare short of breaking zero for the day, and not wanting to work overtime, it gritted its teeth and stepped on the gas. The rest of the ride passed in silence. The moment it parked, I knew something was off. Looking at this driver, I couldn't help but think of that fat guy I'd beaten until he cried. That's right, this driver wasn't human. It was a ghost. These days, the world isn't a peaceful place. Whether you flag down a car on the roadside or one pulls over to pick you up, you can't tell whether the driver is human or ghost. If it's human, no harm done. If it's a ghost, you get dragged off somewhere to be consumed. It doesn't matter where you say you're going once you get in, their destination never changes. If you're lucky enough to run into a kind ghost, maybe you'll make it out alive, but who'd bet their life on those odds? And even if you survive, you'll always end up missing a part or two. Precisely because everyone's on their guard now, business for ghost drivers like this has gotten harder and harder. often coming up empty for an entire day. That's exactly why, even knowing it had been seen through, it was still dead set on hauling me back. The scenery outside the window shifted rapidly. Before long, I was brought into a gloomy graveyard. 10,000 Graves Mountain? You guys really know how to pick a spot. I showed no fear at all. If anything, I was thoroughly intrigued. The ghost driver puffed out its chest proudly. Of course, back in the day, this 10,000 Graves Mountain had a ghost king ruling over it. But he loved stirring up trouble, so he got wiped out. Later, our leader led us in driving off a whole horde of evil ghosts, and this land, thick with deathly energy, became our turf. Only after showing off its glorious history did it suddenly snap back to reality, muttering to itself, "Strange, why am I telling a human all this? No good. This guy reeks of trouble. Drop him off fast and get out of here." With that thought, it floored the gas pedal even harder. Just as we were about to reach the destination, a dazzling flame suddenly lit up the entire eerie 10,000 Graves Mountain, crashing straight down onto the ghost taxi in front of me. Boom. The car ahead exploded into ash on the spot. Amid the blaze, a striking, long-legged, red-headed woman strode out, carrying a terrified little girl in her hand. Watching this scene, the driver beside me let out a silent wail in its heart. "I'm done for." The red-headed woman gently set the paralyzed girl down on the ground, her voice as faint as the night breeze. "Go on. Follow this road straight ahead. Don't look back, and you won't run into any more danger." The girl didn't even have time to say thanks. She scrambled to her feet and bolted down the mountain. Sitting in the back seat, I saw all of this clear as day. That girl had just thought cabs were too expensive, figuring that with no news of ghosts harming people these days, surely she wouldn't be so unlucky. But the taxi she'd flagged down, a flash of flame lit up the streetscape outside the window and the familiar buildings. The houses vanished completely, replaced by a vast graveyard. A ghost cab. She was lucky, running into the one person willing to step in and save her. Otherwise, tonight, if she didn't die, she'd be left crippled. As the girl ran off into the distance, the red-haired woman shook her head, turned around, and fixed her gaze on my cab. The long spear in her hand was wreathed in flames, and she closed in step by step. The ghost driver in front of me completely fell apart, muttering nonstop, "I'm done for, I'm done for." I finally pick up a fare, and I run smack into a ghost hunter of all people. This is the end of me. That piqued my interest. I leaned forward and gave him a pat. "Hey, old man, you know that woman up ahead?" "Of course I do." The ghost driver's voice trembled. "That's Ruan Hongyan, the ghost hunter. She's been chasing our boss forever. Kills every ghost she sees." Enough chit-chat. I'm flooring it. He slammed the gas pedal down and yanked the wheel hard. The whole car spun into a drift and whipped around, its taillights carving an arc through the air as it shot off into the distance. Smooth as could be. Watching it, I almost wanted to applaud. Too bad flawless technique still couldn't outrun death. That flaming spear cut a blazing arc through the air, moving several times faster than the ghost cab, and punched straight through the driver's chest. Boom. The entire car exploded into a fireball. In that very instant, a jade-white hand grabbed me by the collar and fished me out of the flames. Being hauled around by the collar isn't exactly a great feeling. I coughed a couple of times and looked at Ruan Hongyan as she set me down on the ground. "Cough, cough, thanks." She probably hadn't expected me to look so unfazed. She gave me an extra once-over, then raised her spear. "Get going. This is no place for you. Follow this road straight ahead and don't look back." With that, she turned around, brisk and decisive, and went back to clearing out the rest of the ghosts on this 10,000 Graves Mountain. I brushed the dust off myself, stood up, and lifted my eyes toward the pitch-black summit. Leave? No. I cloaked my form with my spiritual power and quietly followed her. Ruan Hongyan pressed on up the mountain. Wherever her flaming spear passed, the ghosts couldn't survive a single exchange. They were blasted into ashes on the spot. The higher she climbed, the denser the graves grew, the more ghosts there were, and the stronger they became. Just before she reached the summit, a horde of ghosts blocked her path. That unstoppable flaming spear was, for the first time, brought to a halt. The ghost that parried it radiated a deathly aura so thick it was almost tangible. Grandmaster level. Ruan Hongyan narrowed her eyes. Looks like I came to the right place tonight. If I let creatures like you keep growing, who knows how much havoc you'd wreak. Tonight, I, Ruan Hongyan, will tear you all out by the roots. Now she was truly serious. Her late-stage Grandmaster cultivation erupted in an instant, the flames around her surging several times over as they bore down on the ghosts. The weaker ones couldn't withstand it and burst into ash where they stood. The rest of the ghosts retreated as one. Several. Only the leader stepped forward, its aura that of a Grandmaster as well. One-on-one, they were no match for her, but with several working together, they managed to tie her down, if only for a moment. The stalemate wouldn't last long. Ruan Hongyan's spear grew fiercer with every strike, and those Grandmaster ghosts steadily fell to the losing end. Returning swallow form, die. She seized an opening, ready to drive her spear straight through a throat. At the mountaintop, a terrifying aura erupted. An instant later came a formless, crushing blow. Ruan Hongyan had no choice but to abandon the prey already at her mercy, sweeping her spear across to block. Boom. The roar split the air. The force behind that strike was clearly beyond anything she'd expected. Her whole body was sent flying backward, snapping through countless trees before she finally came to a stop. Puffed. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and for the first time, fear crept into her eyes as she gazed up at the figure drifting slowly down from the summit. Ghost Spirit, you actually broke through to Great Grandmaster. How is that possible? The ghost she'd called Ghost Spirit let out a shrill, eerie cackle. Ruan Hongyan, didn't see that coming, did you? You were chasing me so eagerly. Why stop now? It laughed, smug and gloating. Let me tell you, hidden deep in this myriad burial mountain is a Ghost King pill. Once I kill you, I'll only need another month to break through to Martial Venerable. And by then, let's see what you ghost slayers have left to kill me with. Ruan Hongyan's face darkened, but she still leaned on her spear, forcing herself upright inch by inch. Then I'll just kill you right now. Problem solved. Ghost Spirit roared with laughter. Kill me? A late-stage Grandmaster like you? What a joke. Since you've chased me for so long, before I finish you off, I'll be sure to let you enjoy yourself first. Its gaze turned filthy, roaming freely over her body. Hidden in the shadows, my knuckles quietly tightened. Some disgusting things are simply born to be burned to ash. Fire dance, 9 heavens. Ghost Spirit thought victory was in the bag, closing in step by step. At that very moment, the power Ruan Hongyan had secretly been gathering suddenly took form, and her spear lanced out in a violent thrust. This one strike poured out every ounce of strength in her body. A terrifying wave of heat swept across the field, and the ghosts all felt their hearts clench, sweating on their leader's behalf. I could see it. She knew full well that this thrust might not kill Ghost Spirit, and even if it did, she'd collapse from exhaustion and be torn to pieces by the remaining ghosts. Either way, death. So she left herself no way out. There was nothing left but a life for a life. But in the end, Ghost Spirit was a great Grandmaster. This desperate, all-or-nothing strike put only the faintest pressure on it, nowhere near fatal. Slaying an enemy above one's own realm was never something just anyone could do. Both its fists gathered full of ghostly energy, and it slammed them down head-on. Boom. The two forces collided, another thunderous roar erupting as the horrifying aftershock rippled outward in every direction. The weaker ghosts who couldn't dodge in time were shattered into powder on the spot. Several Grandmaster ghosts threw their lives on the line to hold back the shockwave, just barely keeping the spectators from being caught in it. More of its own kind died. At the center of the battlefield, Nguyen Hongyan was blasted away again. The flames dancing across the 9 heavens she'd thrown out with everything she had was shattered by a single punch. The Ghost Spirit, meanwhile, had only a gash opened across the back of its hand, one that quickly sealed shut, healed by its ghostly aura. Ha! Nguyen Hongyan, if this is your final trump card, then tonight, you're mine. Laughing, it strode toward her as she lay collapsed on the ground, unable even to stand. In its eyes, she was already as good as caught. She watched it close in, step by step, despairing and powerless. And just as she braced for the humiliation she'd suffer even at death's door, the spear that had been blasted aside suddenly moved on its own. It rose slowly into the air and drifted to a spot between her and the ghost spirit. The ghost spirit went rigid with alarm. This power to control objects. There's a psychic mind cultivator hidden here. Its heart clenched. Ask any of them who they feared most, and a psychic mind cultivator was sure to make the list. Before a mind cultivator, the escape arts that ghosts prided themselves on were useless. They couldn't win, and they couldn't even flee. Which senior is this? It bellowed to the surroundings. This ghost spirit, can't recall ever offending a powerful mind cultivator. If you want this woman, then she's yours. I'll leave right now. Even as it spoke, it secretly spread out its ghostly aura to search. In vain. No matter how it hunted, it couldn't get a fix on my position. Silence all around. If not for that spear hanging in midair, it might almost have believed the other party had already left. But Nguyen Hongyan, lying on the ground, heard a voice, familiar, yet one she couldn't quite place. Watch closely. This is how the power of flame is truly meant to be used. As the words fell, the spear's shaft suddenly erupted with a burst of flame, stronger than the strike she'd just unleashed by 100 times over, and then some. The flames shimmered with a faint golden light. Every ghost present, Nguyen Hongyan included, felt their very souls tremble in spite of themselves. Such powerful flames. She murmured. The ghost spirit, however, was scared out of its wits. It sensed that the slightest touch of that golden fire would scatter its soul into oblivion. To save its life, it threw all the dignity of a grand master to the wind and dropped to its knees with a thud. Mercy, Senior. This little ghost has done some rotten things in the past, but from now on I'll be a proper ghost. I swear. If you want that woman, take her. This little ghost won't say another word. A flush actually rose to Nguyen Hongyan's pale face. It was anger. So in its mouth, she'd become nothing but goods that anyone could simply take. In that moment, I sensed the vow she quietly made in her heart, that once she returned, she would go into seclusion, and until she reached the level of Grand Master, she would never come out. Some humiliations aren't meant to be endured. They're meant to be repaid. The ghost spirit's answer came in the form of a single thrust. The golden-flamed spear tore down through the air, and not one ghost was spared. Every last one of them vaporized. Nguyen Hongyan stared blankly at the strike, as if she'd grasped something. She had never been able to figure it out. Why? Every time she called upon the power of flame, more than half its force scattered and wasted, never fully unleashed. But that flame just now, the one under someone's control, hadn't leaked a single wisp. That was mastery of power taken to its absolute limit. If she could do the same, that flame dance of the ninth heaven from before wouldn't have just scraped the skin off that wraith. It would have punched clean through its entire arm. All at once, her path forward became clear. Drawing on the sliver of strength she'd recovered, she staggered to her feet. She couldn't tell where her savior had gone, so she simply faced one direction and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for saving me and for your guidance. Hongyan will never forget this. Her words drifted out, but the surroundings stayed silent for a long time. In the distance, however, several figures came sweeping toward her at high speed. Sister Hongyan, are you okay? Running out in front was a girl who looked underage, but was already tall for her years, her face full of worry as she threw herself forward. Seeing her teammates arrive, Nguyen Hongyan finally couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. The others panicked for a moment, and after confirming she was still breathing, they immediately hoisted her onto their backs and raced down the mountain. As for me, I'd already pulled back the instant I killed the wraith. From far off, I'd sensed several formidable master-level auras closing in fast. Her safety was nothing I needed to worry about. This time, stepping in and offering some pointers, call it repaying that bit of kindness she'd shown me earlier. I don't need anyone to remember my name, and I have no interest in getting tangled up with these people. Every extra bit of involvement is just an extra bit of trouble, and nothing good comes of it. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Ever since that trip to the orphanage, my past couple of days had been dead simple. Wake up early, lounge in bed, eat, call Su Shuriwa, sleep. I figured I'd keep living like this right up until the day of my appointment with Elder Jian. I figured wrong. That evening, the Su Shuriwa on the other end of the line suddenly spoke up, a note of caution in her voice. Lenny Chin, my mom and Uncle Su said, since the college entrance exams just wrapped up, they want to go out tomorrow and relax a little together. They asked me to check with you. Are you free? She sounded almost afraid I'd say no. I laughed. Your family going out for the day? Is it really appropriate to bring along an outsider like me? It's totally fine, she said quickly. And besides, Linny Chin isn't an outsider. All right then, I nodded. I happen to have some free time lately. I won't refuse such kindness. See you tomorrow? She let out a breath, and her smile practically spilled out through the receiver. Home. Great. See you tomorrow. Early the next morning, there was a knock at the door. I'd sent her the address the night before. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. Rubbing my eyes, I opened the door, and the first thing I saw was that face at the doorway, brimming with shyness. A little white dress, slender legs wrapped in white stockings, a delicate face touched with light makeup. Like a girl who'd stepped straight out of an anime. Being the die-hard straight guy I am, I froze for half a beat. Then I mentally sounded the alarm on myself. Almost let a pretty face throw me off my game. You're heading out this early? Not yet. She shook her head, her eyes drifting a little. My mom told me to come over first, see if there's anything I could help you with, and then wait here for them. Watching the way she kept avoiding my gaze, I just smiled and didn't press her, stepping aside to let her in. Come on in. There's nothing to help with, though. Just take a seat on the couch. It was her first time at my place, and she was both excited and self-conscious, sitting obediently on the couch without moving a muscle, looking like she wanted to glance around but was afraid of getting caught. I found it kind of funny and reached over to ruffle her hair. Relax, make yourself at home. Feel free to look around if you're bored, though it's pretty tiny, not much to see. Or you could watch some TV while I make breakfast. Have you eaten yet? She started to nod that she had, then thought better of it and shook her head instead. Not yet. I didn't think much of it and headed into the kitchen. The moment I was gone, she got bolder and started studying the living room. It was spotless, clearly cleaned regularly. But her attention wasn't really on the living room at all. It was on that shut bedroom door. She shot a few glances toward the kitchen, and once she was sure I wouldn't be coming out anytime soon, she tiptoed over to the bedroom door and gently pushed it open. Inside there was just some simple furniture and a computer. Aside from the blanket I hadn't gotten around to folding, everything was arranged neatly. A far cry from the messy boys' room full of weird stuff she'd imagined. Seen enough. I scared her so badly she jumped, letting out a shriek. Thud. Half an hour later, she was sitting across from me at the dining table, clutching her head, quietly finishing her breakfast. Another hour passed, and there was a knock at the door again. Su Yulian and the other two had arrived. Ichen, Shuriwa didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Su Yulian said with a smile the moment she walked in. This girl got up at the crack of dawn to get all dressed up, insisting she had to come over to your place first. There was no stopping her. That one sentence completely blew apart the lie Su Shuriwa had cooked up the night before. I gave her a half-smile, half-smirk sort of look. She immediately flushed red and dropped her head. Not at all, ma'am, I said with a laugh. Shuriwa even helped me clean up the dishes. Trouble is the last word for it. Don't just stand there in the doorway. Come in and sit down. With this many people, my living room, which was fairly spacious to begin with, suddenly felt cramped. Luckily, neither Su Wenxiang nor Su Yulian seemed to mind. Su Qianqian, on the other hand, hadn't said a word since walking in. Just like Su Shuriwa, she kept her head down, not daring to look at me. She clearly still remembered what had happened last time. The memory was still fresh. These days, whenever she saw me, she'd get a little scared and nervous. As for that old rival and love hostility, it had long since vanished into thin air. Both girls stood there with their heads down, like they were being punished. Su Wenxiang and Su Yulian watched, puzzled. Qianqian, Shuriwa, what are you two doing standing over there? Come sit down already. Only then did they look up and walk over to take their seats. But Su Shuriwa, her face flushed, shot a confused glance at Su Qianqian beside her. Being the closest to her, she could clearly sense it. Su Qianqian was nervous. Nervous about what? She quietly worked it out in her mind. Of everyone here, Mom and Uncle Su wouldn't make Qianqian nervous, and she certainly wouldn't either. That only left Linny Chen. At that thought, the suspicion in her heart was confirmed just a little bit more. Ever since she'd come back from the infirmary that day, she'd sensed something was off. In the moment she'd fainted, an intensely familiar force had quietly flowed into her body, soothing her taut nerves in her weakened frame. That force, whose was it exactly?